Good afternoon, honourable members. When the House rose, the question before it was that the Appropriation 2026-2027 bill be read a second time. Member for Ancillary Canneries.
Mr. Speaker.
So you read that Bible?
I may not need it. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of the appropriation bill for 2026-2027, but also, Mr. Speaker, to present the policy framework, priorities, and strategic direction of the ministry charged with advancing the economic development and the youth economy for the fiscal year 2026-2027. However, Mr. Speaker, before I get into my presentation, I want to take the opportunity to express my heartfelt thanks to the constituents of Ancillary Canneries for their continued prayers, love, and support. I want to thank the Ancillary Canneries executive, my campaign managers, my campaign teams, and in particular Labourhood, Mr. Speaker. On the 1st of December, Ancillary Canneries demonstrated that we are an aspirational constituency. And also, Mr. Speaker, they reaffirm their support for a son of the soil. When you hear, Mr. Speaker, Matthew or you hear Gerard, you know, Mr. Speaker, they know, Mr. Speaker, the other hand in my upbringing. I remember Mrs. Charles from Jackman, Mr. Speaker, and I did not seek her permission to speak, to mention her name in Parliament, Mr. Speaker. But growing up as a child, Mr. Speaker, all she had to do was give you the look, and you know whatever you were doing, you had to stop it immediately. And it's for that reason, Mr. Speaker, and many other reasons and examples, that's why I've spent the time creating the necessary pillars to ensure that we achieve what we deserve as a community. Sporting facilities, roads, bridges, and you could ask the member of Denry North, Mr. Speaker, about my bridges in Ancillary Canneries, Mr. Speaker. The fire station, Lookout Point, underwater sculpture park, Mr. Speaker, and I'll be saying more about those, Mr. Speaker. But what was very interesting about the underwater sculpture park, Mr. Speaker, is because I see it as a bridge to dealing with our NCDs. Mr. Speaker, by that I mean access to good protein fish, Mr. Speaker, and securing the livelihood of the fishermen of the constituency. But also, Mr. Speaker, if we use the area as a fish conservation area, it will allow the fish to replenish so that we have access to good protein and secure the livelihoods of the fisher folk in my constituency. NCDs, Mr. Speaker, is costing the country annually in the region of $299 million, Mr. Speaker. And the Minister of Health yesterday would have made the point between 200 million, 250 million and 300 million, Mr. Speaker. It is a significant sum. Indirect healthcare costs, absenteeism, and lower productivity, Mr. Speaker. I want to also thank, Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Prime Minister, the Member of Parliament for Castries East, for inviting me to serve in his cabinet. On Tuesday evening, you would have heard the Prime Minister reaffirm that he will take the people of St. Lucia into his confidence as we navigate the path ahead. There is a saying, Mr. Speaker, and I will adapt it for the political context. God always corrects one Prime Minister by providing another. Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker, is not just a title, it's a responsibility. The member for Castries East is nothing but decency and compassion. He is service over ambition, integrity over expedience. On the 1st of December, the people of this country bestowed the honor and privilege of him to lead this country. I say to the country at large, Mr. Speaker, let him lead us now. The opposition will not practice patriotism. Trust our Prime Minister. Trust your government. And we will always, Mr. Speaker, put the people of this country first. I would also like to address recent commentary, Mr. Speaker, and interpretation of the projections attributed to the Eastern Caribbean Central Bank regarding St. Lucia's economic outlook for 2025. Although the offer, Mr. Speaker, is well aware that the information at the moment is preliminary, I say to him, we do not run from data. We confront it, we interrogate it, and most importantly, we respond to it with clarity, discipline, and action. Yes, Mr. Speaker, the projections indicate a marginal contraction. Yes, Mr. Speaker, there are declines in segments of tourism. These are facts. But facts, Mr. Speaker, must always be placed in the context of regional, global, and structural issues, Mr. Speaker. We are operating in an era of profound global volatility, tightened financial conditions, shifting tourism demand patterns, supply chain adjustments, and climate-related disruptions that disproportionately affects us, Mr. Speaker. No serious aspiring policymaker, or politician indeed, can assess domestic performance without acknowledging these external shocks. But let me be equally clear, Mr. Speaker. We do not accept this perceived underperformance as our destiny. What we are witnessing from the opposition, Mr. Speaker, is not disagreement rooted in principle. It is not constructive criticism. It is something far more dangerous. It is a steady stream of reckless statements, half-truths, and deliberate misinformation, designed not to inform the public, but to distort, distract, and destabilize. Mr. Speaker, let me put it plainly. When you cannot win on ideas, you manufacture confusion. When you cannot inspire confidence, you spread doubt. And when you cannot earn power, you attempt to seize it by any means necessary. Mr. Speaker, this power at all costs approach is not only irresponsible, Mr. Speaker, it is unpatriotic. Because at a time when the global environment is uncertain, when our economy is navigating real challenges, the last thing this country needs, Mr. Speaker, is manufactured fear and political deception. Mr. Speaker, what concerns me more deeply is not so much so the data. The fact that they would attempt to weaponize a fractional contraction into a narrative of national decline. They would substitute analysis with alarmism. They would prefer panic over policy. We must, Mr. Speaker, as a country, reject that. We must reject the unpatriotic instinct to talk down our country in pursuit of political gain. We must reject misinformation dressed up as economic insight. And we must, Mr. Speaker, reject the dangerous notion that complexity can be reduced to a slogan. St. Lucia deserves seriousness, not sound bites, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to turn to a bit of good news from the constituency of ancillary canneries, in particular canneries. Megan Nestor, Mr. Speaker, from canneries, has signed a training camp contract with the Chicago Sky in the Women's National Basketball Association, becoming the first St. Lucian, Mr. Speaker, to reach this level in professional basketball. Her journey, Mr. Speaker, is really remarkable. In just 4 years of playing basketball, Megan has established herself as one of the most dominant rebounders in college basketball. She led her programs in rebounding and rewrote the record books at both University of North Texas and William Baptist University and the American Athletic Conference. She received Defensive Player of the Year, first team, all-conference, all-newcomers team. At the William Baptist, she was the Player of the Year and Defensive Player of the Year, along with many All-American awards. Among her many accomplishments, she recorded one of only 30 rebound games in Division I history, a rare and elite performance that places her in a class of her own. She made history as the third person in Division I to record a 30-30 game, Mr. Speaker, 34 points and 31 rebounds. She has consistently delivered high-level performances, including multiple 20-plus rebound games, Mr. Speaker, being the only one in the NCAA division, one basketball, to have 6 20-plus rebounding performances, and more than 10 15-plus rebounding performances, demonstrating dominance, consistency, and resilience. She leads the country in rebounds per game, total rebounds and offensive rebounding. She also had 2 double-doubles, Mr. Speaker, which is top 19 in the NCAA. Considering how she began, she represented St. Lucia in netball from the age of 11 at the under 16, at the under 23, and senior levels before transitioning to basketball just 4 years ago. Her achievement is not only personal, it is historic for our country and inspirational for generations to come, Mr. Speaker. And as the Member of Parliament, and I speak to her very regularly, Mr. Speaker, we are profoundly proud of her. And we're looking forward, Mr. Speaker, to welcoming her on a short visit, because I've said to her she's only going to come for a short visit. We don't want her spending too much time taken away from her practice. She should be living, dreaming, and breathing basketball, Mr. Speaker. We look forward to welcoming her to St. Lucia, and in particular to Canaries, Mr. Speaker. But Mr. Speaker, I want to also recognize my cabinet colleagues whose collective efforts continue to guide the development and implementation of policies and programs in the interests of the people of St. Lucia. Mr. Speaker, I stand here not simply as a minister, but as a servant of the people, mindful that responsibility entrusted to us is not to manage numbers, but to improve lives. Mr. Speaker, a budget of $2.18 billion, the largest in our nation's history, not as an end in itself, but as a deliberate investment in our people and our future. Mr. Speaker, this budget is anchored in a clear and guiding principle that the people of St. Lucia must feel the benefits of anything that we do as a government. Mr. Speaker, that is a simple statement, but it carries profound implications for how we deliver development. Growth, Mr. Speaker, must translate into opportunities for our people, improvements in the quality of life, and tangible outcomes within our communities. But Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister made the point clear that this is not a budget designed to look good on paper. It is a budget designed to work, to lift the vulnerable, to support those ready to advance, and to ensure that no citizen and no community is pushed to the margins of national development. Mr. Speaker, that framing is not rhetorical. It is operational. It defines how we are approaching public investment, how we are structuring our programs, and how we will measure success. Mr. Speaker, from the advantage point of the Ministry of Economic Development and the Youth Economy, that principle translates into very specific responsibility to ensure that the policies, programs, and investments outlined in this budget are not only well conceived, but effectively implemented. To ensure that development is not abstract, but real, not distant, but present in the daily lives of our people. This budget builds on progress already made, while opening new pathways for growth, investment, and job creation across key sectors. But it also represents a transition, Mr. Speaker, a transition from fragmented efforts to structured development, from isolated projects to coordinated investment programs, from intention to delivery. Mr. Speaker, as we look ahead, this budget sets out a clear path for sustained progress, one that places people first, expands opportunity, and deepens the gains being made across the country. Mr. Speaker, our task as ministers, as policymakers, and as representatives of the people is to ensure that this vision is realized, not in words, but in results. This is not a budget presented in easy times. Mr. Speaker, I do so having recently returned from the spring meetings of the IMF and the World Bank in Washington, Mr. Speaker, where ministers of finance, central bank governors, and development partners from across the world gathered to assess the state of the global economy and chart a path forward. Mr. Speaker, several issues dominated the discussions. The persistence of global economic uncertainty, despite moderate growth projections. Continued tightening of fiscal conditions while higher borrowing costs affecting developing countries disproportionately. The growing urgency of addressing debt vulnerabilities, particularly in islands, small island developing states like ours, Mr. Speaker. And critically important, the increasing recognition that climate change is now a central macroeconomic risk, not an environmental side issue. The need to move beyond GDP as the sole measure of eligibility toward multidimensional vulnerability indexes, and the continued push for reform of the multilateral development banks to scale up concessional finance. There was also a strong momentum around initiatives such as the Bridge Strong Initiative, which calls for more accessible financing, greater use of guarantees and blended finance, and a fundamental shift in how climate vulnerable countries are supported. Mr. Speaker, These are not abstract discussions. The discussions were sobering, but also instructive. They speak directly to the realities we face here in St. Lucia. They were direct, candid, and increasingly aligned around a central path. The global financial architecture, as it currently stands, is not fully serving the needs of the vulnerable countries, particularly small island developing states like St. Lucia. Mr. Speaker, we are navigating a global environment defined by uncertainty where geopolitical tensions continue to disrupt trade and supply chains, where financial conditions remain tight, and where access to affordable capital for small states is increasingly constrained. At the same time, climate change continues to impose real and escalating costs on our economies, damaging infrastructure, affecting productivity, and placing pressure on our already limited fiscal space. For St. Lucia, these pressures are not theoretical. They are immediate, they are structural, and they demand a response that is both practical and strategic. And I anticipate, Mr. Speaker, that some may suggest that referencing global developments is an attempt to shift responsibility. Let me be clear, Mr. Speaker. Understanding the global financial system is not a deflection. It is not an excuse. It is essential for effective economic leadership. It is a prerequisite for sound economic management, because the reality is this: the cost of capital to concessional financing and the structure of global institutions directly affect our ability to invest in our people. The Honorable Prime Minister on Tuesday in this Honorable House did not leave this nation guessing about how this budget will be financed. He laid it out clearly, deliberately, and responsibly. And that matters, Mr. Speaker, because it's easy to stand on the sidelines and speak about spending. It is much harder to present a financing plan that is credible, disciplined, and grounded in reality. A budget of $2.18 billion demands more than ambition. It demands accountability. Mr. Speaker, what was presented was not improvisation. It was a structured approach, combining domestic revenue, external financing, and strategic partnerships, all aligned with our national priorities. Now, I know there will be those who will rise and speak about debt, who will raise concerns about financing, who will attempt to create anxiety without offering alternatives. But let us be clear, Mr. Speaker, raising concerns is not the same as presenting solutions. Because the real question is not whether we finance development. The real question is how do we delay investment and allow our infrastructure to deteriorate. You heard the member of Babon on the road infrastructure, Mr. Speaker. Do we postpone critical projects and accept lower growth, fewer opportunities, and greater vulnerability? Or do we take a responsible, structured approach, mobilizing resources, leveraging partnerships, and investing in the future of this country? Mr. Speaker, this government has made its choice. Mr. Speaker, it is within this context and through this strengthened framework of international engagement that we must assess our domestic performance and outline the path forward. So, Mr. Speaker, let me be clear. Understanding global conditions is not an excuse. What matters is not whether these challenges exist, but how we respond to them. Mr. Speaker, the budget policy statement presented by the Honorable Prime Minister is grounded in realities of our time and focused on delivering tangible outcomes to the people of St. Lucia. Mr. Speaker, we are strengthening domestic revenue, ensuring that our fiscal position remains stable and sustained. We are leveraging concessional financing from development partners, not out of dependence, but out of strategy. And yes, Mr. Speaker, we are engaging institutions such as the International Finance Corporation, other partners to structure projects, attract investment, and deliver results more efficiently. Because the scale of the challenge we face, particularly in water, infrastructure, and climate resilience, cannot be addressed through the old way of doing things. And that is where the difference lies, Mr. Speaker. Some would prefer we remain stuck in outdated approaches, underinvesting, delaying, and explaining away poor outcomes. We are not prepared to do that. Mr. Speaker, We are embracing modern financing. We are using public resources to crowd in private capital. We are sharing risk. We are structuring investments so that they are delivered faster, maintained better, and sustained over time. That is not recklessness, Mr. Speaker. That is responsibility. That is modernization. And yes, Mr. Speaker, that is a game changer. Now, I anticipate the argument why involve the private sector. But let us ask the more honest question. What has the alternative delivered? Years of underinvestment, systems under pressure, communities still waiting. Mr. Speaker, we cannot continue to repeat the same approach and expect a different outcome. Mr. Speaker, this government understands that financing is not about spending for its own sake. It is about investing with purpose. It is about ensuring that every dollar mobilized for contributions to growth, resilience, and opportunity, because the cost of inaction is real. If we do not invest in infrastructure, we constrain growth. If we do not invest in resilience, we increase vulnerability. And if we do not invest in people, we limit opportunity. Mr. Speaker, so yes, there will be commentary, there will be criticism, but what there will not be is a credible alternative. Because it is one thing to question, it is another thing entirely to lead. And this government is leading with a clear financing strategy, leading with disciplined investment, and leading with a commitment to deliver development that is real, sustainable, and felt by the people of St. Lucia. Mr. Speaker, that is the difference. Mr. Speaker, despite these challenges, St. Lucia has demonstrated resilience. Our economy continues to recover and grow. Key sectors, particularly tourism, have rebounded, supporting employment and generating foreign exchange. We have maintained macroeconomic stability while continuing to invest in our people and communities. But we must not become complacent because growth alone is not enough. Mr. Speaker, the real question before us is this: are we building an economy that is resilient, inclusive, and capable of sustaining progress in the face of shocks? That is the question this budget seeks to answer. And when we examine our domestic performance more closely, we see both progress and the structural issues we must confront. Mr. Speaker, the labor market tells part of the story. Employment has improved, supported by a recovery in key sectors. But the deeper issue is not just job creation. It is the nature and quality of those jobs. We are not interested in temporary rebounds, Mr. Speaker, or fragile employment gains. We are focused on structural transformation, creating opportunities that are stable, productive, and aligned with a more climate-resilient and future-ready economy. And Mr. Speaker, I say this because we will hear the usual refrain from the other side, that not enough is being done. But what is often missing from that argument is a credible plan for how to transition the economy, how to align skills with emerging sectors, and how to sustain jobs beyond short-term cycles. We are doing that work deliberately, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the cost of living remains a central concern, particularly for our most vulnerable households. Food prices continue to reflect imported inflation, global supply disruptions, and increasingly climate-related shocks. Now, the opposition may attempt to reduce this to a simple narrative of domestic mismanagement, but that would ignore the reality that small, open economies like ours are deeply exposed to global price movements. The responsible approach is not denial, Mr. Speaker. It is action, strengthening domestic production, improving supply chains, and protecting households where it matters most. Mr. Speaker, I'm constantly reminded of these realities in my own constituency through the conversations I have with families, workers, and small business owners who are doing their best to navigate rising costs and uncertain conditions. Their concerns are real, their expectations are clear, and they demand not just words, but results. But Mr. Speaker, water security is no longer a peripheral issue. It is a binding economic constraint. It affects agriculture, tourism, public health, and national productivity. It also represents a growing fiscal burden if left unaddressed. Yet too often, this issue has been treated reactively rather than strategically. So, Mr. Speaker, we are changing that. We are moving toward planned climate-resilient investments in our water systems, because water is not just about service. It is the foundation of our daily lives, our health, our agriculture, and our economy. But let me speak plainly to the people of St. Lucia. We all know what it feels like when the water is not there, when our taps run dry, when farmers struggle, when businesses cannot operate as they should. That is not just an inconvenience. That is an economic problem, and it's a problem we must fix properly. Now, Mr. Speaker, the reality is this. Fixing our water system requires serious investment, the kind of investment government cannot carry alone without placing additional pressure on taxpayers. So instead of continuing with the patchwork approach, we are taking a smarter path. We are bringing in partners, including the International Finance Corporation, to help us structure projects as they can attract investment, which could be delivered faster and be maintained to a higher standard. What does that mean for the average citizen? It means a more reliable water supply, better infrastructure that lasts, less waste and inefficiency, and importantly, Mr. Speaker, less burden on the taxpayer over time. Now, Mr. Speaker, I know there will be those who will say, why involve the private sector? But let's be honest, what has the old way delivered? Years of underinvestment, systems under pressure, and communities still waiting for consistent service. We cannot keep doing the same thing and expect a different result. This is about handing over responsibility. It's about bringing in expertise, financing, and accountability to fix the problem that has gone on for too long. Because, Mr. Speaker, if we are serious about resilience, we must also be serious about how we finance it and how we deliver it. And this government is prepared to do both. Mr. Speaker, transportation and access remains critical to economic efficiency and inclusion. The cost and reliability of moving people and goods affect productivity, the cost of doing business, and the ability of communities to participate fully in economic life. And again, Mr. Speaker, we will hear criticism, but not always solutions. Because addressing transportation is not simply a matter of isolated roadworks. It requires integrated planning, sustained investment, and alignment with broader development priorities, including resilience and spatial development. Mr. Speaker, we are advancing as a progressive government. When we take these issues together, labor, market conditions, the cost of living, water security, and connectivity, they point to one clear reality, that this is an economy that is recovering. And this is not simply a matter of assertion. It is reflected in evidence. The Economic and Social Review provides a comprehensive assessment of the performance of the economy. And it confirms that what we are seeing across sectors, that economic activity has strengthened, key industries have rebounded, and overall output has improved. Mr. Speaker, the review highlights improvements in employment, driven in large part by the recovery in tourism-related sectors. It also reflects stabilization of macroeconomic conditions, even in the face of external pressures. But the same review also reinforces an important point. Recovery is not the same as transformation, because while the headline indicators show progress, they also point to an underlying structural challenge: vulnerabilities in our labor market, continued exposure to imported inflation, and constraints in critical areas such as water and infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, this is where the real work begins, because the task before us is not simply to return to where we were. It is to build an economy that is more resilient, more inclusive, and better positioned to withstand the shocks that we know are not hypothetical. They are already here. So yes, Mr. Speaker, the data confirms that we are moving in the right direction. But it also makes it clear that we must move further, and we must move faster, with purpose and with discipline. And that is exactly what this budget sets out to do. But more importantly, it must now evolve. Evolve to become more resilient, evolve to become more inclusive, and evolve to withstand the shocks that we know are no longer hypothetical, as I said before, but they are really here with us. Mr. Speaker, this budget does not shy away from these challenges. It confronts them directly, and it sets out a path, not just for recovery, but for sustained, resilient, and inclusive growth for the people of St. Lucia. On Tuesday, the Honorable Prime Minister spoke directly to one of the defining challenges of our time: climate change, not as a distant threat, but as a present reality shaping our daily lives. And Mr. Speaker, we do not have to look far for evidence. We are in April, and already we are experiencing temperatures that feel more like intense, more persistent, and more uncomfortable than what many of us would have expected at this time of year in the past. This is not anecdotal. It is part of a broader pattern, one that reflects a warming climate, changing weather conditions, and increasing pressure on small island states like ours. Mr. Speaker, there was a time when discussions about climate change were dismissed as concerns of tree huggers, something distant, something abstract, something for others to worry about. Well, today, even the most skeptical among us are feeling the heat. Climate change is no longer something we discuss in abstract terms. It is something our people are living through. It affects how we work, how we learn, and how we live. It affects the fisherman at sea, the farmer on the land, the vendor in the market, and the worker trying to remain productive in increasingly difficult conditions. It affects our homes, where cooling is no longer a luxury, but increasingly a necessity. It affects our schools, where students and teachers must now function in hotter, less comfortable environments. And it affects our elderly, who are particularly vulnerable to extreme heat and its health implications. Mr. Speaker, these are not isolated issues. They are economic issues. They affect productivity, energy demand, public health, and ultimately the cost of living. Mr. Speaker, this is why this government is not approaching climate change in fragments. We are building a coordinated system designed to deliver resilience at scale. At the center of this effort is the National Designated Authority within the Ministry of Economic Development, providing strategic leadership for climate finance, adaptation planning, and the development of a credible national investment pipeline. Under this leadership, we are advancing initiatives that move us decisively from planning to execution. One such initiative is the Coastal Resilience Decision Support System, developed under the National Adaptation Plan GCF Readiness Project, in collaboration with IISD and the Department of Sustainable Development, equipping government with the data required to integrate climate risks directly into planning, prioritization, and investment decisions. But Mr. Speaker, tools alone do not deliver transformation. What matters is how we coordinate, how we finance, and how we execute. And this is where the shift is clear. In the past, our efforts often resemble individual musicians, each playing their own part without a full alignment, without timing, and without a unifying direction. Now we are putting in place the conductor. Mr. Speaker, the establishment of the Climate Finance Unit within the Department of Finance will bring coherence, discipline, and direction to how climate finance is mobilized, structured, and delivered across government. It will ensure that projects are not developed in isolation, but as part of a prioritized and sequenced pipeline, that financing opportunities are actively pursued and structured, and that implementation is aligned with national priorities and timelines. Mr. Speaker, as we strengthen this architecture, it is also important to recognize that as many as any evolving system, there may be a need to rationalize certain rules, clarifying responsibilities, and define clear institutional boundaries. This is not weakness, Mr. Speaker. It's part of building a system that works. Because when multiple institutions are engaged, the National Designated Authority, the Climate Finance Unit, and the UNFCCC focal point, the objective is not to overlap, but alignment of the objective is not duplication, but coordination. And that is exactly what we are putting in place. A system where each entity understands its role, where mandates are clear, where collaboration is structured, and where effort is directed toward a common national objective. Because at the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, this is not about institutions. It's about outcomes. It's about ensuring that climate finance is mobilized effectively, that projects are delivered efficiently, and that the benefits reach the people of St. Lucia. So yes, there will be refinement, there will be adjustments, but the direction is clear. We are moving towards a system-based approach, one that is coordinated, disciplined, and designed to deliver results at scale. Mr. Speaker, we are also connecting policy directly to financing. And in the coming weeks, St. Lucia will host a National Adaptation Plan investment pitch event, moving beyond discussion to engagement, presenting a clear pipeline of investment opportunities to development partners, accredited entities, and investors. Mr. Speaker, I am aware of the proposal for the fireside chats with ministers with responsibility for climate change, conversations on adaptation and on adaptation financing, and the path ahead. Those conversations are welcome. They have their place, but conversations alone does not cool the classroom. It does not secure our watershed. It does not keep water flowing when the rain falls, Mr. Speaker. Words may frame the challenge, but they do not resolve it. What matters is what follows. What matters is structure, financing, and delivery, and that is where this government stands. While some gather to speak, we are aligning policy with investment, shaping a pipeline that could be executed, mobilizing the resources required to move from intention to impact, because the time for awareness has passed. Our people are not waiting on conversations. They are living the reality, and so we respond not only with words, but with action. Action that is deliberate, coordinated, and delivered, because in the end, Mr. Speaker, resilience is not discussed into existence. It is built. Mr. Speaker, that action is already taking shape on the ground. At the same time, we are advancing a strategic dialogue on the water sector, recognizing that water is not just a service, but a binding constraint on growth, resilience, and economic stability. We are also progressing the adaptation project for forestry, strengthening ecosystem resilience, and supporting livelihoods as part of a coordinated approach across key sectors. Mr. Speaker, our watersheds demand urgent and sustained attention. We cannot expect reliable water supply if we neglect the very source that sustains it. We cannot place the burden solely on WASCO while failing to protect and manage the upstream ecosystems on which the entire system depends. Mr. Speaker, the Vanna watershed is a clear example. It is not a geographic feature. It is a critical national asset. It supports water supply, regulates flows, reduces flood risk, and sustains communities and livelihoods. If we are serious about water security, then we must be serious about watershed management, protecting forest cover, addressing degradation, strengthening monitoring, and aligning land use with long-term sustainability, because water security does not begin at the top. It begins, Mr. Speaker, at the source. And this government is taking a coordinated approach to ensure that those sources are protected, restored, and managed for the benefit of the people of St. Lucia. Mr. Speaker, these are not standalone initiatives. They are part of a coherent national effort where resilience is planned, financed, and delivered in a structured way. A critical pillar of this approach is national ownership of climate finance. And in this regard, the St. Lucia Development Bank plays a pivotal role as a Green Climate Fund accredited entity, positioning St. Lucia to directly access resources, structure investments, and deliver impact at scale. And Mr. Speaker, this is something we should not take lightly, because the Green Climate Fund accreditation is not automatic. It is earned. It reflects institutional strength, fiduciary standards, and the confidence of the international community in our ability to manage and deliver climate finance responsibly. So when we speak about accreditation, we are not speaking about a label or a title. We are speaking about access. We are speaking about opportunity. And we are speaking about our capacity to deliver. Mr. Speaker, the difference is clear. Before we had activity without alignment. Now we have coordination with purpose. Before we pursued projects, now we are building a pipeline of investments. Before we responded, now we are structuring, positioning, and delivering. Mr. Speaker, this is how we build resilience. This is how we unlock climate finance. And this is how we secure a stronger, more sustainable future for St. Lucia. Mr. Speaker, as Minister for Economic Development and Youth Economy, I wish to emphasize that the Appropriation Bill is not simply a collection of allocations. It is part of a coherent national development framework. Under the stewardship of this ministry, we are responsible for donor coordination, development cooperation, coordinating major capital projects, the PSIP, advancing the National Development Plan, leading the preparation of the medium-term development strategy, defining new growth frontiers, including the blue economy, strengthening the role of the Central Statistical Office and national data systems, providing oversight of the Youth Economy Agency. Mr. Speaker, My ministry's role is to ensure that development is planned, prioritized, and delivered. Mr. Speaker, we are doing so by first aligning our national priorities with global financing frameworks, strengthening our engagement with development partners, and advancing a pipeline of bankable, investment-ready projects. Mr. Speaker, this is how this government, this SLP administration, ensures that St. Lucia is not simply reacting to global changes, but is actively leveraging them to advance national development. Mr. Speaker, I listened carefully to members of the House of the Honorable Side yesterday. Some spoke with pride about the achievements within their ministries. Others shared the voices and concerns of the constituents. Mr. Speaker, I will do the same. But I also want to take a few minutes to speak to something that is often less visible, but absolutely fundamental: the important role of my ministry in national development process. The ministry that the Honorable Prime Minister has entrusted to my stewardship, the Ministry of Economic Development, does not always sit at the front of public attention. We do not always stand out in cutting ribbons. We are not always the most visible ministry, but Mr. Speaker, we are present at every critical stage where it matters and when it matters most. We are there in the planning. We are there in the prioritization. We are there in the structuring. We are there in the financing. And we are there in ensuring that national priorities are translated into implementable projects. Mr. Speaker, through the Public Sector Investment Program, it is this ministry that identifies, prioritizes, and sequences national investment, ensuring that limited resources are directed to areas of greatest impact. Through our coordination with the Central Statistical Office, we ensure that policy and planning are grounded in credible, timely, and relevant data, because development without data is direction without clarity. Through the National Development and Economic Planning Units, we bring coherence across ministries, ensuring that planning is not done in silos, but as part of a coordinated national approach. And Mr. Speaker, while we speak about silos, I know the Prime Minister has made some points about the importance of us moving away from working as individual silos. But Mr. Speaker, I'll address that a little later on if I have additional time. Mr. Speaker, when we speak
You have
of
15 minutes left, member.
Mr. Speaker, when we speak of major national investments, the reconstruction of St. Jude Hospital, the Hall of Justice, the Julian Arand Highway, and the administrative building in Soufrière, which I know the honourable member for Soufrière is particularly proud of. And I must say, Mr. Speaker, what's good for Soufrière is good for ancillary canals. My ministry has been integrally involved in all of these, not just as an observer, Mr. Speaker, but as a central enabler, ensuring that these projects are aligned with national priorities, properly structured, and positioned for financing and implementation. And more than that, Mr. Speaker, we are there in the hard moments. We are there troubleshooting challenges as they arise, negotiating with contractors, and at times serving as the bridge between contractors, consultants, and even the final beneficiaries. Because development, Mr. Speaker, is not just about plans on paper. It is about resolving issues, aligning interests, and keeping the projects moving forward. Mr. Speaker, that is the role of the Ministry of Economic Development. We are enablers of national transformation, and we are the bridge between vision and execution. Mr. Speaker, I must also say this. We do not at the moment have a dedicated communications officer, much less a full communications unit, like many other ministries, to support the sharing of our work. There are no teams preparing polished media releases or managing continuous public engagement. In fact, Mr. Speaker, it is the very same officers who are troubleshooting challenges, solving problems, and managing complex portfolios who must also find the time to prepare those updates. And yet, despite that, the work continues. The results are there. But Mr. Speaker, that must change, because the work of this ministry is too important, too impactful, and too central to national development to remain behind the scenes. So yes, Mr. Speaker, we will be showcasing more. We will be more deliberate in communicating our work, more intentional in highlighting our impact, and more consistent in ensuring that the people of St. Lucia not only understand not only what is being delivered, but how it is being delivered and by whom, on instruction of the Prime Minister, by the way. Because while it's on focus on visibility, this ministry has focused on delivery. Mr. Speaker, it is quite evident that the international community is shifting this approach. There is now a broader recognition that climate change is not only an environmental issue, they have recognized climate change as a macro development challenge, and that investment in resilience must be scaled up significantly. Also, partnerships must move beyond project-based support toward pragmatic long-term engagement. St. Lucia is not on the margins of this conversation, Mr. Speaker. We are actively engaging and positioning ourselves within this evolving landscape. But Mr. Speaker, for many years, development cooperation has been characterized by fragmentation, projects driven by external priorities, limited coordination, and weak alignment with national objectives. Mr. Speaker, we are changing that approach. We are moving from donor-led engagement to country-driven development cooperation. Mr. Speaker, this means aligning all partner support with national priorities, shifting from isolated projects to programmatic multi-year engagement, and ensuring that external financing supports a coherent national investment strategy. Mr. Speaker, we are engaging development partners not as passive recipients, but as strategic partners in national transformation. We are doing so by aligning our national priorities with global financing frameworks, strengthening our engagement with development partners, and advancing a pipeline of bankable investment-ready projects. This is how we ensure that St. Lucia is not simply reacting to global changes, but is actively leveraging them to advance national development. Mr. Speaker, this appropriation bill is strengthened by the continued support of our development partners, including multilateral institutions, bilateral partners, and the regional organizations whose engagement reflects confidence in the direction we are taking as a country. Mr. Speaker, it's only last week I was in Washington, and I said to the Minister of Health, I don't know how he was aware of the great work, the great work I did on his work in delivering the comments at the World Bank, Mr. Speaker. It will surprise you to know, Mr. Speaker, that St. Lucia is the only country in the Caribbean with a health compact, Mr. Speaker. The only country in the Caribbean. And the Minister of Health is very modest about it, Mr. Speaker, but it is a very significant achievement. Mr. Speaker, there will be those who say we rely too heavily on development partners. Mr. Speaker, strategic engagement is not dependence, it is leverage. The real question is whether we are shaping that engagement to serve our national interests, and this government is doing exactly that. But equally important is the role of our diaspora. Not only are contributors, they are not only contributors through remittances, but as investors, knowledge partners, and advocates for St. Lucia on the global stage. We must continue to deepen these relationships as part of a broader development strategy. Mr. Speaker, the question is no longer whether financing exists globally. The question is whether we are positioned to access it. And this appropriation bill answers that question decisively. Mr. Speaker, it reflects a deliberate shift to how we approach development. We are moving away from fragmented and ad hoc interventions toward a model of structured, strategic investment. This means aligning our major investments with national priorities, sequencing investments for maximum impact, ensuring that resources are deployed where they deliver the greatest return. Mr. Speaker, every allocation must be understood as part of a broader national investment portfolio, one that is designed to generate economic growth, strengthen resilience, and improve the quality of life for people. Mr. Speaker, a central instrument in delivering this is the Public Sector Investment Program, the PSIP. For too long, the PSIP has been viewed as a listing of projects. Mr. Speaker, we are changing that. The PSIP is being positioned as a strategic investment tool, one that drives prioritization, sequencing, and accountability across government. Mr. Speaker, it is no longer sufficient to identify projects. We must ensure that projects are ready, relevant, and resourced. Mr. Speaker, the PSIP is being transformed. No longer is it a passive list of projects, have big project ideas. It's becoming a disciplined investment engine. Mr. Speaker, we are enforcing stronger project appraisal and selection criteria, alignment with national priorities, clear timelines, and accountability frameworks. This ensures that capital investments deliver value, support economic growth, and strengthen our resilience. But Mr. Speaker, we will hear the criticism that projects are announced but not delivered, and that is precisely the issue we are fixing. The gap has never been ambition. It has been preparation and coordination. This government is addressing that gap directly. Mr. Speaker, a key constraint to development has been the absence of a strong pipeline of investment-ready projects. Too often we have good ideas, but not fully developed proposals. Policies, but weak links to financing. projects but limited readiness for implementation. Mr. Speaker, we are addressing this systematically. We are building a pipeline anchored in our development imperatives, sectoral strategies, and action plans, national policies, and critically important, the priorities of our citizens. The absence of a formal national development plan has long been a gap in our system. We are closing that gap. Mr. Speaker, for the first time, St. Lucia will have a comprehensive long-term development plan. We are moving from an ad hoc development to disciplined national planning. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry is advancing development of St. Lucia's first national development plan, a critical step to establishing a long-term, coherent framework for national transformation. At the same time, we are preparing the medium-term development strategy 2026 to 2031, which will translate that long-term vision into prioritized actions, sequence investments, and measurable outcomes. Mr. Speaker, there has been a narrative that development lacks a clear plan. Plan sits on shelves and plans are produced but not implemented. That is precisely why we are linking planning directly to the PSIP, budget allocations, monitoring and evaluation systems. Mr. Speaker, this is not planning for documentation. This is planning for execution. This will ensure that our development is not fragmented, but guided by a clear and integrated framework. Mr. Speaker, we are moving from informal and fragmented approaches to a structured, nationally aligned development system. The National Development Plan and the MTDS are central to that transformative process. Mr. Speaker, but plans alone are not enough. We are also transforming the Ministry of Economic Development and the youth economy itself to ensure it could deliver on its mandate. This includes strengthening project preparation capacity, improving interagency coordination, enhancing monitoring and evaluation systems, and embedding a culture of results-based management. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry is no longer just a coordinating body. It is becoming a delivery engine for national development. At the heart of this transformation is a dedicated team of St. Lucian economists and technical professionals who are leading this work with discipline and commitment. They are ensuring that projects are properly designed, fully costed, and supported by clear financing pathways. Mr. Speaker, this is critical because without strong technical preparation, projects cannot move forward. Mr. Speaker, there may be concerns about capacity, but let me emphasize this. St. Lucia has talent, and we know it because we continue to prove it. We see it across this country, in our doctors, our nurses, delivering care under pressure, in our educators, shaping the next generation, in our entrepreneurs, creating opportunity and driving innovation.
Remember, you have 5 minutes left.
And in our public officers. But Mr. Speaker, because I am not usually one to talk long, I would ask for a little more time. 20 minutes.
Member for Dennery North.
AG. 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 10 minutes. How much time?
10 minutes. 20.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to invoke section Standing Order 4210 to allow the honourable member for ancillary an additional 15 minutes within which to complete his presentation.
Honourable members, the question is that Standing Order 3210 be invoked to suspend Standing Order 32.8 to allow the member for ancillary canaries an additional 20 minutes. And now put the question, as many as that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it, the ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker,
you have an additional 20 minutes, member.
Mr. Speaker, the member for Dennery North doesn't want me to list the long list of projects that I've achieved in ancillary canaries, so I accept that. It makes him very uncomfortable, Mr. Speaker, particularly when I speak about bridges, Mr. Speaker. So I'll accept it. We see it across this country, Mr. Speaker, in doctors and nurses, thank you colleagues, and delivering care under pressure, in our educators shaping the next generation, in our entrepreneurs creating opportunity and driving innovation, in our public officers, economists, planners, engineers, environmental specialists, and statisticians who are designing, coordinating, and delivering increasingly complex programs. And Mr. Speaker, we see it in the very public service, We see it in the very public service that we so often criticize. Officers who continue to deliver, often under constraint, often without recognition. We see it as well in the private sector, where businesses continue to adapt, invest, and create opportunities in a challenging environment. Mr. Speaker, we must also learn to acknowledge that we must applaud and recognize our people for good work, for the good work that they are doing, just as we call them out when they falter. Because development is not driven by systems alone. It is driven by people, committed, capable, and resilient people. We see it in the work being led through by the ministry under the office of the NAO, the ODDDM and the SILF-IN projects, in the preparation of our budget estimates, in the digitization of government services to paperless systems, and in the advancement of national strategies and investment frameworks. Mr. Speaker, these are not isolated efforts. They reflect a growing base of local expertise, resilience, and commitment to national development. At the same time, we are honest about the constraints we face. As a small island development state, we do not always have the depth or specialized technical skills required across every sector at every point in time. But that is not a weakness, Mr. Speaker. It is a reality that we must manage strategically. So, Mr. Speaker, we leverage external support where it adds value, where it accelerates delivery, and where it transfers knowledge. We work with partners such as the Global Green Growth Institute, the International Institute for Sustainable Development, the Caribbean Community Climate Change Center, the World Bank, the World Economic Forum, OECD, Caribbean Development Bank, and others, not to replace local capacity, but to strengthen it. And importantly, Mr. Speaker, we are not just receiving support, we are learning, we are adapting, and we are building systems that endure beyond individual projects. Mr. Speaker, this is how sustainable development is achieved, by strengthening local institutions, by investing in our people, and by combining national talent with global expertise in a way that delivers real results for St. Lucia. But ultimately, Mr. Speaker, capacity is not only what we have today, it is what we are building for tomorrow. So, Mr. Speaker, this is how we are positioning St. Lucia to attract investment, not just domestically, but internationally, by ensuring that our people are ready, our projects are credible, prepared, and aligned with financing opportunities. We are creating the conditions for increased investor confidence, stronger development partnerships, and accelerated implementation. Mr. Speaker, this transformation from PSIP reform to pipeline development to institutional strengthening is fundamental to delivering the outcomes envisioned in this appropriation bill. Because ultimately, development is not defined by what we plan, but by what we deliver. Mr. Speaker, the blue economy represents one of the most significant, yes, under-structured opportunities for St. Lucia's economic transformation. We are not starting from zero. There is already a foundation of important work across multiple policy instruments and initiatives. These include the National Ocean Policy and Strategy Action Plan, Coastal Zone Management Frameworks, and the Marine Spatial Plan. We have also seen tangible interventions through the projects such as the Fish Adapt and the UBEC initiative, alongside emerging value chains such as CMOS production, both as a primary export and increasingly as a nutraceutical input. These are important building blocks. They demonstrate activity, commitment, and potential. But let us be honest, they exist largely as discrete policies, projects, and initiatives, rather than as part of a single, coherent, policy-led framework. Mr. Speaker, that has been the core constraint, because the issue has never been the absence of activity. The issue has been the absence of integration, prioritization, and structured investment. Mr. Speaker, we are now addressing this directly. My ministry is advancing the development of the Blue Economy Strategic Action Plan, not as another standalone document, but as an integrating framework that brings together existing policies, ongoing initiatives, and future investment opportunities into a single, coherent structure. This framework will articulate a clear national vision for the blue economy, aligned with our National Development Plan, our nationally determined contributions, and our broader economic priorities. It will identify and prioritize a pipeline of bankable investments, particularly in areas such as coastal resilience, sustainable fisheries, marine ecosystems, and blue carbon. It will establish clear financing pathways, including access to climate finance, blended finance instruments, and private sector participation. Mr. Speaker, the critical shift we are making is from policy articulation to investment structuring, because policy without financing pathways do not deliver transformation. And projects without policy coherence do not scale. Mr. Speaker, what we are building is a framework that does both, anchoring development in sound policy while translating that policy into financeable, implementable opportunities. This approach also positions St. Lucia to engage more effectively with our development partners to access climate and blue finance, and to explore opportunities for regional aggregation and scaling, which are increasingly important in a global environment where financing is aligned with structured programs, clear pipelines, and measurable outcomes. But Mr. Speaker, we are therefore moving beyond fragmented efforts and general discourse towards a defined, policy-driven, and investment-ready blue economy framework, one that reflects both the scale of the opportunity and the discipline required to realize it. Mr. Speaker, central to this government's development agenda is the recognition that economic transformation must be inclusive, forward-looking, and anchored in the expanding opportunity for all, particularly our young people. The youth economy must therefore be understood not as a social program, but as a deliberate and integral component of our economic strategy. Mr. Speaker, for too long, young people have engaged the economy from its margins, facing limited access to finance, constrained opportunities for enterprise development, and pathways to employment that are often uncertain or misaligned with the needs of a modern and evolving economy. Mr. Speaker, through the work of the Youth Economy Agency and related initiatives, this government is repositioning young people as an active participant in economic activity, entrepreneurs and innovators, and contributors to emerging and high potential sectors of the economy. And Mr. Speaker, this is not incidental, it is strategic, because the long-term sustainability and competitiveness of our economy depend on our ability to broaden economic participation, foster innovation and productivity, and address structural challenges, particularly youth unemployment and underemployment. The youth economy provides a platform for which enterprise development is supported, access to opportunities and markets is facilitated, and skills are aligned with evolving economic demands. It is about creating the conditions in which young people are not waiting to enter the economy, but are actively shaping it. Mr. Speaker, we will hear the argument that youth initiatives have not gone far enough. But transforming economic participation is not achieved through isolated interventions. It requires sustained, structured, and coordinated action. Mr. Speaker, this appropriation bill strengthens that approach, moving beyond programs towards systems that support youth participation at scale, and embedding youth economy firmly within the broader national development framework. Mr. Speaker, systems and strategies by themselves do not deliver results. We can invest in platforms, dashboards, and the latest digital tools, but without the people to drive them, they will not transform anything. In an area where artificial intelligence is often presented as the solution to every challenge, we must remain grounded in a simple reality. Technology does not replace judgment, and data systems do not replace expertise. Mr. Speaker, AI can process information, but it cannot interpret the lived realities of our people, the structure of our economy, or the policy trade-offs we must make. That responsibility rests with the trained professionals of the government of St. Lucia, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, this is why we are working closely with the Ministry of the Public Service to ensure that the Central Statistical Office is supported with the full complement of staff it requires. Mr. Speaker, we require statisticians, data analysts, field officers, technical specialists who are equipped, trained, and retained within the system. Mr. Speaker, development is not sustained by tools alone. It is sustained by institutions with the capacity to use those tools effectively. Mr. Speaker, this is not an abstract discussion. It goes to the heart of how we understand and manage our economy. But Mr. Speaker, how do we know if our policies are working? We know because of the data. We know through the labor force survey, which tells us whether jobs are being created, whether unemployment is declining, and whether opportunities are expanding across the country. We know through CPI, which tracks the cost of living, and reflects the pressures faced by households in their daily lives. We know through demographic and population data, which reveal how our society is evolving, how our workforce is changing, and what that means for planning in education, health, housing, and social recognition and social services. Mr. Speaker, I take this opportunity to recognize the dedicated staff of the Ministry of Economic Development. Their work is often behind the scenes, quiet, technical, and demanding, but it is essential. They are the ones who plan, coordinate, troubleshoot, and ensure that national priorities are translated into real implementable programs. Despite limited resources and without the visibility that many other ministries enjoy, they continue to deliver with professionalism and commitment. For that, I express my sincere appreciation. Mr. Speaker, can we see how ancillary canneries is growing? Mr. Speaker, we could see how ancillary canneries is growing. We could see it not only in the physical development taking place across the community, but also in the people, in the families, and yes, even in the birth rates, which tells us that these communities are alive, expanding, and full of potential. Mr. Speaker, that growth must be planned for, it must be supported, and it must be guided, because growth without planning places pressure on infrastructure, on water systems, on schools, on health services, and on livelihoods. But growth that is properly understood and supported becomes opportunity. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, data matters. That is why the work of the Central Statistical Office is so critical, because it allows us to measure these changes, to understand the evolving demographics of our communities, and to plan accordingly. Mr. Speaker, when we speak about development in communities like ancillary and canneries, we are not speaking in general terms. We are speaking about real people, growing families, changing needs, and the responsibility of government to anticipate and to respond. Because development must not chase growth, it must guide it. And that is exactly what this government is doing, ensuring that as communities grow, they are supported with the infrastructure, the services, and the opportunities required to sustain that growth and improved quality of life. Mr. Speaker, that is how we ensure that growth translates into development, and that development into real progress for our people. These are not simply statistical exercises. They are the instruments for which we read and understand the economy. And that economy grows and becomes more complex. The demand for stronger, more responsive data systems become even more greater. Mr. Speaker, growth alone is not sufficient. We must understand who is benefiting from that growth, where opportunities can be created, and where gaps remain. That is how we will determine whether development is inclusive. That is how we determine whether it is working. So, Mr. Speaker, this is why strengthening the CSO is a priority in this financial year. Mr. Speaker, we will continue what we have started with the support of the OACS Data for Decision-Making Project and the National Strategy for Development of Statistics. Mr. Speaker, we are building a system in which data is not simply collected and reported, but actively used to guide policy, inform investment decisions, and track outcomes across government. Because at the end of the day, the question is straightforward. How do we measure progress? Not by what is announced, not by what is intended, but what it changes. By whether unemployment declines, whether the cost of living stabilizes, whether opportunities expand, and whether the quality of life of our people improves. Mr. Speaker, this is why the investment in data, in people, and in systems is so essential. If we cannot measure progress, we cannot manage it. And if we cannot manage it, we cannot deliver it. That is the standard we are setting, and that is the transformation we are advancing. Mr. Speaker, as the parliamentary representative for ancillary canneries, I speak not only from a policy perspective, but from lived experience and direct engagement. The West Coast, from ancillary through canneries to Soufriere, is central to this government's development agenda. These are not peripheral communities, Mr. Speaker. They are communities of history, culture, resilience, and real economic potential that is too often underestimated and at times overlooked. Mr. Speaker, they sit at the front line of climate vulnerability, facing coastal erosion, extreme weather, and environmental change. They depend on the sea for livelihoods, yet they carry something equally valuable: identity, culture, and tradition. Mr. Speaker, identity is not a soft concept. It is an economic asset. Mr. Speaker, development in these communities cannot be piecemeal. It cannot be seasonal, and it certainly cannot be theoretical. It must be deliberate, integrated, and sustained. Mr. Speaker, along the corridor, we are advancing a model for development that is both place-based and people-centered. Infrastructure investments are improving connectivity, opening up opportunities and supporting livelihoods in communities that have long waited enough for their share of attention. And yes, Mr. Speaker, we are seeing it, they are feeling it, and they know the difference. Mr. Speaker, at the same time, we are addressing resilience not as an afterthought, but as a priority. Through projects like the Fish Adapt and UBEC, we are strengthening fisheries, improving value chains, and supporting the sustainability of marine resources. Because those who depend on the sea should be left vulnerable to it. They should be empowered by it. But let us not reduce the West Coast to roads and fisheries alone. Mr. Speaker, there's another economy there, one that does not always show up in traditional statistics, but one that has always existed. Mr. Speaker, the orange economy is real and it is active. From the fish fries to the music, the storytelling, the craft, the festivals. These are not just cultural expressions. They are business, they are enterprise, they are income. For too long, we admired them without investing in them. This government sees identity not as nostalgia, but as value, as confidence, and as opportunity. Our responsibility is not simply to preserve that identity, but to make it work for our people. We are already doing that, Mr. Speaker. We have achieved Le Chalet, Mr. Speaker, and I invite our members on the 1st of May to come take in a bit of culture, Mr. Speaker, at Le Chalet. When space, structure, and support are provided, creativity responds. Culture becomes organized, presented, and monetized. To put it simply, Mr. Speaker, it works. And because it works, we are expanding it. In this financial year, we will replicate this model across communities, starting with canneries. Creativity does not thrive in isolation. It needs space, it needs support, and quite frankly, it needs to pay. Mr. Speaker, we are ensuring that creatives have a space to express, a space to create, and importantly, a space to earn. If we are serious about the orange economy, we must move beyond applauding talent and start financing it. Mr. Speaker, we are also ensuring that communities along the West Coast are not spectators in tourism, but participants. We are strengthening how they are packaged and present their cultural assets, connecting them more effectively to tourism value chains, ensuring that when the sector grows, they benefit not on the margins, but directly. Mr. Speaker, this is how identity becomes opportunity. This is how culture moves from beyond observed to being valued. And yes, this is personal. Growing up in Jackman, Mr. Speaker, I remember the rhythm of community life, the fishing, the music, the evenings, the stories, the laughter. Creativity was everywhere, not staged or curated, but lived. At the time, we did not call it an economy, but it was. Value was being created. People were earning, communities were sustaining themselves. What we are doing now is recognizing that the value and giving it structure. Mr. Speaker, this is what inclusion looks like in practice. Not a mention in a speech, not a line in a document, but real, visible development that reaches communities, reflects who they are, and create opportunities where people live. Communities like Answer and Canneries, Mr. Speaker, are being positioned strategically and deliberately within the national development trajectory for investment in infrastructure, resilience,
Member, you have 5 minutes left.
Culture, and enterprise. So, Mr. Speaker, since I have 5 minutes left, I'm going to go to the point that is most important. Mr. Speaker, with the 5 minutes, Mr. Speaker, I will reserve that and simply give thanks to the Almighty God for the strength, wisdom, and guidance to carry out the responsibility entrusted in me. I extend my sincere appreciation to this Honorable Prime Minister for his leadership and to my cabinet colleagues for their continued collaboration in advancing the development of St. Lucia. Mr. Speaker, I would also like to thank my family for their continued support, patience, and understanding, particularly during periods when the demands of public service require long hours and difficult decisions. Their support makes this work possible. Mr. Speaker, the public service is a responsibility I do not take lightly. I remain committed to serving with integrity, purpose, and unwavering focus and improving the lives of the people of St. Lucia, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the constituency of Answer Canneries will forever remain dear in the hearts of this government and in my heart, Mr. Speaker. We will continue, Mr. Speaker, at every single opportunity to ensure that the people of Answer Canneries, Mr. Speaker, get exactly what they deserve. Mr. Speaker, every single opportunity in not only the appropriation bill, but in the budget, Mr. Speaker, speaks to a government that believes in the constituency of Answer Canneries, that believes in the people of Answer Canneries, and that believes, Mr. Speaker, in the West Coast, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, whether we speak about sporting facilities, whether we speak about the West Coast Fire Station, the repairs to the jetting canneries, Mr. Speaker, the housing coming in Belvedere, in Masquerade, Mr. Speaker, and I heard the member for Grosley, Mr. Speaker, yesterday speak about the Johnson Charles Sports Academy, and I think he went on to say somewhere on the West Coast. But I want to remind him, Mr. Speaker, that Johnson Charles is from the community of Millet, and we expect, Mr. Speaker, that the Johnson Charles Cricket Academy will be placed in the community which has given rise to the talent, Mr. Speaker. We have demonstrated over the years, whether it is female cricket or male cricket, that we have a capacity to develop the talent in that constituency. We will appreciate, Mr. Speaker, strong consideration going towards the community when that time comes for the erection of the Johnson Charles Cricket Academy. With these few words, Mr. Speaker, I would have liked to have gone on for longer, Mr. Speaker, to be quite honest with you. But my colleagues don't want me, don't want me to make them feel uncomfortable. So I reserve my list of projects, Mr. Speaker, when we get to Jeremy Street in the not too distant future. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Afraid of what?
Member from Miku South.
Afraid of what? Huh? Really? What do you think I'm afraid speak to the manager. Yeah, that's all. But I'm saying I can speak to the manager. So let me speak for
Mr. Speaker, my colleagues, to all my fellow St. Lucians, and more specifically to my constituents in Miku South. Again, I want to reiterate how grateful I am for their continued support and what a privilege it is for me to continue to be able to represent them in this House, but also in government. Speaker, I'm going to use this opportunity to make another plea, because sometimes I listen to the members on the opposite side, and it's almost as if they've forgotten that they were the incumbent government. They are the previous government at this point. They were in government for the last 5 years. And, Mr. Speaker, the Blasha Community Center, which has been completed and remains closed. And when I hear the ideas of opening up more community centers, I applaud that. I think it's a fantastic thing. But the fact is, if you can justify the need for community centers in your own constituency, and we have a community center that in fact is already open, and in fact one that was built using the Prime Minister's own ideology on resilience. And if you saw the state of some of the hurricane centers, even in the Deriso, Blasha community areas, this center is an absolute necessity to be open. This has nothing to do with the district rep. This has everything to do with the people in the constituency. I had congratulated the member from Dennery North when he became the Minister of Infrastructure. I told him I'm looking forward to come and seeing him soon in order to invite him to come and see some of the roads in my constituency, in the Consumiko South. Okay. The T. Rocher Road, all the way to Calypso, the Chic Road, the Font Road to Deriso, back roads, Leslie, Gaumier, Dormel, and the Wishba 2 roads are all in dire need. I understand that your plate is full, but I'm hoping that we will be able to get some resources dedicated to the area. In the areas of sports, Duga basketball court, Lacouville basketball court, and also the playing field. The continuation of the Deriso field. In fact, we've put down a world-class AstroTurf field. I'm very happy to see the number of events that have been taking place there with lights. But unfortunately, the stands have never been completed. The washrooms have never been completed. And I hope that in some of the resources that the state is allocating, that Miku South would not be forgotten. Aja playing field is in need for repair. The T. Rocher Primary School, the field has not been used for some time. And notwithstanding the work that I've been doing on the Bosha playing field and also on the plague center that we put in Bosha, I think it is a field that is absolutely needed for the younger kids in that area. In the area of housing, we had left a cabinet conclusion for the subdivision of the government lands by the Aja School, almost 130 lots. That has not been implemented. I'm grateful that work was done on the Wishba area. I wish that there was more consultation with the families there because there had been a long-standing dispute among family members. And I see that we've gone ahead and done the subdivision, and many of the lands have been sold for people outside of that particular area. There's a broken shelter on the main road, and I've watched it stay in its dilapidated condition for almost 6 months now. And I'm hoping that whichever entity is involved or in charge, that they would do it and fix it, because it is going to be dangerous for some people. If you see it, you'll know for yourself how dangerous it is. And people are still vending from underneath that location. I had spoken to the former Minister of Infrastructure during my time, the idea of putting a roundabout at the gap of Deriso. And I'm hoping that that's a project that we would give some consideration to. Because when we're talking about empowering our people, the idea was to have a roundabout and also to be able to have a farmer's market so that persons, exactly, thank you very much, Tivalash, in order to be able to have that facility there so that the farmers and the young persons who are manufacturing products would have a place to be able to sell it. And in fact, it would be easy now for persons who are traversing on that road to get on and off of that road. And I'm hoping it's an idea that I can sit down with the government and have a discussion with. I was hoping that there would have been a change of portfolios in local government, but the Prime Minister has gone ahead and repeated and put in the minister there. So I'm not going to make an appeal to him, but I'm happy that he's going to be speaking after me. So this plea is through you, Mr. Chair, Mr. Speaker, to the Prime Minister and also to the Attorney General. For 4 years, I was not able to appoint somebody on the council. This is something that is by law. It's part of the act. And I very much would like to see this resolved.
Member for Castries Central.
Mr. Speaker, on a point of order, the law clearly states that I wish to rearrange. I don't want to say ignorance because it may not be parliamentary palatable, but I want to elucidate the member from Miku South.
So what is the point? What is the point of order?
That the law does not state that the law does not empower him to appoint any councillor. The law empowers the Minister of Local Government. Okay? Not the district representative.
Is that the law, member?
Yes. Yes, it is.
Does the law not allow each parliamentary representative one nominee on each council?
No. It is a courtesy that has been extended. Mr. Speaker.
I actually signed that law as president of the Senate.
No.
And that is what it says.
No,
Each
Mr.
member for a constituency shall be entitled to nominate a member in the constituency of his or her.
It's not the law, but notwithstanding, Mr. Speaker.
Remember, I have ruled on that.
Yes, but notwithstanding.
No, there's no notwithstanding.
No, I'm still saying, Mr. Speaker, that he has a nominee on council. He has a nominee on council.
That's a different point of order. So what is the point of order now?
No, he's saying that he has not been permitted, and when he has.
Okay. That's a different point of order.
Very well, Mr. Speaker. I don't want to pick hairs here, Mr. Speaker, but if you come with the truth. You have a member you have a nominee on council.
You've made the point. Would you care to respond to them?
Mr. Speaker, debating with somebody who the truth is very foreign to becomes more and more difficult, Mr. Speaker. All I'm going to ask for is I will copy the Attorney General.
Member from Miku South, you made a point.
Thank you.
That you have not been able to nominate somebody. The member has said the minister responsible for that portfolio has stated that you in fact have a member on the council.
It's not true, Mr. Speaker.
Okay.
But as I said, I'm not going to get into a crosstalk debate with the minister. I will write to the minister or to the council again. That's who I'm supposed to write, and I will copy the office of the Prime Minister and to the Attorney General's office. Okay, Mr. Speaker. I don't know what one has to do with the other, but anyway, Mr. Speaker. I also listened with great intent on everybody's speeches, but particularly the Minister of Agriculture and also the Prime Minister. I applaud the new efforts that were being made in agriculture. I think it's very, very important. I'm also very grateful, and I don't know if it's by coincidence or if it was by plan, but to say that the opposition absolutely supports the Love St. Lucia campaign. It is timely. It's necessary, and we are fully on board with the program. I know that this was an initiative that Mr. Felix, when he was minister, started, and there was an official launching in June of 2021. So, Mr. Speaker, whoever gets the credit, whether it's by accident, that it's the same name, whatever it is, it doesn't matter. The content and the intention of the program is extremely worthwhile. That being said, I'm only hoping that the fact that cocoa has not been mentioned at all is just an oversight. Because if we talk about diversification, and we know what the issues are with bananas, because despite the member from Denver,
Mr. Speaker,
Member Castries office.
Mr. Speaker, on a point of order, I don't want to say that the member is misleading the House, or perhaps I should just...
That has to be the point of order, though. If you don't want to say that, you have no point of order.
I'd like to elucidate the member.
Just a minute. Member, are you yielding?
Well, Mr. Speaker, on a point of order, the member is misleading the House. I did mention cocoa, and I spoke of the fact that Mars Chocolate is looking to acquire some cocoa operations in St. Lucia. He may have missed that.
Yes, remember I can confirm. Remember I can confirm that she did say that.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very grateful to hear that because my constituency in particular has a very strong interest in the continuation, development, and promotion of cocoa. So, Mr. Speaker, at this time I also want to again emphasize my condolences to Marilyn Blashaw, whose son Eves recently died of cancer. As many people have known, that I have been out in a large part because of the illness of my father. And I've had the opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to spend time with both my parents who are 91. And I have to say to you, I've always known that love and family were very important. But it was really reinforced because when my father left here as an ambulance, that he didn't know if he was going to come back to St. Lucia. And in fact, he didn't know if he was going to walk again. And I'm very happy to report to all the persons who've been sending out love and greetings that my father returned to St. Lucia today. And in fact, he physically walked down the stairs of the plane. So that's something that I'm very, very proud of. But I say that because Marilyn got to spend the last days with her son at her home. And she was telling the story of sitting in the balcony, being able to cook together. And sometimes we forget the importance of those simple things and what family means and the gift that we get when we get to share that kind of time with our loved ones. So again, to Marilyn and to her family, I want to express my deepest sympathies. I also want to recognize Mr. Monroe for the outstanding work that he's been doing, particularly in table tennis, and the table tennis champions that continue to come out of our constituency. I look forward to continuing to support his efforts, both at the school and schools, as well as the summer programs that we do. Mr. Speaker, I think it would be remiss of me if I did not compliment the Prime Minister. I thought, Mr. Prime Minister, through you, Mr. Speaker, that your delivery of your appropriations bill was very, very well done. I thought that the breakdown of your budget explanation was extremely good and very, very clear. And for that, I was very, very happy. Mr. Speaker, I also want to say that I heard several social programs with the clear intention to be able to uplift people's lives. And I want to again say that the opposition will not oppose any of those initiatives. In fact, we will do everything that we can to be able to see them to their fruition and that they fulfill all of their obligations. Particularly, Mr. Speaker, I want to reiterate the Love campaign is an excellent campaign, and I don't know which ministry is taking the lead on it, whether it's going to be commerce or whether it's going to be agriculture, whichever one it is. But be assured of the full support of the Office of the Leader of the Opposition, and in particular, the support of the opposition. Mr. Speaker, I think it's an important time for us to be able to put some things in perspective. If we go to the Social Economic Review this year on page 9, Mr. Speaker, we'll get there. Page 9. Mr. Speaker, on page 9, Mr. Speaker, we will see that, sorry, not page 9, page 14, Mr. Speaker. We'll see that the growth rates for the ECCU of this year. We'll see, Mr. Speaker, that the average growth rate in the ECCU was 3.6%. Page 14. The Social and Economic Review. Page 14. We'll see that, sorry? 1-4. We'll see that, Mr. Speaker, Antigua and Barbuda, that their growth rate this year was 5%. Tourism-led. We'll see that Dominica, 3.1%. Grenada, 4.4%. St. Kitts and Nevis, 2.7%. And St. Vincent and the Grenadines, 3.4%. And St. Lucia, Mr. Speaker, minus 0.6%. Mr. Speaker, this tells us a story because these are the countries that, for the most part, Mr. Speaker, are in our same environment. Tourism dependent, within the same regions of where the tourists are, and yet we saw that there has been a substantial growth rate in those areas. Now, Mr. Speaker, this brings up an opportunity to be able to hopefully, I live in hope, to bring a critical issue to mind. If we go back and we compare 2021, we go to page 9. I apologize, Mr. Speaker, I'll be happy to give you my copy afterwards. So this is as we're coming out of COVID. This is the 2020 and 2021. So what did we see, Mr. Speaker? Antigua and Barbuda contracted by 20.2%. Dominica contracted by 16.6%. Grenada contracted by 13.8%. St. Kitts and Nevis contracted by 14.2%. And St. Vincent and the Grenadines contracted by 5.3%. And St. Lucia contracted by 24%. And the argument by members in government today, but in opposition at the time, that additional contraction was as a result of somehow mismanagement on my government's part. The fact is, Mr. Speaker, facts are there for themselves, that Cardi had reevaluated St. Lucia's GDP. And in revaluing the GDP, said that tourism, the Social and Economic Review, tourism was underemphasized, page 9. 2021. Was the GDP was rebased with the understanding that tourism was understated. So clearly, when you have an event like COVID and tourism contracts to the extent that it did, and if tourism is weighted heavier in our GDP, the fall is going to be more precipitous. That's exactly what happened. But the reality is that every single country saw significant, unprecedented contractions in their GDP because of COVID. Planes weren't flying. Hotels were closed. The world was literally shut down. Lockdowns were in place. How is your economy not going to contract? But now, sir, if we now go, Mr. Speaker, and we go to 2022 of the Social and Economic Review, we'll see that, Mr. Speaker, that year, Antigua grew by 8.5%. Dominica grew by 5.9%. Remember, that's after the significant contraction. Grenada grew by 5.9. St. Kitts grew by 7.7. St. Vincent grew by 5. St. Lucia had grown by 18%. So in fact, 2 years in a row, St. Lucia recovered with double-digit GDP growth. And none of the other OECS countries, and I dare say other than Guyana, who had just started their oil refinery, that was the only other country that had double-digit growth. So the plans that we put afoot, which was that we were going to coexist with COVID, and we were going to save lives and livelihoods, and the idea of keeping the doors open is what helped bring back our economy. And you know, the words that were used, which were, and they resonated with me, nobody is coming to help us, Mr. Speaker. That should be our mantra. That should be our reminder every day, because there's no truer words that are said than that. So taking the initiatives that we did was understanding that nobody was coming to rescue us, and we had to take matters in our own hand. But the question I have to ask, Mr. Speaker, because we're leading up to where we are, where now the rest of the OECS is growing and St. Lucia has contracted. What happened? After we had this fantastic head start, what happened? Did we reach a ceiling? Is that what happened? I'm going to tell you what happened, Mr. Speaker. Politics got in the way of economics. We saw that DSH was stopped. We saw Cabot was put under pressure. We saw the decision of the cruise port in Vieux Fort, which I have to say I'm so happy to hear that the government is going to start again. for all the reasons. Castries is too congested. You don't want to build an Oasis-class ship facility in Castries. Putting it in Viewfort is the ideal place. The South has more growth potential for tours and to become a marquee destination that the cruise lines cannot afford to miss because they make their money on the tours. The South is rich with all of those things. So, Mr. Speaker, I applaud that decision. But the project was stopped. Roads, Mr. Speaker. The Rodney Bay Road was stopped, Mr. Speaker. And that's interesting in the stopping of the road now. The road was stopped because there were allegations of corruption, substantiated or supported by the former Minister of Infrastructure. I don't know how he was saying that a project that was being managed by him, that somehow there was corruption. But anyway, that's for another day. That's for him to explain, not for me. But the project was stopped. And members on the opposite side said that $15 million was highway robbery, should not be done. And that was for 2 roundabouts, 4 lanes, and 1 pedestrian walkway over. And today, we're going to go and do a project for over $30 million to continue that project and go to Grosley. Also in this budget is that you're going to do a bridge, a shock bridge, 1 bridge, for $22 million. And yet you said that the Rodney Bay Road at $15 million was a highway robbery. Can you imagine, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, the housing projects in Tavern and Shock were stopped. The HIA airport had been stopped. The police headquarters in town was stopped. The St. Jude's Hospital was stopped. Mr. Speaker, I cannot imagine where this country would have been if, in fact, we had put politics aside and we had continued down the road of expanding the capacity of this country and living by the motto that no one is coming to rescue us. Mr. Speaker, we had a situation, Mr. Speaker, particularly in tourism. And my colleague, Prime Minister, and I, a lot of people may not know that, and we keep it quiet, and that's fine, in terms of how far back we go. But he was the Minister of Tourism. So I have to say, Prime Minister, I was a bit taken back when you said that I was the only person who thought that tourism could come back. But I'm hoping now that maybe you have a new confidence in tourism and where tourism can go. And I think that that's a fantastic thing. Mr. Speaker, like he never said it was only going to be 2 years. But Mr. Speaker, was that philosophy, the philosophy of not supporting the programs that were afoot. And those, I believe, have hindered us in moving forward. The Minister of Tourism, the member from Castries South would know. He said it. The one source market that has continued to grow and that has exceeded where we were before COVID was the States. And that did not happen by accident, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it did not happen by accident. By opening up our doors, the Americans were flying. We got flights from Texas. We got flights from Chicago. We got extra flights from Miami. And fact is, when you go online in those days, and if an American wanted to travel abroad, there was only 4 or 5 destinations they could go to. It was the greatest marketing campaign we could have ever had. And Mr. Speaker, in 2020, starting in June, something that the government criticized at the time, but it's been paying dividends. And there's no how do I want to say it? It's not by chance that the Canadian market and the UK market were late, because we didn't have flights from those destinations. And we came on board the same time as everyone else did. But we had a significant advantage in the marketplace, Mr. Speaker, because we were one of the few destinations offering and opening up for business. Mr. Speaker, when I look at this budget, and I look at the macro numbers, and I look at what the results of last year, I'm a bit concerned. And sadly, it brings back a very famous statement now that was made by the former member from Vieux Fort South in 2015, when he said, something went wrong. And what he was speaking about was that the debt in St. Lucia had risen to the point that St. Lucia was perceived as being a risk. And they could not even borrow monies on the bond market. They were literally down to treasury bills. Mr. Speaker, that happens when people are seeing that we're not adhering to the rules. So, Mr. Speaker, there are several fiscal rules that have been outlined for us by the IMF and by the CDB and by the World Bank. They're saying that we should have a target of a debt to GDP of 60%. Notwithstanding, Mr. Speaker, that in 2020, our debt to GDP went to 92%. And it went there because of the contraction of the GDP. Everybody knows debt to GDP is debt over GDP. If the bottom number is going to contract by 24%, the ratio is going to deteriorate, as it did. But here's the interesting thing, Mr. Speaker. The following year, we grew 12%, and the debt to GDP went to 82%. The following year, we grew by 18%, and the debt to GDP went to 70%, Mr. Speaker. So by 2023, we had fully recovered our revenues. Our debt to GDP was very much in line and on target if we had continued certain disciplines to get back down to the 60%, Mr. Speaker. The goal of stimulating the economy by opening up with tourism and by using construction, and let's not forget, construction was one of the few economic activities that we saw that we could make investments in, and it was not jeopardizing people for COVID. They were working outdoors and separated. What was a better time to build roads in St. Lucia than during COVID? No school, businesses were shut, the roads were free. We should have taken even more advantage of advancing our infrastructure during that time, and we would have achieved two things: creating economic activity and building capacity so that when the world reopened, that we would be in a better position, Mr. Speaker, to take advantage of it. But here it is today, our debt to GDP is 85%. 85%, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, overall fiscal deficit says that there should be a narrowing to 2.3% by 2030, 2031. We're at minus 2.8%. We're moving in the wrong direction, Mr. Speaker. Our primary surplus should be 2.1% of GDP. We're at 0.5, Mr. Speaker. We can boast all we want that we have surpluses, but those surpluses that we're currently getting are below the target levels that have been set for us or have been given to us as guidelines as to where we should be going. Improved control of compensation of employees. We have seen a $30 million increase, Mr. Speaker. There's no rationalization plan. Every single ministry Mr. Speaker, is showing that the amount of recurrent expenditures to their total expenditures, meaning wages and salaries, is in excess of 90%. And it's increasing. And I dare say, Mr. Speaker, and the Prime Minister, Minister of Finance, is that there has not been an adjustment in the wage bills of our workers in the public service since inflation.
Are they represented by a union?
Mr. Speaker, union negotiations are going to come soon. Union negotiations are going to come soon. It is a clear threat that is existing, that the wage bill, even without hiring additional people, Mr. Speaker, may end up increasing. Rent, Mr. Speaker. Rent is at $85 million now, Mr. Speaker. And while members on the other side may not want to appreciate, but the halls of justice is being done through a bolt arrangement, Mr. Speaker. And the repayment of that bolt is through rent. And when it opens up, the rent cost is going to go up by $30 million a year, Mr. Speaker. So it means we're talking about rent in excess of $115 million just for that, Mr. Speaker. I have no idea what the arrangement on the police headquarters in NIC is, but you know, Mr. Speaker, and I know that traditionally the loans that we get through NIC are generally paid back in the form of rent, a much more reasonable rent. The rent at the halls of justice is in excess of $16 a square foot, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, social protection targeting. We saw a deep cut of 35%, and more importantly, Mr. Speaker, we keep speaking about this. Each government does, and we have not, both sides, have not addressed it. The idea that our social programs have to be substantially more targeted. We cannot continue to have social programs that are just blanket programs in which everyone benefits. We, the opposition, will be happy to sit down with the government in person or simply in supporting whatever policies that are going to come about, because it's a difficult sell to people. We understand that. But it's something that, in our opinion, ought to be done. And it's also very well outlined by the IMF as a goal. Legal floor on primary balances, ceiling on current expenditure. That's not been enacted. Mr. Speaker, published the Ministry of Finance, DSA.
Member from Eco South, the member for Ancillary Canaries wants to know the source of the document.
These are an accumulation, Mr. Speaker, through the IMF of targets, Mr. Speaker. I'll be very happy.
Mr. Speaker, he doesn't work for
IMF.
Mr. Speaker, point of order.
Just a minute, member from Mico
The member from Mico South does not work for the IMF. So if he's referring to a document from the IMF, we would like to see it too.
Mr. Speaker,
You don't work. You're not an authority in the IMF. So
Mr.
circulate
Speaker,
the document.
Mr. Speaker.
Member for Ancillary Canaries, you are aware that as a member of the opposition, he is not duty-bound to produce his source. If you
lead an international institution.
If you are challenging his document and you produce evidence to the contrary, then we could hold him in contempt of misleading the House.
Mr. Speaker, unless you're going to give me extra time.
Just a minute.
Mr. Speaker, I'm having difficulty hearing him. So if I could hear him, if he's audible, I could write down what he says and then I could challenge it.
Mr. Speaker, it's taped. Mr. Speaker.
Get the source first.
ECCU, the target. IMF, the 2.1% GDP surplus. IMF, improved control of compensation of employees in their Article 4, 2024 and 2025. IMF, the shift of focus to capital. Well-targeted budgeted social protection, the IMF 2025. Legal floor of primary balance, the IMF 2025. Publish of the Ministry of Finance on our debt, DCA, and risk assessment before budget, IMF 2025. Performance of the budgeting with measurable outputs. Mr. Speaker, I didn't get a chance to speak during the estimates, but one of the most astonishing things that I saw in the estimates this year, Mr. Speaker, is the decision.
Member for Mico South, I have to stop you there. Would you want to rephrase the last comment you just made about not getting a chance to speak at the estimates?
Mr. Speaker, semantics. At the end of the day, I did not speak. Whether it was
But that's
my
a
choice,
vast difference from not getting a chance.
which, Mr. Speaker, whatever way you want to call it.
No,
I'm just saying,
I want
Mr.
the
Speaker,
records to reflect.
No problem,
what took
Mr.
place.
Speaker. I did not speak at the last meeting.
Mr. Speaker.
And if I did speak,
Member for Ancillary Canaries.
Mr. Speaker, he seems to be referring to a document and he's neglecting a very important point.
Member for Ancillary Canaries, let me draw your attention to Standing Order 32.6, and which allows you, even though you have spoken, to correct any information that is given, so you get 2 bites of the cherry.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, transparent PPP framework for infrastructure. Not there. No PPP framework. Mr. Speaker, you have a policy. Is it legislated? Do we understand, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, these are critical things which are to guide us, not my words, by international financial institutions, Mr. Speaker, as targets that we ought to be able to try to achieve, to improve the financial management of our country, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in the estimates, a note was provided to say that we are no longer going to be providing measurements of output. Meaning, when you go into it and you see now that there is a description that says what the project is about and what the output goals are, that now is going to be taken out of the estimates. Mr. Speaker, I think that that's a dangerous precedent. If the government is in fact not aware of what is in the estimates, I would certainly seek that that be reviewed, because I think that that is a step, Mr. Speaker, in the wrong direction. As it is, they're inadequate, but at least we know what the money is going to, what the performance goals were, and for the year that there's a report that says what the output goals that were achieved or not achieved. Very important in terms of accountability, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when we talked about it, Ministry of Education, 93% is recurrent. Health, 95% is recurrent. Home Affairs, 92% is recurrent. Infrastructure, 30%, but remember, infrastructure has a very large capital budget. Agriculture, 79%. Tourism, 90%, which is shocking. Housing, 77%. Justice, 92%. This is to say, Mr. Speaker, that if in fact that we start reaching a point, which we already have, where revenue is growing slower than expenditures, or even worse yet, that expenditures now are higher than revenue. We've not reached that point as yet because we still have some surpluses, but it's very thin. Let me give you an example, Mr. Speaker. The surpluses with this year, $40 million. $40 million. But we just saw a document to say that monies were taken from CIP to go into health, and monies were taken in CIP to go into WASCO. The two of them was almost $40 million. Those are monies that would normally come out of transfers, Mr. Speaker. But instead, they've come now from outside source, and therefore are not going to be reflected in our consolidated account. So if, in fact, we did not have the CIP money, and those monies had to come from the consolidated account, you would automatically understand how quickly the surpluses are evaporated. So, Mr. Speaker, it is to say these are warning signs that our wage bill is getting high. And we had an argument, or not an argument, I'd like to say that we had a disagreement, Mr. Speaker, last year. Because I said that the bulk of your growth was being generated by inflation. Because I pointed out that there was no output increases. So where did the revenue come from? The revenue came from the fact that we kept the excise tax, we kept the VAT rate and the health and security tax on the CIF prices coming in. We made no adjustments. Just recently, Mr. Speaker, a couple of the islands in the Caribbean, and you would appreciate this one, Mr. Speaker, adjusted the taxable rate, instead of it being on the CIF price, made it on the FOB price. What does that mean? For the average person, they may not understand the significance, but business people would, because it means that you're paying your duties on the FOB price, not having to pay on the freight, which has gone up, and the insurance. But we didn't do that. Government took the entire windfall for themselves, and that reflected in an increase in the revenue. We saw that the price of gas was artificially kept high, Mr. Speaker. because it could have come down because the price, CIF price of fuel had come down. And those numbers are substantiated, Mr. Speaker, in the estimates. When you go and look at what Lucia is bringing the price of gas in at, because they get it duty free. So the CIF prices are right there for all of us to see, Mr. Speaker. The prices could have come down, they didn't, and you maintained the windfall. The 2.5% duty, which was supposed to be for 2 years, Mr. Speaker, continued. So, Mr. Speaker, where are we going?
Member for Miko South, member for Cash Resist.
Mr. Speaker, the leader of the opposition is definitely misleading the House. Now, at this point, he is definitely misleading the House. And I'd like him to withdraw. There is absolutely nothing in the health and security law that says it will be there for 2%. He is misleading the House and misleading the entire country. Yes. And I ask Mr. Speaker to ask the clerk to bring the health and security levy bill up here, and I'll give him the time to look through every page. He can never find anything there that says 2 years. And he knows that. But he and his surrogates have been saying that all over the country. I mean, Mr. Speaker, that is not right. That is wrong.
Member from Miko South.
Mr. Speaker, I listened to the Prime Minister very, very carefully, and I've understood to listen to him even more carefully. The Prime Minister said that he never said that the tax was for 2 years. But in fact, Mr. Speaker, if you go online today on IRD, which is an agency under his ministry, Mr. Speaker, that document dated in July of 2023 is still there, and the headline says a health and security levy for 2 years.
Remember, are you holding the Minister of Finance responsible for a document written?
Google, yeah, that's what he's saying.
Mr. Speaker.
Remember, but the...
No, I'm going to answer your question. May I, Mr. Speaker? Yeah. I'm going down your line. I'm not being argumentative. I would have thought that if it was so easy for him to ask me to withdraw, which I'm happy to withdraw, Mr. Speaker, but that he would equally make sure that the Ministry of Finance, through IRD, would also withdraw it, because that's under his control. But for now, almost 3 years
no, but he did make an offer to you to allow the clerk to bring the document for your perusal.
I know what it says.
So you agree that nowhere in the document it says 2 years?
I'm very clear, Mr. Speaker. What I'm saying, that there are several documents in circulation coming from the government that had it was for 2 years, including the Ministry of Health, including IRD. And those documents are still in circulation today. So if the Prime Minister wants to solve the problem...
Member for Cash Resist.
Mr. Speaker, the leader of the opposition was the Prime Minister. Doesn't he know that the only authentic document is the laws of St. Lucia? Anybody can write anything like he and his party writes. Anything about anybody. But point is, the law, what the investors look at, is the law. And there is nothing in the law that says the health and security levy is 2.5 years. I would like the Honourable Leader of the Opposition to withdraw it, because he is deliberately doing that to create mayhem. Although he's failed, he's trying. There is nothing that says 2.5 years. Nothing. And I've never said so. The same way he can never say the things he said. Never. He can never say, I have anywhere said health and security was 2.5 years. He can never bring that. Never. What I said about health and security when they asked me, I said I was asked whether it would be put aside for health and security. I said no, it's going to go in the consolidated fund like anything else. That's what I said. I never said so.
Member from Miko South, unfortunately, the points of order are eating away your time, but I'll give you the extra 5 minutes. But having said that, without the extra 5 minutes, you're now 15 minutes remaining.
Wow. Mr. Speaker, I withdraw the statement, but I said I want to deal with the semantics. The fact is the Prime Minister cannot say that because he didn't say it, but there are documents circulating from government official agencies. It's not a hearsay on the street, Mr. Speaker. IRD, Ministry of Health. These are known agents of government of which he is the head. Mr. Speaker, the government's use of bolts, which I think is going to continue, we've seen several projects. I'm warning the government, do not believe that you're getting away from putting it on your debt to GDP. You may, but it's going to come back and haunt you because it's going to be increasing our expenditures. Mr. Speaker, NLA is a good example where we have an agency that has spent $120 million, Mr. Speaker. No accountability. Up to now, we don't know how the money was spent, what the procurement guidelines were, nothing. But what I can do, Mr. Speaker, is compare it to the famous Lockerbie program, which the members on the opposite side tried to say that the $33 million was for Lockerbie. We now know that that's not true, because if it was true, they would have done something about it. Lockerbie got $1.8 million in consultancy fees. But we know where the rest of the money went, Mr. Speaker. It went into the Soufriere Stadium. It went into Deriso facility. It went into the Miku facility. It went into Dennery facility.
What did you do then?
The $33 million, Mr. Speaker. And it went into Gros Islet. Now, you're saying to me $120 million has been spent. What project can you point to, or anybody point to, Mr. Speaker, that is even remotely close to the standards of any one of those projects? Which one? And you know what's a joke, Mr. Speaker? Honestly, is that we ended up we paid for all those projects with grant money. The money that's coming from NLA is coming from the young people of this country. Because it's the money that NLA was receiving from the lottery. $850,000 a month, and I think it's even higher now because of the extra loan that they took, Mr. Speaker, is gone for 15 years. And here's the sum total, Mr. Speaker. We would have a stadium in Soufriere, world class. That's the track that is there is the same track that NCAA and Olympians are running on. That still has not been certified 5 years later. But yet still, Mr. Speaker, yet still, the government would choose to move the high school games from Soufriere on grass in Gros Islet. On grass. On grass. But here it is. One of our leading athletes ended up getting an injury on the grass and could not make it to the Carifta Games. Mr. Speaker, we can do better and we must do better in moving on, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, tourism. There's an issue here with tourism that I would certainly like the Minister, and particularly the Prime Minister, to be able to explain to me. And if we go to the Social and Economic Review, Mr. Speaker, and we go to page 104, we'll see, Mr. Speaker, that in 2019, we had 2.7 million or 2.8 million room nights. And the revenue associated to 2.8 million room nights was $2.6 billion. The year that the minister says was our best year, again, let's get away from the semantics, the best year in arrivals, hotel stay arrivals, not in overall, because you still haven't achieved that number as yet. You had 2.58 million room nights. And according to this, that generated $3.6 billion in economic activity. 104, Mr. Speaker. It says paid bed nights. Yeah? And then tourist expenditure. Right below it. So I would love an explanation. How do we get that number? And exactly what the minister said is that the UK market declined, the US market was up. The US market does not stay as long. But the fact is how can 2.7 million room nights generate 2.6 billion and less room nights 4 or 5 years later produce $1 billion more of economic activity. I'm in the tourism business. That's astonishing. Excuse me? No, I don't. I don't. Okay, Mr. Speaker. That's the son. Mr. Speaker, the member wants to come and convince me as a hotelier that rates are like at $500. That's not true, Mr. Speaker. But if he wants to be able to go and believe that, that's his prerogative. I'm not going to question it. That's his prerogative. I'll just say there are quick ways of being able to test those theories out. And just a couple of phone calls, because there are not really that many hoteliers, to be able to make that testament. But the fact is, Mr. Speaker, that is here. And even if it's the room rate, this is about the economic activity in St. Lucia. And what makes me question these numbers even more, Mr. Speaker, is the note from the IMF that how we are assessing our exit surveys is not working, and it needs to be reviewed. But Mr. Speaker, the numbers are here. The numbers are here, but it's very, very questionable how that's going to be. We see, Mr. Speaker, on page 106, USA is up 4.4%. Canada's down 9.4%. The Canadians, Mr. Speaker, are not traveling to America. They're boycotting America. I have to say to you, first trip I would have made was straight up to Canada and figure out how I can get into that market. We're talking about millions of Canadians who go to America on an annual basis who are boycotting America. Barbados did. Barbados is now getting a flight from Halifax. Halifax. And I had been courting Porter. I'm happy to pass on the contacts for you. Porter is now going to be expanding to the Caribbean. And the 3 destinations they've chosen is Barbados, Jamaica, and the Dominican Republic. There is a great opportunity in Canada, and 9.4% really means that we missed the ball. The UK market. How you want to tell me the UK market, all the excuses you gave? Yet, Mr. Speaker, Barbados has the most high-end UK market in the world. The Concorde used to go there, Mr. Speaker. Barbados has 35 flights a week. In 2019, they had 21 flights a week. 21. And we had 14. Today we have 7, and they have 35. How can you tell me, Mr. Speaker, that there's not opportunity to grow in the UK market? We are doing something horribly wrong. Mr. Speaker, I want to get to CIP. And I think that this CIP audit
Speaker,
report, Mr.
Member for Castro South.
Order, just for, obviously, I mean, the member is saying a lot of things, just picking figures from anywhere. Just for the record, Barbados decreased in arrivals from the UK last year by 5.9%, despite all the flights that you just mentioned, giving the impression that Barbados had so many flights and they've made use of the opportunity. Barbados decreased as well, along with St. Lucia. And all the other islands decreased from Canada as well, despite what he's saying. So he's masquerading as if he knows what he's talking about. So you can understand why he lost 15-2 and 16-1.
I hope this is being added to my time, Mr. Speaker, because it really is unnecessary.
I will give you the extra 5 minutes, but you have 5 minutes from your original 1 hour.
Okay, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, the CIP audit report says a lot. It says a lot about this government as well, Mr. Speaker. If we go to the Grant Thornton letter, Mr. Speaker, on page 35, and it says other information. It says other information consists of the information included in the unit's 2025 annual report, other than the financial statements and auditor's report thereon. So the document is made up of 3 documents. It's made up of the report by the CIP unit, it's made up of the financial statements, and it's made up of the auditor's report. So it's saying that the unit's 2025 annual report, 35, under other information. It says the unit's 2025 annual report is expected to be made available to us, listen to this, after the date of this auditor's report. And the auditor's report is November 20th, 2025. And that's very, very instructive, because that's 1 month after the report was due in Parliament. So 1 month after the report was due, the report of the unit still had not been completed. And the auditors are telling us they've not seen it. Our opinion on the financial statements, does not cover the other information, and we will not express any form of assurance, conclusion thereon. In connection with our audit of the financial statements, our responsibility is to read the other information in the report, identified above, when it becomes available. So it means I have to assume up till now that they still have not been made available to them. It becomes, and in so doing, consider whether the other information, the report, is materially inconsistent with the financial statements, or our knowledge obtained in the audit or otherwise appears to be materially misstated. Mr. Speaker, first of all, the government has offered no apology for laying the report late. None. In fact, they don't even see apologetic about it. And then to turn around, Mr. Speaker, and have the auditor write that, and to bring this out in the House without having said, let me note this, and since then, we've made the adjustment, and here's the letter from the auditors. I've seen no such report, Mr. Speaker. The other thing that's interesting in this report, Mr. Speaker, and I just want to take it, so we're seeing that in terms of revenue, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, it says, Mr. Speaker, what have I said? Mr. Speaker, does the member not understand?
Remember, you're rising on a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, I think the member is, anyway. Revenue, Mr. Speaker, on page 57. Due diligence fees of almost $200 million. Administrative fees of $182 million. For a total of 402. So it means that almost 90%, Mr. Speaker, 90% of the revenue that's being generated in this program, is fees. The only money from the passports sales, Mr. Speaker, is the National Economic Fund donations. 11 million. That means about 40 people took our donation program. Where's the rest of the money? Where is it? Mr. Speaker, we have a contract from Galaxy, Mr. Speaker. Right here. That says that Galaxy was given an additional 5,000 files at $200,000. And he said it was oversubscribed. So it means, Mr. Speaker, that that's 1.2 billion US dollars. Where's the money, Mr. Speaker? Where's the money? And when the member says, well, I'm the one who set up the escrow account, well, the contract that was amended, Mr. Speaker, I have a copy here. I'm happy to make it a copy of the House. Had an opportunity to have amended the escrow account, and it didn't. It didn't. You had an opportunity to fix it if you think it was wrong. But in addition to that, Mr. Speaker, that they reduced the administrative fee and agreed to pay the administrative fee back to Galaxy in the form of a commission. So it means that the only monies that we're collecting, Mr. Speaker, are the due diligence fees, $8,000, of which we probably make $3,000 on that because we charge $8,000, it's probably about $3,500. That's it, Mr. Speaker. If you think that that's how we sold this program to the public of St. Lucia, hey, we're going to give away our passports for free, but we're going to make all this money on the due diligence fees. Really, Mr. Speaker, there's a lot of questions.
You have 5 minutes left.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister spoke about unity. And I want to say, I'm not sure whether the Prime Minister wants me to do what he says or do what he does. Because as I said, during COVID, I mean, first of all, the Prime Minister said this is the worst economic crisis that any Prime Minister has had to face. I would say to you, Thomas, I would say to you, the global financial crisis of 2007, 2008, and even more so, I would tell you, COVID. These were crises. And at the time of COVID, which we can now remember, where was the Prime Minister when he was the leader of the opposition? Where was the sign of unity? You know what we got instead, Mr. Speaker? We got a march in the streets. We got around the island motorcade, standing up to police officers. We got going to the beach. We got racism. We did all of those things, Mr. Speaker, in order to, we demonized Cabot. We demonized DSH. And you know what's interesting, Mr. Speaker? Is that the entity, thank you, the entity that brought DSH to St. Lucia was the Labour Party. The entity that negotiated the framework agreement that we signed was the Labour Party. Oh my God. Was the Labour Party. In fact, Mikhail Andrew was the CEO, and he is the person who worked with Invest to do it, and that is the copy that they brought to us. But what's interesting, Mr. Speaker, again, the Prime Minister said he's never signed any documents, but here it is, Mr. Speaker, on September 4th, 2015, a letter from him to Teo King when he was the acting Prime Minister. And what does it say? The government of St. Lucia is pleased that your company, Desert Star Holdings, is well advanced in its plans to invest at international horse racing track and support services, tourism and residential accommodation, commercial and entertainment facilities at both St. Jude, View Fort, St. Lucia. That's September 4th, 2015. A year later, Mr. Speaker, I wish to assure you that every effort consistent with the laws of St. Lucia shall be made to facilitate these investments and to ensure their commencement at the earliest possible time. The government of St. Lucia looks forward to further developing a relationship. The government of St. Lucia looks forward to further developing a relationship with Desert Star Holding Limited and will be prepared to sign a memorandum of understanding outlining our respective responsibilities in such endeavors. Mr. Speaker, the government was negotiating. They're the ones who brought him here. So I have no difficulty because when I saw the project, I embraced it because I understood the value of the project. I didn't get into semantics about who brought Teo King to St. Lucia, etc. So I'm just saying to you, Mr. Speaker, they demonized DSH and as a result of it are in the quagmire they are today, but they want to turn around and blame Alan Chastney again, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker,
that's crazy.
Member Castro South.
Mr. Speaker, the member from Miku South is not learning at all. Mr. Speaker, the letter he read was a letter sent, what you typically call a comfort letter in 2015. We have said in this House, it's on record, that subsequent to that letter, we engaged in negotiations with DSH for more than a year. I was chairing the committee. We came up with some proposals from Teo King, which we discussed with the government then. The government rejected it. Teo King gave us a draft agreement that the cabinet then under Kenny Anthony rejected. We lost the elections on June 6, 2016. And within 6 weeks, you signed the exact agreement that was rejected, that had some of the most horrendous clauses ever. You were the one who signed the agreement. You were the one who committed the land to DSH. And worse, Mr. Speaker, and he just referred to it, so I have to respond to it. He is the one who announced that DSH was going to go to court with us for breach of contract. How would he have known that DSH was going to do that if he was not in cohorts with them? And now, Mr. Speaker, we have to deal with the legal consequences of his complicity with DSH. But you're going to stand up in front of this House and mislead the House into believing that a letter written in 2015 welcoming the proposals and to engage in discussion on it suggests that something untold was done. That's right.
Mr. Speaker, I never said or impugned anything on the government. I simply said that they were the ones who brought Teo King. Is that not an accurate statement? They brought
you did go further to say you signed the contract that they had negotiated.
So, Mr. Speaker, I'm just saying to you, the CEO and members of the board remain on the board. Nobody told us.
No, but the section that is offensive is that you're saying you signed the contract, they negotiated, when in fact you signed the contract, they rejected.
Well, Mr. Speaker, it's two separate things. They did negotiate it,
And rejected it.
But they rejected it. I have no knowledge that they rejected it. All I have knowledge of, Mr. Speaker, all I have knowledge of is that they negotiated. And I'm just saying to you, and I'm so happy, I am so happy that the member, the member from Cass-Free South has confirmed for everybody in St. Lucia that in fact they did negotiate the deal. Whether they rejected it or not, I have no idea. I'm just saying to you, the persons that were continuing over never said it was rejected. But all I'm saying to you, Mr. Speaker, to demonize the project. And when you say, I knew, what did I know? I knew that after the elections, the government decided to withdraw the business license of DSH. Now, that is for them to be able to figure out why they did it and whether there's a consequence to pay. I have nothing to be involved. I have no business relationships with Tierra King. I'm looking forward to proving that in court. And Mr. Speaker, anything that we or I can do, the minister said I will be asked to come, I don't know under circumstances, anything I can do to help facilitate an agreement with DSH, whether he continues or the project is used for something else, be assured we will be, and I will be personally willing to help and support that. Mr. Speaker,
Support DSH?
No, support the government. Your government. Mr. Speaker, should I repeat myself, Mr. Speaker? For clarity. Mr. Speaker, Cabot was demonized. Sandals was demonized. Fresh Start was demonized. All of them demonized. And we want to talk about unity. Notwithstanding that, Mr. Speaker, anything that I can do from my office as leader of the opposition, whatever, Mr. Speaker, I will be willing to support any good initiatives for St. Lucia. Mr. Speaker, I have questions for the Prime Minister. 5 years you were in government, you've been promising UHC. All we got in the budget was that we're going to get a piece of legislation soon. We have still no details. Sufer Hospital, I have to tell you, Mr. Speaker, on that one I'm very confused. 2022-2023 budget, we said that we were breaking ground, $2 million had been put into the account. On this report now we hear that designs are being done. So I'm confused as to which one it is, Mr. Speaker. And the same thing has happened with the health tax. The PPP with Wasco. Remember, when we came into government in 2006, you were there, member from Cass-Threes North. The deal that was being done with the PPP was that we were going to sell the assets of Wasco for $1. We were going to allow them to increase the rates of water, and the government was going to assume all of the debt of Wasco. That sounds just like the GPH deal. Why are we doing that? If in fact you're willing to absorb the debt, if in fact you're willing to let them increase their prices, right?
Member, unfortunately, the time is up. You'll have to wrap up.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Unfortunately, you would have to just get proper management. HIA. The word that we're getting out is that the team has already been selected. It's going to be a bolt agreement, and that the cost of the airport is on $450 million. I certainly hope, Mr. Speaker, I hope that my information is incorrect, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there's a very vexing issue, and this will take me 2 minutes, Mr. Speaker, if you don't mind. The member said that in this last budget, $65 million from CIP was sent to the consolidated account. And separate monies were sent to health, to Wasco, etc. And he said $110 million, Mr. Speaker. $110 million. About $56 million was sent to infrastructure. I don't know if that went to the Ministry of Infrastructure. And $54 million was spent to social development, I assume SSDF. Now, that's a significant stimulus program. There was no pronouncements. I heard nothing. I was a rep at the time. Nobody came to me and said, hey, Minister, a member for Parliament, there is this major stimulus program and there's money being made available through SSDF. But what I did see, Mr. Speaker, is I did see during the election a lot of food vouchers, materials, grants, all kinds of things being spent all around the place, Mr. Speaker. $110 million, Mr. Speaker. And it begs the question, was this an economic stimulus program that we injected $110 million into the economy? Now, it also says, if in fact the economy contracted by 0.5%, and you put in $110 million, it tells you how anemic the economy must have been. And the most glaring number in that budget, in that number, Mr. Speaker, was that retail and wholesale declined. That is a significant decline. The government also added $340 million of new debt. Where's that money? And so it begs the question, I have to say, Mr. Speaker, on our part,
but you'll have to wrap it up.
Was this an economic stimulus, or was this a political stimulus? Was this? Sure. I thought that was going to be the answer. So in fact, this number, this $110 million, did not result into economic benefits, but what it did, it resulted into, in my humble opinion, Mr. Speaker, into political benefits. And the measurable is there. The economy contracted, and there was a 16-1 win. And I want to say to the Prime Minister, with the greatest amount of respect, Mr. Speaker, that when he says the majority of people voted for him, I want to be semantically correct. The majority of the people who voted for him, but the majority of people did not vote. We fell for the first time, Mr. Speaker, down to 46 or 47% voter turnout, Mr. Speaker. So it's wrong to say that the majority of people have voted for you. In fact, Mr. Speaker, both...
Member, I have to ask you to take your seat.
Both political parties, Mr. Speaker, both political parties should be put on notice that we are failing because the vast majority of the people in this country are abstaining from being able to vote. And we're going to have to be able to recognize. I certainly know that we're making everything. Mr. Speaker,
member, you have to take your seat.
On that note, I'm going to leave, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to say my last piece of advice, Mr. Speaker. It's very good. Mr. Speaker, when he spoke also about unity within the regional level, I am on record continuously saying that there needs to be deeper integration. I don't have confidence in CARICOM, Mr. Speaker, but I do have a substantial amount of confidence in the OECS. But the fact is, what has happened in the last 5 years? Have we?
Member,
yes, I do. Always. Go and speak to the Jews and find out. I am a strong supporter. in the OECS. I'm on record for that. But it requires deeper integration. We have to consider having one singular Ministry of Health, one singular Ministry of Education. What we are supposed to be doing, Mr. Speaker, is reducing the cost of governance and improving the quality of the governance we have. But we cannot continue to have a rhetoric and go out and sound beautiful that we want to have integration. But when we get to the meetings, we shy away from the integration. Look how well certain aspects of what we do with the OECS, the joint purchasing of pharmaceuticals, Mr. Speaker, phenomenal success. The central bank, a phenomenal success.
Member from Microsoft, I know there are members on the government side who are urging me to allow you to speak, but the rules are the rules. If they want you to speak, they must invoke the relevant standing order. But you'll have to.
Just give me 5 minutes. Give me 5 minutes.
Stay there.
Give me 5 minutes.
Member from Microsoft.
Give him 10.
Mr. Speaker,
5 minutes.
Member Henry North.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to invoke Standing Order 4210 to allow the member for Miku North an additional Miku South. My apologies, Mr. Speaker, because I know the 4210 to allow the member an additional 5 minutes within which to complete this presentation.
Honourable members.
How
much time is it? Is it 5?
Honourable members, the question is that we invoke Standing Order 3210 to suspend Standing Order 32.8 to allow the member from Miku South an additional 5 minutes in which to conclude his presentation. I now put the question. As many as that opinion say aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Please continue, Member of Microsoft. Please continue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to say, Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. I want to say, Mr. Speaker, that it is very, very important, very important, Mr. Speaker, this thing of deeper integration in the OECD. I'm very serious. If we learn, and again, you know, when you want to kill the messenger and lose sight of the message, okay? When I said, Mr. Speaker, at that infamous meeting in St. Vincent, that we ought to contemplate withdrawing from CARICOM, with the caveat that we re-enter negotiating as the OECS. So even if you take CSME, which is the most important one, when we went into CSME, we went in as St. Lucia, with our population of 180,000, our GDP of $2-point-something billion, etc. We're even smaller than Barbados at that point. We're not going to get anybody's attention. But collectively, the OECS going to renegotiate as a singular block. And why are we justified in doing that? We're justified in doing that because the OECS has a better track record of integration. We have a singular economy. We have common laws. We have a common court system. Okay? The CARICOM have been promising to do that since 1972, and they've not done it. So that is a problem. And I'm saying to you, there's a tremendous opportunity for the OECS. So imagine the OECS collectively together is 850,000 people, a GDP of $10 billion. Barbados is 250,000 and $4 billion GDP. And the OECS has 6 votes. When you go now to the table and negotiate with that leverage, we are going to get a better deal. And the deal will not include with us being identified as lesser developed countries. I don't know about the Prime Minister. I'm insulted every single time that I go to the CARICOM meeting, and that's how we're classified. Lesser developed countries. Like you don't really matter. We're doing you a favor to be here. So, Mr. Speaker, if the Prime Minister is serious about integration, I think we should do it. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to also share with the Minister of CIP. We used to, in our reports, include the number of citizens. They've stopped doing that. Also, the origin of where those persons came from were included in the reports. That's not being done. And I know that it's a vexing issue, Mr. Speaker, but the issue of the escrow account must be made substantially more transparent, particularly when you see that there is no eyes on where the money is going and who's getting the money. And that must be rectified, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to say, the people of St. Lucia are not stupid. They know a hollow budget when they see one. Pretty on the outside, empty on the inside. They have seen it before, they are seeing it again. Mr. Speaker, what we are witnessing is not a fiscal discipline, it is fiscal theater. The numbers are arranged to comfort, but not to convince. And the people of St. Lucia are not asking for comfort, they're asking for the truth. Our reality is very simple and clear. When we speak about records, we're really speaking about record borrowing and record debt. But the real issue is, to what end? What have we really achieved, Mr. Speaker? Is our economy stronger and growing faster? Is our health care better? Is the safety and the security of our citizens better? Is our agricultural sector better? Mr. Speaker, that list of questions could go on and will no doubt be the subject of a lot of debate. But let us cast aside this illusion and own up to the simple truth, and that is, our expenses are rising faster than our income. And instead of addressing that fundamental problem, the government is pushing the burden further down the road. In effect, they're saying, leave that problem for others that will follow to deal with it. Mr. Speaker, we cannot continue to solve today's problems by sacrificing tomorrow's security. St. Lucia deserves better. The approach, as highlighted in the presentation by the Prime Minister, does not fix the problem. It delays it. it deepens it, and ultimately passes the burden on to the people of St. Lucia. We are mortgaging our future to pay for the present, and that is a price St. Lucia should not have to pay. The government of St. Lucia must demonstrate its vision, readiness, and commitment to plan and build a St. Lucia through a budget that is honest, where the numbers are real, and where every dollar spent can be properly accounted for. We owe it to the market vendor. We owe it to the fisherman. We owe it to the grandmother. We owe it to the young person who's still waiting, still hoping, still believing that better is possible. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Starbucks come to clap, eh? Starbucks too. When he do that, he pick up his phone.
Before I call on the member for Castries Central, let me just place on record, because the member from Mico South seemed a little incredulous when I initially told him he had 15 minutes left. The member for Ancillary Canneries ended his contribution at 15:48. The member for Mico South began his contribution at 15:50. It is now 17:12. In essence, he had an additional 22 minutes when the extension was only for 5. I just wanted to place that on the record.
Very much.
Member for Castries Central?
Yes. No, I will, I promise you. I promise.
Remember, I forgot to say that that might please you, just to inform the House, that the St. Lucian pen relay team came first in the heat this afternoon. Yes.
St. Mary's College.
Who said that? Does it say that? Well, I suspect it's a little more authoritative from the chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, colleagues.
And remember, it's okay to say happy birthday.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I will do that in the course of my short discourse until the arrival of the, I don't know where he went to, Ekudi, obviously. I don't know why. But, Mr. Speaker, let me start by thanking the Almighty God. I thank the Almighty God because whilst going through, Mr. Speaker, the policies that this government rolled out, I couldn't help but reassuring myself that I am part of this. That is how pleasing it was as far as I'm concerned. I have been for the last 5 years, Mr. Speaker, and will continue to be a part of this government as long as the powers that be give me a seat at the table. But you know, the converse of that, Mr. Speaker, quickly sprang to mind and brought back what was seemingly a bad day in my life, but ended up being one of the best things to have happened to me in my journey through life thus far. And that was the day, Mr. Speaker, when the member for Mico South, who was yet to have assumed the prime ministerial portfolio, he was only elected leader of the United Workers' Party, and his first order of business, Mr. Speaker, very first order of business, was to convene an executive meeting with one item on the agenda: fire Richard Frederick. One item. Why, Mr. Speaker? Because Richard Frederick had seen through the member from Miku North and had overtly said and supported Miku South, and had overtly said that he was not prime ministerial material, and as long as it came to the leadership of the United Workers' Party, that my support was for the member from Castries North. Well, you see, Mr. Speaker, the day came, meeting convened, the rest is history. But Proverbs 3:5 reminded me that I should trust in the Lord with all my heart and lean not on my own understanding. In every way acknowledge him, and he's bound to direct my path. So, Mr. Speaker, I was reminded to surrender personal control and trust in God for direction. So I obviously have to give him thanks and praises for being here today. To the Honorable Prime Minister, who despite all odds placed me in his cabinet, I want to reiterate an expression of my gratitude. But most of all, Mr. Speaker, it is not many politicians who throughout their political journey would have knocked on the doors of the constituents for 5 occasions, for 5 times, and won on all 5 occasions they let them in. Never to be rejected by the people. So as they thought they were firing me, Mr. Speaker, the people of Castries Central kept rehiring me over and over. So to them I say, Mr. Speaker, I shall be eternally grateful. The bill before us, Mr. Speaker, today is the Appropriation Bill. And I want to say without an iota of skepticism, without a doubt, without a semblance of unequivocality, that I stand on a platform of certainty in support of the Appropriation Bill 2026-2027. But Mr. Speaker, I pause here to at least venture into your observation and that of the member for Castries South. Permit me, if you may, Mr. Speaker. There is an old adage that goes, behind every successful man is a solid woman. I want to wish the lady in my life, Danya Thomas, who's here today, a very, very happy birthday and longevity of life. No man, no woman can be happy in the wider world, I dare say, if he or she is unhappy at home. You must first be happy at home before you can be happy in the wider world. I am happy at home, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me tailor my contribution to fall well within the periphery of the allotted time. I want to deal with my ministry and our achievements, the agencies that I have ministerial oversight of, namely the National Housing Corporation and the Castries Constituency Council. And I want to give an overview of the performance of this government since assuming office in 2021. And finally, to reassure St. Lucians that by the end of this term, Castries, as promised, will be the Caribbean version of Dubai. Mr. Speaker, I need to inject something here. A lot of the assertions, a lot of the nonsensical utterances made here in this chamber, Mr. Speaker, by the member for Miku South cannot go without being unrefuted. Mr. Speaker, much have been said about the slight contraction of the economy. And whilst the ECCB quotes a preliminary contraction of about 0.5%, page 92 of our social and economic review has has it slightly higher at 0.06%. But Mr. Speaker, I want to make it clear, those figures are preliminary. And whilst I will never ever question the professionalism and integrity of our hard-working civil servants, I want to bring this initial figure, this initial contraction into context. Mr. Speaker, about this time last year, the initial estimated or completed growth for 2024, written down in black and white, Mr. Speaker, was forecast at 2.1%. Mr. Speaker, having collected all the relevant data necessary to accurately tabulate the growth, it was moved from that 2.1% and ended up being doubled, and it stands here today at 4.8%, as can be seen on the chart right there, Mr. Speaker, for 2024, 4.8%, when the initial projection was 2.1. I say this, Mr. Speaker, because I am confident. This one last year was doubled. It was 2.1. It ended up at 4.8. It was more than doubled, Mr. Speaker. So I'm saying this. I'm not saying anyone intentionally skewed any data one way or the other. But one of the ways you reflect what is happening in the economy, Mr. Speaker, you listen to the stories of the man on the Clapham omnibus, the man on the street, the ordinary man, the average man. And I can tell you without fear of contradiction, Mr. Speaker, the stories of the people on the street provide a bearing from which government performance is measured and which invariably is hinged on economic growth. I can tell you it sounds good in the mouths of the average St. Lucian. But Mr. Speaker, further to this preliminary finding, which I know for certain will change, the indicators of growth are more than glaring, Mr. Speaker. And in that regard, certain questions need to be asked. How can you adequately, Mr. Speaker, measure tourism arrivals and stayovers when by large measure a lot of the persons who stay here remain at Airbnb premises? And those numbers are not factored in the final outcome, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, those records are not used in the tabulations. How can you tell me there was a contraction when you can't find a tradesman, Mr. Speaker? You can't find a laborer, you can't find a carpenter, nor a mason, Mr. Speaker. How can there be contraction when unemployment is decreasing? How can there be contraction when NIC, Mr. Speaker, is boasting of collecting the most contributions since its existence? Are we saying that unemployed people are making contributions to NIC? NIC? Mr. Speaker, like we say colloquially, the maths not mathsing at all. How can there be, Mr. Speaker, at the various hotels, an increase in utility bills, an increase in electricity bills, an increase in water bills? Who used those utilities, Mr. Speaker? Who used them? And so, Mr. Speaker, all the indicators, each and every indicator of the economy doing well can be seen, and is quite glaring. In a nutshell, I would boldly say that, again, something is fundamentally wrong. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, I will say boldly that this contracted or purported contracted growth will change for the positive come July this year, when all the data is properly tabulated and we get an accurate reflection of how well the economy has done. But you know what, Mr. Speaker, what is further consoling? It appears, Mr. Speaker, that in many instances, when there was robust growth in 1 year, it is usually followed by a slight contraction in the following year. Mr. Speaker, let's look at this chart. Let's look at this chart that delineates our GDP growth in this country for the last 19 years, Mr. Speaker. 19 years, and that's at page 92 of the Social and Economic Review. Mr. Speaker, look at year 2008. In 2008, Mr. Speaker, we can see that the economy grew by 4.9%. 2008, it grew by 4.9%. What happened the following year, Mr. Speaker, in 2009? In 2009, it contracted by minus 1.6%. In 2011, and you know the good thing is, Mr. Speaker, this transcends governments. So it is not something confined to any administration. It transcends the political divide. So it is something that seemingly is a feature of growth. In 2011, the economy grew by 4.3%, Mr. Speaker. 4.3, robust growth. In the ensuing year, there was a contraction in 2012 of 0.1%. And so the trend continues, Mr. Speaker. In 2024, there was growth of 4.8%, and for 2025, we are seeing a preliminary figure, and I dare say preliminary because I am confident it will change given the indicators that are out there, of minus 0.6%. Mr. Speaker, with a very inquiring mind, I sought to elucidate myself and to quiz rather, the financial experts. I asked what you think can cause that trend. And in a nutshell, Mr. Speaker, I paraphrase it to say this. If you are building a house, when the superstructure is going on and you need the blocks, you need the steel, you need the this, you need the that, there will be a lot of growth. You would need all the labor you can get, you would need all hands on deck. But as that house finishes, Mr. Speaker, the finishing may take time. It will definitely take less labor and less money. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, at some point, that project would cause more economic growth in the inception than in the latter stages. But you know, Mr. Speaker, I found consolation in my own interpretation, Mr. Speaker. My own take is this. Anytime the country does extremely well in 1 year, it is difficult to do as well in the ensuing year. It will be difficult. It will be difficult to keep up with that pace, with that kind of performance. And I kind of juxtapose that, Mr. Speaker, to the performance of Julian Alfred. Julian Alfred ran the 100 meters in 10.23 seconds, and it earned her an Olympic gold medal. She was labeled the fastest woman in the world then. 10.72, sorry, I stand corrected, 10.72. Mr. Speaker, if on a subsequent occasion she ran 10.71, it does not mean she's no longer fast. It just means she's so fast, she got a little slower, but she's still very fast. So there may have been a contraction in her performance, but that contraction does not take away the fact that she is still a fast human being. So, Mr. Speaker, when high standards have been set, in one way or the other, following on those high standards might be difficult. But Mr. Speaker, let's look at that chart again with economic growth. And I heard the leader of the opposition, I'll be coming to him, I heard him comparing St. Lucia and all the other OECS countries and the contractions and this and that and the other. What he never told us was that St. Lucia was not the only country to have had COVID as an onslaught, but it was the country in the Caribbean to have contracted the worst and the third highest in the world. He didn't tell us that. He just blamed it squarely on COVID, and that is why that chart, Mr. Speaker, that table is important. Mr. Speaker, let's look at the economic growth rate from 2016, 17, 18, 19, 20. 2016, 3.4. 2017, we're down, 3.2. 2018, we're going further down, 3.1. 2019, we're already in the negative. All of that before COVID. All of those numbers before COVID. The economy was in a decline under his leadership way before COVID visited our shores. And of course, in 2020, the economy contracted, he said, by 24%. Our social and economic review says 22.9. But for him to say 24, it seems we contracted the most in the world. But 22.9 will put us third highest in the world, Mr. Speaker. And I'm saying, Mr. Speaker, the performance of the economy under the leadership of the member for Mico South, the economy declined steadily until he got a scapegoat, COVID. Now, Mr. Speaker, if you take the average for 2016, 17, 18, 19, and 20, the average growth for this country under the leadership of the member for Mico North is negative 2.84%. For Mico South, sorry, Jeremiah. The average growth annually for those 5 years, negative 2.4%. And you know the man has the audacity to talk about the country. He should have been in charge of the country. He would have been going down a precipice of disaster, never to return. But that's what he said. Yes, Mr. Speaker, take the average, negative 2.84%, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, you now look at the growth. 21, 22, 23, 24. Look at the growth from 2021 to current. 11.1%, 19.3%, 3.9%, 4.8%, and a preliminary negative 0.6%. Mr. Speaker, the country under the leadership of the member for Mico South was on a backward trajectory. There's absolutely no doubt about that. I didn't manufacture the figures. The country was on a backward trajectory, doing worse and worse every year. And he ran away. I don't know why. The country, it is a fact that the country was doing worse and worse and worse every year under his leadership. Every year. Every year was worse than the previous year. His best year was the year he came in what he found. And you know, Mr. Speaker, when you tell me a man running this country can produce an average negative growth rate of 2.84% annually. Annually. And then, Mr. Speaker, you know what he's telling? One of his cohorts, his sidekick, I listened to him, Mr. Speaker. How can growth be negative? Can you believe this, Mr. Speaker? How can growth be negative? All in an effort at fooling the people of this country. But Mr. Speaker, the data is there, and it's there for all and sundry to see, Mr. Speaker. Now, Mr. Speaker, like I said, the country was on a backward trend, and had they remained there, this country would have been on auction for now. Now you compare this negative, Mr. Speaker, of 2.4% over his 5 years, and take the next 5 years of this country being led by the current Prime Minister member for Castries East. Take the average, the annual average, and you will see the annual average, Mr. Speaker, is growth of 7.7% every year for each year that this man, the current Prime Minister, has led the business of this country. I think you deserve a round of applause, Mr. President. I think you do. Consistent growth, averaging 7.7%. When you have two leaders, Mr. Speaker, two leaders, one is taking the country backward every year by 2.84% over his period, over his tenure. The country is on a backward trajectory. It keeps contracting. And the other one, for his 5 years, it keeps growing 7.7% every year. It's chalk and cheese. It is chalk and cheese. You cannot even put those two performances anywhere together, Mr. Speaker. You can't. Because the current leader is operating at about 10.54% better. Because if you take the 7.7% positive growth and you look at the 2.78 negative growth, that is a difference of 10.54% every year. So, Mr. Speaker, how on earth can this leader of the opposition justify his desire wanting to be embraced by the people of this country as Prime Minister of this country again? Now look at this table again, Mr. Speaker. For the 19 years, the best performance on this table for the last 19 years is a growth rate of 19.3%. The worst performance on this table is a contraction of 22.9%. Who were the two persons in charge of this country when you have such a disparity in the economic business of this country? It's there. It's there, Mr. Speaker. I didn't put it. In 2020, growth of negative 22.9, although he says it's more, it's 24. And in 2022, growth of positive 19.3. If that does not speak to astute leadership, Mr. Speaker, I don't know what will ever be the mechanism by which those assessments are quantified. Mr. Speaker, let me go to a couple things the leader of the opposition said. You know, he mentioned the Lucia Community Center. Mr. Speaker, we came in as a government. We found, granted, I think Suzel had two, Lucia had one. We found, and the member for Suzel could tell you that, we found centers not completely built, not handed over by the contractor to the relevant agency. You know, Mr. Speaker, those are the things he don't say. None of the structures were totally completed. The executing agency, Mr. Speaker, is not the one that have custody of the asset of government. Those were built by Ministry of Economic Development. NIPRO, good. Had to be built by NIPRO. The two ministries had to get together to go and do the necessary checks to make sure everything is in order, after which the building is handed over to local government. So it was incomplete. The executing ministry could not have handed over to us. They finally handed over to us about a year ago. They finally handed over to us about a year ago. One of the contractors did a lousy job. Say he's sick, he's in Miami, he can't be found, he has been paid for this, but this. Mr. Speaker, it was a mess. When we finally got the buildings, next problem. No insurance, no furniture. I had to go to the Prime Minister and to literally beg the PM, we need to open those buildings, we are under some pressure. And he gave the ministry $1.5 million to secure furniture quite recently for those HR centers, Mr. Speaker. And we had to insure them. And we all know how the budget cycle operates, Mr. Speaker. When you need $150,000 to insure buildings, it's not a sum that comes from the air. An allocation has to be made through the budgetary estimates to insure those buildings. So when they were handed over, we had to prepare for insurance and to furnish the buildings. And I could tell you, it was only after the general elections of December 21st, 2025 that we secured the furniture and we placed the furniture in the relevant HRDCs. So, Mr. Speaker, when they tell you they build this and they build that, they built an incomplete shell. They left it without insurance. They left them without furniture. And we had the responsibility of ensuring, 1, they were completed, 2, they were insured, and 3, they were furnished. But thank God, all of that has been done, Mr. Speaker. Now, you heard the member, Mr. Speaker, and I knew I was right, Mr. Speaker, when I said that it is not his nominee, and I'll read the section of the law. He went on to say that for 4 years, he never had a nominee on council. Mr. Speaker, nothing is further from the truth. That is not true at all, at all, at all. Mr. Speaker, when we came in, the leader of the opposition, as was customary then, was given a choice of a nominee. He was given a choice of a nominee, Mr. Speaker, and he nominated a Eugenia Frederick. Eugenia Frederick remained on council until the law was changed. The law, Mr. Speaker, and I want to read it so that everyone understands, the law no longer spoke to the district representative. It spoke to political party. Yes, political party in the House. So, Mr. Speaker, when that law came into effect, he was instructed that it cannot be his personal nominee, it must be the nominee of the United Workers' Party. And that's what the law said. So he was instructed to do it properly. But he was doing it in accordance of how it was done before. I hereby nominate. Whereas the law now says the political parties in the House. So it moved from, unless he owns the political party. Unless he owns the party, I don't know. But it had to have been a missive from the party indicating to us that this is, and we facilitated it, Mr. Speaker. We facilitated it until the amendment of 2023. And I'm directed by my Director of Local Government, Eugenia Frederick, was his nominee. All we ask him to do is to do it the correct way. So when they come here, Mr. Speaker, when he comes here and he says all of that, Mr. Speaker, trust me, anything this man says, we have to take with a grain of salt, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, he laments everything in his constituency now. A man who was Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, you ought to have repaired your roads and do so much that for the next 10 years, no intervention would have been necessary. But no, Mr. Speaker, he left it. I recently, Mr. Speaker, had to fix the Diga Community Center. It was in a state of disrepair. And when the people called me, his councillor was one of them. I met them and they said, please repair the center. I did, Mr. Speaker. And today, Mr. Speaker, this same man who deprived the opposition then from getting any resources of the government and people of this country is now lamenting, Mr. Speaker, that he got absolutely nothing, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when I hear the leader of the opposition talk about we stop the police headquarters, Mr. Speaker, that's extremely disingenuous, Mr. Speaker. I want to ask the leader of the opposition to show us an approved plan. Show us the drawings he had for the police headquarters. Show it to us, Mr. Speaker, because up to now, it remains a figment of his imagination, Mr. Speaker. He never had any plans. He never had anything. How can we stop what doesn't exist? How can we stop what doesn't exist? And if he wants to talk about stoppage, we can go to the Soufre Square, which was being done, the administrative building in Vieux-Fort, which was being done, the airport, which was the subject of a PPP, he stopped, you know. So don't talk about we stop police headquarters, and that is the kind of mis and disinformation that he readily perpetuates, Mr. Speaker, and that information is repeated by his cohorts, Mr. Speaker. You know, he's pleased, Mr. Speaker, that we are finally doing crews in Vieux-Fort. Mr. Speaker, that is a statement laden with hypocrisy. It is laden with hypocrisy, Mr. Speaker, because he knows Carnival Cruise Lines and Royal Caribbean were in very advanced stages, Mr. Speaker, when he assumed office. He came in, and because within a couple weeks of his assumption of prime ministership of this country, he had signed off with Tioa King, he asked them to stop and go and join Tioa King. He asked them to stop, Mr. Speaker, and go and join Tioa King, Mr. Speaker. You know, and then again, I remember us having to deal with...
Remember, you have 15 minutes left.
Oh, that's all right. I remember us having to deal with, Mr. Speaker, that we sold the ports, we sold the ports, we sold the ports. We never sold any ports, Mr. Speaker. We never sold any ports. He kept repeating it. Today, Mr. Speaker, he comes here. In one corner of his mouth, he say, we are renting the halls of justice from NH. We are renting the halls of justice. And he forgot he said that. He turned around and said a bolt agreement. Mr. Speaker, how can you be renting premises when you have a contract that clearly says you will pay me X amount, and after 12 years, the building is yours for $1? Are you paying rent, Mr. Speaker? Are you really paying rent? It's a bolt agreement. Build, operate, lease, and transfer. After 12 years, we'll be saving ourselves a lot of rent, Mr. Speaker. That's not what he wanted to do. When he came in, our rent was about 34 million. When he left, it was over 70. He doubled it, renting a lot of premises from his father in the process, Mr. Speaker. You know? And then he man talk about there's no accountability. You know? I can't believe this man. I can't be no accountability. A very man who went to the Summit of the Americas meeting and say that transparency is too onerous. You know? Mr. Speaker, you know, I remember when the member for Castries North was Prime Minister. The budget for the leader of the opposition, who was then Minister of Tourism, was $50 million. $50 million. And what did he take it to do? To pay empty planes to come down here. 12 million he paid. You know, to pay empty aircraft to come to St. Lucia. And today you want to talk about flights this and flights that. And the man want to talk about we should apologize for the everywhere. Yeah. Every weekend, Miami, yeah, because he paid for the flight. Talk about apologizing for the late tabling of the CIP report. Can you imagine a man, when journalists ask him, why are you breaching the Constitution so blatantly by having Parliament in excess of the 30 days as stipulated by the Constitution? You said the Constitution lay no sanctions, so you can do what you want. A man who for 5 years never had a deputy speaker. You know, and today you talk about apologize for laying a report late, Mrs. You know. And then, Mr. Speaker, he wanted to, you see, sometimes he's been caught in his own web. You want to talk about your support of the OECS because we could have done joint purchase of pharmaceuticals? Huh? And you know that for a fact, you gave Maloney $7.3 million to buy vaccine instead of going that route. Huh? You know? And lied about it. Then, Mr. Speaker, all the man does is lie. Who brought DSH here? DSH came here. Like all investors, empty-handed. They are looking for an opportunity. But Kenny Anthony wasn't a bois like he's a bois. That's a fact. So Kenny rightfully put a committee together. The member from Castries South know about it. You were on the committee. Member for Viewford North was on it. Put a committee together of all experts, Mr. Speaker, of persons in various fields to advise him. They brought the agreement. It was rejected. You came in and in a shake of the break you signed that agreement and say it's they that brought DSH here, man. And then want to talk about CIP, CIP. You know? Mr. Speaker, quite honestly, and then, you know, what is worse, Mr. Speaker? That's the agreement that Kenny Anthony and them negotiated on. But guess what? His Attorney General was the same Attorney General that was there under Kenny Anthony. Why didn't you get advice from her? Why did you not get her advice? Why? I'm hearing from a cabinet member. He put her outside. You know? You see? You are hearing. Laissez Lucia, même moun qui était Attorney General là, les Kenny passé bagay là, c'est lui qui était Attorney General, les chasse devine Prime Minister. Et yo me do chamber just pour y parler AOCA. And guess what, Mr. Speaker? Bradley signed, and it appeared Bradley signed under coercion. And that's why he's not here. Yes, that's why he's not here. He signed under coercion and was bold enough. He was bold enough to say that after he signed, he realized the agreement was not in the interest of St. Lucia. And then you come in and say that's the same agreement. Huh? Bradley is a man that reads, but I don't understand how he's a banker. So, Mr. Speaker, this man says one set of things and in one side of his mouth and comes out through another. Mr. Speaker, let me go quickly. I know I have 15 minutes left. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, let me just outline a few egregious deeds that this leader of the opposition had entered into that impacted on this economy and the people extremely negatively, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I feel extremely disheartened. I felt deflated when I heard Gaston Brown, the Prime Minister of Antigua, is now offering free university education to Antiguans, Mr. Speaker, and he has even added law to the curriculum, Mr. Speaker. Guess why? Because personnel from the University of the West Indies came down here with a view of establishing a campus here, Mr. Speaker. Restaurants would have made money, Airbnb, taxis, buses. But what? He ran after them. He ran after them. He said he's not interested. This man is not interested in education. They went to Antigua and Gaston Brown embraced them, Mr. Speaker. He embraced them and today he can now offer free university education. Exactly. And after he wanted to shut down Sir Arthur, today in a hypocritical manner, he wants to pretend. He wants to pretend that he likes Sir Arthur so much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, look at this. Look at what is happening in the geopolitical environment now, Mr. Speaker. It has caused a lot of small island developing states to bring uncertainties in a lot of respects. The price of fuel, Mr. Speaker, and most of our electricity is fossil fuel based. You had an investor who came here, who collected data for years and decided that the Dennery Valley was ideal for a wind farm. Ideal for a wind farm. But because there were so many landowners, he approached the government and he said, please acquire this land for me, but value it and I will put the monies in your treasury. They did not. They did not. Today, Mr. Speaker, c'est je value azotek ay nikouan pli bon marché ek pli reliable. He didn't do it. But you know what he did, Mr. Speaker? He acquired land, he acquired a hotel. He acquired a hotel. They acquired land when he was Minister of Tourism. You remember that one, senior minister? Acquired land for a hotel. He and the other one, passed it on to a Canadian developer. The man mortgaged the land for about $40 million and took the money and ran. And when Kenny Anthony came in 2011, Mr. Speaker, he had to pay about $40 million for the St. Lucian people to get back their land. So he'll acquire it for foreigners. He'll acquire it for foreigners to bring profit to them, but not when it brings a relief to the people. In Sozel, yes. Not when it brings relief, Mr. Speaker, to the people of this country, Mr. Speaker. And so we don't have a wind farm. We don't have a wind farm. We have to rely on what's happening out there, Mr. Speaker, when you tell me, Mr. Speaker, you can treat the people of this country that way. You can treat the people of this country that way. It is no wonder, Mr. Speaker, they gave you a 15-2 defeat in 2021, returned it with a 16-1, and I rather suspect the next time is a 17-0, even leaving you out of this great chamber of ours, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, very quickly, Many of my colleagues have spoken about the new policy rollout giving titles to persons who have lived on Crown lands. Yes, Mr. Speaker, let's tabulate that. 15-2 and 16-1, that's 31-3. If those were goals and it's Manchester United scoring that, they win the Premier League already. Mr. Speaker, like I said, both of my colleagues have spoken about the policy of giving title to persons who have lived on Crown lands for over 30 years. As we speak, Mr. Speaker, over 300 deeds are currently being worked on for persons who have lived on those lands. Government is paying the lawyer, government is paying the stamp duty, and the only money the beneficiaries have to find would be the bus fare to go to the lawyer's office. So listen, we got this all, nous can roll out by sa Adamun ko même pour vieux Fort Neuf ka di moi c'est ça moi bali timide pli because c'est mon kay koblé. Nous ko moi vle dire ça comme ça. Tout moun kay joine chote yo. Il y a des toilettes, nous avons 300 lettres qui a préparé. Moi, savent, au chai, c'est votre là à préparer. Tout le monde pas qu'à s'ajouer ensemble. C'est busy, pas busy, but I could tell you, we have thousands of titles, thousands of lots to literally give to St. Lucians for the land that they have occupied, something that has never happened before, Mr. Speaker. And I know there are several places in Denry North, for example. There are many, many places in Miku North as well. There are places where we will go in and rationalize the same way, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, over the last term, the Housing Assistance Program has worked wonders. Adadio Jisfekai, the member from Miku, Denry North and Denry South actually build houses. They were not as nice as the member for Viewford North, or yours were nicer. On a point of order. So, even houses that were built, Mr. Speaker, bringing reprieve to the people. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, when a rep does that, how could you go to the people who you are asking to re-elect you another time and they turn you down? How can they? And that is why it is the policies of this government that will ensure they remain in office for another 20 years, Mr. Speaker. I'm telling you this, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we have, as I speak, we have 2 condominium units going up in Talvan. We have a prototype plan that has been approved by DCA, and we will be making, once the land is available in any constituency, we're going to put 1 or 2 down very, very quickly. As I said, Mr. Speaker, government's contribution would be not to incorporate the cost of the land into the final sales price, so persons will be getting those condos at a heavily, heavily subsidized price, Mr. Speaker. Okay? Mr. Speaker, there are several other initiatives that we will be taking on. We will be taking on initiatives, Mr. Speaker, in Miku, like I said, Miku South, in Denry North, and in some other areas, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as far as Castries City Council is concerned, very quickly, I want to say that I want to compliment them. I want to compliment all those persons, Mr. Speaker, who work extremely hard at the Castries City Council. The sanitation workers, they do whatever is necessary to ensure that the streets are clean. But I want to call on our people. I want to call on our people, Mr. Speaker, throughout the length and breadth of St. Lucia to take social responsibility and keep the place clean. People dump garbage almost anywhere, Mr. Speaker. It's an eyesore. And it shows, Mr. Speaker, that too many people lack patriotism. We need to do better than that. At City Council, Mr. Speaker, I want to compliment the city police. Although there was some skepticism over the city police, but I could tell you they are working very, very hard under Inspector Commission. They have solved several robberies, Mr. Speaker, several. They have even assisted in solving murders, and they are almost the first ones on the scene on a daily basis, Mr. Speaker, when anything happens within the corridors of Central. So hats off to them, Mr. Speaker. They have body cams, they have ATVs, and City Council is doing very well. For mobile pressure wash, for the very first time, we have compressor trucks, Mr. Prime Minister, thanks to you. We have compressor trucks. We have one compressor truck with the ability to lift those garbage bins and to dump it in the truck. So we are doing quite well. We have a mayor who's hardworking, who has a hand to the wheel, Mr. Speaker. And so, yes, I'll give you your caravan when you're ready. The caravans have already been rolled out, most of them, Mr. Speaker. So we are doing well. We are doing well, Mr. Speaker. At National Housing Corporation, Mr. Speaker, again, we have, in the last term, we acquired our own National Housing Corporation headquarters. They have been in existence from 1967, Mr. Speaker, and we have been renting from time immemorial. And I said, not under my watch will we continue renting. We are now saving $12,000 a month. And you know what, Mr. Speaker? I took a lot of blows. I took a lot of blows for taking NHC from being under rent and owning their premises. They say, I make bubble with the land. All sorts of nonsense, Mr. Speaker. But today, with the proceeds of sale, we have a building that is valued and insured for $3.5 million with no encumbrance on that building. When I'm gone, they will remember it is Richard Frederick who caused them to have that office, Mr. Speaker. And that is what good governance is all about, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you hear, for the first time in the history of this country, a government made a contribution of $6.5 million to the National Housing Corporation. And I want to thank the Honorable Prime Minister for that. And it is because of that we will be selling the condos at less than below cost, Mr. Speaker, making it extremely affordable. 2-bedroom, I don't want to say a price now, Mr. Speaker, but I have one in my head that would be, basically persons would gravitate to it psychologically. In Talvin, the development is extremely nice, and I'm looking forward. The demand is there. I'm looking forward, Mr. Speaker, for the Prime Minister to give me $2 million. Let me put down one of those or two of those in every constituency around the island, Mr. Speaker. We'll do that. We'll do that with with lightning rapidity, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we will proceed in the currency of this year.
Remember, you have 5 minutes left.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I'm wrapping up. We will proceed in the currency of this year, Mr. Speaker. We have some land on the Millennium Highway. We are seeking to develop it. We have some at Shock. We are hoping to enter into an agreement. Come what may, will be developed. And we are hoping to put down, yes, in Mac Crownlands, Mr. Speaker, we will be doing some work there as well. We will be doing it. The district rep from day one, she didn't even swear in yet. Mac Crownlands, Bel-Air. Mac Crownlands, Bel-Air. I said, don't worry, district rep. We will do your will. And Mr. Speaker, we are hoping to do another 5 of those buildings in Casaba, Grosile, during the currency of this year. And like I said, as we speak, 2 of those buildings are going down in Talvin, and they will be completed. They will, imagine, Mr. Speaker, we started that development not too long ago, and people are already living in that development. There are some nice houses that have been completed, and some are under construction. The area is nice, it's pleasant, it's tranquil. It just lends to living a really, really, a good, serene life, Mr. Speaker. So, like I said, Mr. Speaker, we will be doing all of what we can to ensure that we make our contribution to the development of this country. Once again, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank all those persons who work with me, my PS, the mayor, staff at CCC, my manager I see him there, Mr. Nicky Caldron. He's always on the road. Yes. And all the others, I'm kind of lost now, Mr. Speaker, because they seem to be so jumbled in my head. But most of all, I want to thank Team RF. There is a team, they are by me, they support me, the Angels, the Shamaids, and all of them, Mr. Speaker, all of them. Jasmine, all of you. I just thank all of you. God bless you all. Be there for me. I'll always be there for you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, as I take my seat.
Member for Library.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I take the floor to make my contribution in support of the Appropriation Bill for the fiscal year 2026-2027 and to endorse, Mr. Speaker, the budget policy statement presented by the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister for Finance. But before I get down to business, to what is before me, Mr. Speaker, I beg leave to express my profound gratitude to the people of Labri Oje for once again making me the instrument of their wishes, and to continue in this honorable house to seek a pathway to a higher plane of development. And so, Mr. Speaker, I'm very pleased to be addressing this House at a time when our country is about to enter into a higher plane of development. Mr. Speaker, as my colleagues who spoke before me have already accentuated, the 2026-2027 budget presented under the theme Consolidating Our Gains, Prospering in Uncertain Times reflects a careful balance between fiscal responsibility and people-centered development. It is anchored in a clear commitment, no new taxes, Mr. Speaker, while delivering meaningful relief and expanded opportunities for citizens and businesses. Mr. Speaker, despite the uncertain times, despite the hardship, we are saying to the people that we must be careful about how we navigate the turbulence, but we are protecting them from any kind of suffering. Building on strong fiscal improvements, reduced government payables, a stronger primary balance, and a narrowing deficit, the government is translating these gains into tangible support for the people of this country. Key measures include direct assistance to families, pensioners, and vulnerable groups, expanded education and social programs, and continued investment in housing and human development. At the same time, Mr. Speaker, the budget strengthens the private sector through tax relief, extended amnesty provisions, reduced penalties, and incentives to encourage investment, innovation, and sustainability, alongside improvements in the ease of doing business. Overall, Mr. Speaker, the budget demonstrates that St. Lucia can navigate global uncertainty with prudent financial management while protecting families, supporting enterprise, and fostering inclusive growth. Mr. Speaker, I can state categorically, without any fear of contradiction, that under this current administration, St. Lucians have the greatest access to land, housing, health, and other social services like education. Not even the best political liar can refute this fact, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this government is also creating an improved framework to respond more effectively to the growing aspirations of an expanding middle class, and will continue to include segments of the population that have been left behind. So, Mr. Speaker, in line with the new prescripts of the new dispensation, new policies are going to be put in place to continue to improve the lives of the people of this country. The government has also announced a modest legislative agenda because even the best policies could be frustrated by poor legislation. Mr. Speaker, this debate is distinct from the earlier consideration of the estimates of revenue and expenditure for 2026-2027. At that stage, we examined the numbers in detail. We interrogated allocations. We assessed execution. But today, Mr. Speaker, we are concerned with something broader. We are concerned with policy. We are concerned with direction. We are concerned with the strategic choices that will shape the future of the St. Lucian economy. And it is in that context, Mr. Speaker, that I offer my full support to the policy framework outlined by the Honorable Prime Minister and the Appropriation Bill. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has laid before this Honorable House the broad fiscal framework, the economic outlook, and the strategic direction of this government. He has spoken to the numbers. He has spoken to the policy intent. He has spoken to the challenges and the opportunities. My task, therefore, is to reinforce the analysis, to deepen the understanding, and to demonstrate that the policies before us are sound, coherent, and capable of delivering results. And Mr. Speaker, I begin by making one point absolutely clear. This policy framework is not only internally coherent, it is externally validated. The International Monetary Fund, in its 2025 Article 4 consultation, concluded that the St. Lucian economy has demonstrated what it describes as a robust performance in recent years. This statement was made in the press release on the IMF Article 4 consultation and can be located at www.imf.org. Mr. Speaker, this is not a political statement. It is an independent, objective assessment, and it tells us that the direction of this government is not only defensible, it is credible. Mr. Speaker, given that this is not a debate about line items or allocations, those matters have already been examined during the debate on the estimates of revenue and expenditure 2026-2027. This is a debate about whether the policies underpinning those allocations are sound, strategic, and sustainable. And when we assess the policy framework before us against those criteria, the answer, Mr. Speaker, is clear, a categorical yes. And as I navigate my presentation, it shall be made abundantly clear, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this policy framework is being advanced at a time when the people of St. Lucia have delivered a decisive mandate, and that mandate was not given lightly. It was given based on performance, it was given based on trust, it was given based on results, Mr. Speaker. But it's also important, Mr. Speaker, that we place this performance in its proper context, because the people of St. Lucia have experienced two different approaches to economic management. One by the former UWP administration, which can be appropriately called mismanagement. Under the UWP government, the people have seen a period where fiscal discipline was inconsistent and extravagant, where expenditure was not aligned with outcomes. In fact, there was massive wastage of resources, which our side have already highlighted over time. I have been in this honorable house and I've articulated all that wastage. A wastage that was basically like taking the country's money to buy bonbon, lollipop, sweetie, corn curls, tortilla chips, and nothing of substance for the people of this country. And where there was no confidence or trust in the financial stewardship. But under the Labour Party administration, led by this brilliant economist, Philip J. Pierre, the people have been and continue to experience a government that has restored discipline, stability, and credibility. Mr. Speaker, this is why the Labour Party and the independent candidates who supported the party were given an overwhelming mandate to govern this country, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the difference is not theoretical. It is measurable. It is reflected in stronger revenue performance, improved fiscal balances, stronger economic growth over the years, lower and lowest unemployment rate ever recorded in St. Lucia's history, higher investment, and more broadly, superior economic management of the economy. And Mr. Speaker, the people have made the judgment, and the results we are seeing today are a continuation of that choice. Now let's get down to business, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let us now turn to the performance of the economy. For it is by outcomes that policy must ultimately be judged. At the outset, I wish to emphasize that economic performance cannot be fairly assessed in a single year, but must be viewed within the context of trends over time. There is no doubt, Mr. Speaker, that over the period 2021 to 2024, St. Lucia recorded the strongest economic performance within the OECS. The sustained improvement was not accidental, but the result of deliberate and carefully crafted economic policies which contributed to a significant reduction in unemployment and record increases in employment during that period. Honorable members would recall that St. Lucia achieved growth rates of 10.2% in 2021, 18.6% in 2022, 3.9% in 2023, and 4.7% in 2024. This, Mr. Speaker, represents a historic achievement that deserves recognition. Indeed, in 2024, St. Lucia recorded the highest growth rate among OECS member states. I refer honorable members to page 14 of the 2025 Economic and Social Review, specifically Table 1. Mr. Speaker, for the current year, the Statistics Department has issued a preliminary estimate indicating a contraction of 0.6%. It is important to emphasize that this figure remains preliminary and subject to revision. I wish to address this estimate from two perspectives. First, it must be considered within the broader context of the economy's strong performance between 2021 and 2024. Over this 4-year period, St. Lucia experienced sustained growth with cumulative expansion of approximately 30%. It is also important to note, Mr. Speaker, that growth rates are measured on a year-on basis. Given that 2024 was a record-breaking year, a modest decline relative to that high base remains a credible outcome, as accentuated by my colleague from Casio Central, and should not detract from the overall strength of the economy. Moreover, as indicated by the ECCB, the recent moderation in growth reflects constraints on the productive capacity of the economy, namely supply-side limitations arising from structural bottlenecks, rather than any weakening in demand. This clearly underscores the need to address these constraints to sustain future growth. I am therefore pleased to note, Mr. Speaker, that the Prime Minister and Minister for Finance has put forward a range of policy measures aimed at tackling the structural bottlenecks and supporting continued economic expansion. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, experience has shown that such preliminary estimates are often subject to revision. allow me to illustrate with a few examples. In the 2023 Economic and Social Review, the preliminary estimate for economic growth in that year was reported at 2.2%, as indicated on page 13. This figure was subsequently revised upward to 3.3% in the 2024 review on page 106, table 2, and further adjusted to 3.9% in the 2025 review on page 101, table 2. In effect, Mr. Speaker, the growth rate for 2023 was revised from 2.2% to 3.9%, an upward adjustment of 1.5 percentage points. Similarly, Mr. Speaker, the preliminary estimate for economic growth in 2024 was recorded at 4.7%. And we can address ourselves to the 2024 Economic and Social Review on page 106, table 2. Was later revised to 4.8% in 2025. I highlight these examples, Mr. Speaker, to underscore the point that preliminary growth estimates are not final and are routinely revised as more complete data becomes available. Notwithstanding, I'm going to embrace the preliminary data. I wish to emphasize that the current performance does not reflect the pattern observed under the former administration, where there was a clear and sustained deceleration in economic growth over the tenure. In 2016, we handed over a fundamentally sound economy to the UWP government. That year, growth of 3.4% was recorded. The strongest performance during the 2016-2019 period. Notably, Mr. Speaker, the figure was revised upward from an initial estimate of 0.9% as reported in the 2016 Economic and Social Review on page 6, Summary of Domestic Developments. This represents an increase of 2.6 percentage points, significant by any standard, Mr. Speaker. At the time, the then government dismissed the 0.9% figure as a legacy of the previous Labour Party administration. I raise this, Mr. Speaker, to reinforce the point I made earlier about the provisional nature of preliminary estimates and how they can be changed. Returning to the broader trend, Mr. Speaker, the data shows a clear deceleration in growth under the former administration, from 3.4% in 2016 to 3.2% in 2017, 3.1% in 2018, and a revised contraction of negative 1% in 2019. That 2019 estimate was previously recorded at negative 0.7% in earlier reviews, as reflected in the 2023, 2024 and 2025 Economic and Social Reviews. The pattern, Mr. Speaker, is unmistakable, a steady slowdown in economic performance over that period. By contrast, the current situation in 2025 reflects a temporary pause rather than a structural decline. This slowdown is expected to reverse in 2026 and beyond, barring any major external shocks. Importantly, Mr. Speaker, this is not merely my view, but that of the Eastern Caribbean Central Bank. In its annual Economic and Financial Review 2025 for St. Lucia, from pages 6 to 7, the ECCB states, and I quote, "Economic activity is projected to return to a modest growth trajectory in the medium term, as several temporary factors influencing the 2025 outcome dissipate and the economy progressively rebuilds capacity within the tourism, construction, and key service sectors. Real GDP is anticipated to expand by 1.4% in 2026 and 2% in 2027. Primarily driven by the reopening of major hotel establishments, improvements in ELIF, and ongoing public and private sector construction activity. However, these gains remain constrained by persistent structural limitations affecting long-term productive capacity. Unquote. Mr. Speaker, this reinforces the point that the current moderation is temporary and that the economy remains on a path to recovery and sustained growth. That's what it is saying. While I do not fully share the ECCB's growth projections and remain confident that growth will be stronger, driven by the pipeline of public sector projects and private investment, I do agree with the broader outlook that the economy will rebound robustly in 2026 and maintain positive growth in 2027. I am confident, Mr. Speaker, that once the ECCB reviews the Prime Minister's budget statement, particularly the slate of planned public and private sector projects, it will move to revise its growth projections upward. Mr. Speaker, I deliberately cited the full paragraph because it speaks directly to an important issue concerning the long-term productive capacity of the economy. A point I raised earlier in relation to structural or supply-side bottlenecks. We have witnessed a remarkable decline in unemployment, falling from 21.9% in 2021 to 12.6% in 2025, with a historic low of 10.8% recorded last year. At the same time, Mr. Speaker, the employed labor force has grown significantly from 83,977 in 2019 to 100,210 in 2025. This is a milestone achievement as it marks the first time in St. Lucia's history that employment has surpassed the 100,000 mark, Mr. Speaker. This is the very first time. But then the leader of the opposition made it look as if, the contraction is in the context of some kind of poor management, or the fiscal situation in no way supports a sound economy. That is not true at all, Mr. Speaker. This is something that should be celebrated, but we go in one point further into this analysis. Mr. Speaker, it is important to note, however, that while the unemployment rate increased to 12.6%, employment also rose from 97,354 in 2024 to the 100,210 in 2025. This apparent paradox is explained in the 2025 Economic and Social Review, which notes that, and I quote, based on preliminary data, the labor market conditions in 2025 were characterized by the largest labor force and highest employment levels to date, unquote. That's on page 52, Mr. Speaker. In essence, Mr. Speaker, the increase in unemployment reflects a significant expansion in the labor force. That's why there is an increase in unemployment, because there was an increase in the labor force, which grew from 109,160 in 2024 to 114,708 in 2025. All labor market figures cited are drawn from page 122, table 33, main labor force indicators. I must also highlight another critical development, as noted in the 2025 Economic and Social Review on page 52. And I quote, this expansion in the labor force was linked to a recovery in the labor force participation rate, which rose from 69.3% in 2024 to 72.5% in 2025, unquote. Simply put, Mr. Speaker, individuals who had previously been discouraged and outside the labor market are now re-entering, encouraged by the growing availability of job opportunities. Mr. Speaker, I now return to the issue of the long-term productive capacity of the economy. The question I wish to pose is this: are we approaching that capacity? This is a matter that can only be definitively answered through empirical research. That said, Mr. Speaker, it is widely acknowledged that many businesses are currently seeking employees but are struggling to fill vacancies. The construction sector in particular is experiencing significant constraints with shortages of carpenters, masons, and other skilled workers. In economic terms, Mr. Speaker, we refer to the concept of the natural rate of unemployment. That is the level of unemployment consistent with an economy operating at full employment, reflecting only structural and frictional factors. In other words, Mr. Speaker, sometimes an economy may be operating at the natural rate of unemployment, but there's still a certain rate of unemployment because there may be a mismatch in terms of people's skills with the jobs that exist, or people have left their jobs and looking for other jobs. So when it is structural, it is that the mismatch is taking place, but the frictional is when people are in the process of changing jobs. And Mr. Speaker, this brings me to the question. Is 10.8% our natural rate of unemployment? Given the current tightness in the labor market, it is a question worth serious consideration. I do not purport to have the answer, Mr. Speaker, because I will not enter the sphere of speculation. I'm only asking. But I would strongly encourage further empirical research to determine St. Lucia's natural rate of unemployment. We need to make the intellectual effort to understand it and to answer that question as we grow and as we try to survive in a very hostile environment. Mr. Speaker, what is abundantly clear is that this government's recognition that moving forward there is a pressing need for employment creation and the reduction in the number of citizens dependent on social welfare. In other words, we are injecting significant sums to take care of the vulnerable populations in this country, and as they get out of poverty, as they become gainfully employed, they begin to contribute to the social security in this country. And we are going to deploy resources to ensure that when all our people above the poverty line, we keep them above the poverty line, Mr. Speaker. And so we are creating an improved framework for people in the informal sector to join the formal sector, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have devoted some time to the discussion of economic performance because it was important to place the preliminary growth estimates within the broader context of St. Lucia's medium and long-term performance, as well as to highlight the significant achievement of this government in expanding employment and reducing unemployment. Accordingly, I will be more concise in addressing the remaining indicators of economic performance. But before proceeding, Mr. Speaker, I wish to highlight one additional key measure, and that is GDP per capita. In this regard, I refer honorable members to page Roman numeral 14 of the St. Lucia Economic and Social Review. GDP per capita increase from US $14,007.80 in 2024 to US $14,238.30 in 2025. This, Mr. Speaker, is a meaningful achievement and clear evidence that the benefits of our government policies are reaching the people of St. Lucia. Another important area reflecting the success of our economic policies is the cost of living, particularly our efforts to mitigate inflation. The government has taken deliberate steps, including waiving the service charge on selected imports, securing derogations from CARICOM to reduce import duties on key goods, and continuing targeted subsidies on essential items such as LPG, sugar, rice, and flour. Mr. Speaker, much has been said by the Leader of the Opposition and others regarding the cost of living, with claims that they possess the solution to what is largely an externally driven challenge, and given that inflation in St. Lucia is heavily influenced by import prices beyond our control. Notwithstanding this, over the past 2 years, inflation declined to negative 0.8% in 2024, reflecting deflation in the economy, and rose only marginally to 0.7% in 2025. This demonstrates, Mr. Speaker, that while global inflationary pressures have eased, the government's fiscal measures have also played a critical role in containing inflation. Indeed, St. Lucia recorded the lowest inflation rates in the OECS over the period 2024 to 2025. And I refer honorable members to page 14 of the 2025 Economic and Social Review, specifically table 3. So, Mr. Speaker, when you hear the opposition speak, you swear this country is one where it is vitae and the people are suffering and we are not cushioning the impact. I think it's rather unfortunate. When the leader of the opposition came in there last night, he landed, with such confidence, and he landed there, that there's a new sheriff in town. I thought what he came to tell us is that he had just come from the Strait of Hormuz and ensure that everything would be free up and that would not suffer. I mean, that kind of, for once I was fooled. You understand? In the area of fiscal policy, Mr. Speaker, I will be brief, as the Prime Minister and Minister for Finance has already addressed this matter in considerable detail. However, I wish to draw attention to page 19 of the 2025 Economic and Social Review, which notes that preliminary data indicates central government total revenue and grants increased by 7.6% to 1.7 billion, 23.6% of GDP, outpacing the growth in total expenditure, which rose by 5.6% to 1.8 billion, 25.6% in the fiscal year 2025-2026. The same report further highlights that fiscal balances improve, with the overall deficit narrowing from 162.3 million, 2.3% of GDP in 2024-2025, to 149.8 million, 1.9% of GDP in 2025-2026. Additionally, the current account balance shifted from a deficit of 30.2 million to a surplus of 38.6 million, while the primary surplus strengthened to 94.2 million, 1.3% of GDP, up from 57.8 million, 0.8% of GDP in the previous fiscal year. These figures clearly demonstrate, Mr. Speaker, that fiscal performance improved significantly in the fiscal year 2025-2026, with all major fiscal indicators showing positive movement. This progress is particularly noteworthy given the government's deliberate efforts to provide relief to citizens, including increasing the personal income tax allowance from 18,000 to 25,000, restructuring the income tax system, exempting pensioners' income, and reducing the cost of living through exemptions on selected imports from service charges and import duties. Once again, Mr. Speaker, this reflects the strength and effectiveness of the government's fiscal and economic policies. Mr. Speaker, the opposition claimed that the 2025-2026 budget was an election budget, suggesting that the government engaged in excessive spending that would result in large fiscal deficits. The figures I have just presented clearly refute that narrative, not symptomatic at all of fiscal slippages around election. There was prudence even at the time of the election, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, when I listen to the leader of the opposition and the members speak, they say country and western is Gopwell music. I've often heard they say that. And when I listen to them, it reminds me of a song they call 10 out of 10. And some of the lyrics say, I give you 1 out of 10 for seeing us through, and 9 out of 10 for making me blue. You're high on the charts when it comes to low down. So, Mr. Speaker, if we have to put those lyrics in the context of this former Prime Minister it would be something like I give you 1 out of 10 for concealing the real you. 9 out of 10, not for making me blue, but for making boo-boo whilst you were in office. And you top the chart when it comes to economic slowdown. And you know, it's said for lying and cheating, 10 out of 10. And I think for lying and fake crying, 10 out of 10. And it said that's when we were taking you in, we were taking you out. And I think in that case, it would be proper to say, this is why in 2021, while they were bringing Philip in, the people were taking you out. But I think, Mr. Speaker, it is something that we ought to understand, that sometimes people find it difficult to adjust to opposition. I have been in opposition twice. Twice. The very first term was in opposition. So I know what it is. It could be a very lonely place, but as a soldier, we had to accept those fundamental realities and, of course, continue to provide for the people who look up to us for compassion and honest purpose. So I tell you, take heart, represent your people, come to the House, behave yourself, make a proper contribution in the House, and go to your constituency, touch base with the people. Don't stay away. And yeah, go by the beach, cool out and try to lessen the impact of the political go-well, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I now turn to the issue of public debt. This is an area where our approach differs sharply from that of the former UWP administration. Mr. Speaker, our government believes in strategic borrowing. Borrowing that enhances the productive capacity of the economy and supports sustainable growth and development over the long run. In contrast, the previous administration engaged in borrowing for projects that yielded little to no lasting economic benefit. We have outlined this on numerous occasions, but a few examples bear repeating, Mr. Speaker. Borrowing for vaccines that were never fully received with only partial refunds, borrowing for the dredging of the John Compton Dam in a very strange way, procurement of incinerators that the Solid Waste Management Authority cannot utilize, construction of the Larishus Road. You remember I kept on telling you, you were the Minister for Infrastructure then, when I said you all built a road for Tiwa King and the horse racing track. At the time you were shy to admit that. But today you are liberated and brave and bold, and you can say that I was right.
He said Tiwa would have paid it.
That's right, he never did. Construction, relocation of the Beausejour Agricultural Station and demolition of the abattoir, and perhaps most concerning, the expenditure of 118 million on the St. Jude's box rather than completing the original hospital project, Mr. Speaker. And if we had allowed them to remain in office, it would take about another $118 million to complete that monstrosity at OJ, Mr. Speaker. And turning to the current position, Mr. Speaker, public debt increased by 6.5% to 5.4 billion, and the debt to GDP ratio rose from 72.6% in 2024 to 75.9% in 2020. I heard you say 85% a while ago. I heard you talk about 85% a while ago. You know, during your little stint for borrowing for Bonbon, Lollipop, and Sweetie, you borrowed over $1 billion. You borrowed over $1 billion on Papi Show to do Papi Show in the economy. When the Labour Party borrows, we borrow for education, for the laptop program, to equalize opportunity and to destroy privilege where everybody has access to it. The farmers from the Dennery Valley, during the days of green gold of bananas, that was responsible for the extensive socio-economic development of this country. And today the bananas have fallen into difficulty. We have a duty to take care of the sons and daughters of toil. We have a duty. That's what we're doing with the money. The money is for the people of this country, not for a little group to see McGwen at the expense of the majority of the people of this country, Mr. Speaker. Madipoete, they were borrowing like there's no tomorrow. No tomorrow. You know? Miss Adubote? Yeah, Idubut. This increase was partly due to slower growth in GDP at current prices, which rose by 2%. That's table 1, page 100 of the same report. However, Mr. Speaker, as economic growth strengthens and GDP continues on an upward trajectory, we expect the debt to GDP ratio to stabilize and be brought under control. I also wish to highlight, Mr. Speaker, that the government has taken decisive action to reduce its short-term liabilities, with payables declining from over 160 million dollars in 2022 to approximately $20 million by December 2025. This is tremendous. This is a notable achievement that deserves commendation. It sends a clear signal to the private sector, reinforcing confidence in extending credit to the government, given its demonstrated commitment to meeting obligations in a timely manner. Mr. Speaker, I now turn to the medium-term outlook, as this budget must be firmly grounded in the government's broader economic and fiscal framework. However, before doing so, it is essential to first consider, Mr. Speaker, the global political environment. And what we see today is not a product of spontaneous combustion, Mr. Speaker. From the aftermath of the Cold War, what we have been experiencing is an environment that is pregnant with the seeds of our country's continued marginalization. First of all, we experience a reduction in official development assistance. And for the ECCU countries, the decline was about 5% of GDP per annum. And most of that time were engaged either in the scaling back of intended expenditure or the accumulation of debt. Then we experienced the erosion of trade preferences. We had about 25,000 banana farmers. At its peak in 1988, we exported 120,000 tons. And of course, by 2020, it was down to 3,500 tons. And the adverse impact on the rural areas could have been seen. Unemployment and poverty increase. Some people migrated as a consequence, Mr. Speaker. And adding to an erosion of trade preferences and a reduction in official development assistance is the climate crisis, as it continues its decimating march across the environmental, social, and economic fabric of our country. Comprehensive studies of the Caribbean region have shown the impact of the climate crisis on small island economies, such as natural disasters, have contributed significantly to elevated levels of debt in our country and the consequential fiscal stress placed on us. Impacts of climate change and external shocks have significantly reduced the policy space for us in the Caribbean. A net effect of erosion of trade preferences, declining aid flows, and high frequency of natural disasters is that economic growth has become so volatile in our region, Mr. Speaker. Then we embrace tourism as an engine for economic growth, and we know that it's vulnerable to the international situation. The slightest increases in petroleum impacts the tourism industry directly. Then in comes the COVID-19 pandemic, which saw a contraction of the economy when the world lost its appetite for trade and investment. Whilst we were trying to plan the post-COVID-19 trajectory to recover, then there became the Ukraine-Russia war that caused interest rates to increase in the world and, of course, caused borrowing to become more expensive for us. So it means for every dollar we spend more on borrowing, we have less room to invest in education, in healthcare, etc. And the increased interest rates, Mr. Speaker, it actually exacerbated the fiscal drag on the post-19 recovery. The IMF, World Bank, all of them said, you know what? Embrace financial services. We were blacklisted left, right, and center by most of our traditional friends. And then we were confronted with all those roadblocks. But we have our people in this country that look up to us to do something to respond to the challenges that they face. The CIP program came into existence, and that is experiencing strong headwinds, both externally and most importantly at home. But we'll deal with this matter at some other time. And then that particular scenario have conspired.
Member, you have 15 minutes left.
Have conspired, Mr. Speaker, to precipitate a situation where we have to continue to navigate a very complex and fluid world situation made worse by the current war in Iran, which have actually exacerbated the problems of fuel prices, which will translate into higher prices for transport, for shipping, etc. And for a small economy that rely a lot on international trade, we are going to suffer the consequences. The latest World Economic Outlook from the International Monetary Fund presented at its recent spring meetings underscored this reality. The IMF describes a global economy operating in the shadow of war, with geopolitical tensions, particularly in the Middle East, reshaping prospects for growth, inflation, and financial stability. It notes that these conflicts have already dampened global economic momentum, leading to downward revisions in growth and renewed inflationary pressures, especially in energy markets. Importantly, the risks are tilted firmly to the downside, with the possibility of growth slowing to levels seen only during major global crises. Mr. Speaker, this has direct implications for St. Lucia as a small open energy importing economy. We are highly dependent on tourism flows, stable travel conditions, and predictable fuel and shipping costs. The IMF makes it clear that geopolitical shocks, especially those affecting energy supply, can quickly translate into higher fuel prices, increased cost of living, reduced travel demand, and slower growth in tourism-dependent economies like ours. These are not abstract risks, Mr. Speaker. They directly affect electricity costs, transportation, food prices, and ultimately the disposable income of our people. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister addressed the issue of fuel prices at length, noting his decision to maintain the price at $16 per gallon, despite significant increases in global oil prices. This is a man who cares. This is a government that is determined to shield the people from that harsh external climate. And we are going to do whatever we can to protect and defend our people, Mr. Speaker. We remain hopeful that good sense will prevail and that the conflict in the Middle East will come to an end. At the same time, Mr. Speaker, the IMF offers an important lesson. In times of global uncertainty, the countries that perform best are those with strong fiscal discipline, credible policies, resilient institutions, and the capacity to adapt quickly. This is precisely why our government continues to pursue prudent fiscal management, invest in resilience and energy transition, diversify the economy, and strengthen our institutions. While we cannot control global conflicts, we can control our level of readiness. We can build resilience and ensure that our economy is equipped to withstand external shocks. The IMF's message is clear. The risks are real, but with sound policy and foresight, countries like St. Lucia can endure and even emerge stronger. Turning to the medium-term outlook, the 2025 ECCB Economic Annual and Financial Report indicates that prospects remain positive, though contingent on global conditions and domestic capacity constraints. Growth is expected to return to trend levels as tourism and construction stabilize, but sustained expansion will depend on addressing structural bottlenecks and navigating global headwinds. The ECCB projects a return to growth in 2026, with further strengthening in 2027, driven by tourism recovery, expansion of hotel capacity, and continued investment. Similarly, Mr. Speaker, the IMF's Article 4 consultation anticipates that growth will remain positive through 2027 and 2028, aligning with the country's medium-term potential. Mr. Speaker, this tells us that the economy is transitioning to a more sustainable growth path, one not driven by short-term impulses, but by stability, continuity, and resilience. On the fiscal side, the outlook supports the government's approach. Revenues remain stable, expenditures disciplined, and deficits contained within a framework that safeguards macroeconomic stability while allowing continued investment in infrastructure, resilience, and social development. This, Mr. Speaker, is the essence of prudent and responsible economic management. Mr. Speaker, we have already mentioned earlier that the major policy challenges we face are to expand capacity, to improve project execution, to reduce structural bottlenecks, and to enhance productivity. And that, Mr. Speaker, is precisely what this government's policy framework is designed to do. And in supporting the budget policy statement presented by the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister for Finance, I wish to focus on the strategic policy pillars outlined in his presentation and to situate them within the broader framework of St. Lucia's engagement with the global economy. Because, Mr. Speaker, the policies articulated in this budget are not only domestic in their impact, they are international in their reach. Mr. Speaker, at the heart of the Prime Minister's presentation is a clear and consistent objective to build a resilient, productive, and sustainable economy. This is being pursued through 1, strategic investment in infrastructure, 2, expansion of key productive sectors, including agriculture, manufacturing, and new and emerging sectors in ICT, 3, strengthening of economic resilience, and 4, in support for vulnerable populations. Mr. Speaker, from the perspective of external affairs and international trade, this is essential because resilience at home strengthens our credibility abroad. It enhances our ability to 1, attract investment, 2, expand trade opportunities, and 3, engage effectively in international negotiations. And at this juncture, Mr. Speaker, permit me to recognize the staff of the Ministry of External Affairs, who have to survey multiple spheres with limited available resources, whilst we bring in, Mr. Speaker, hundreds of millions into this country to assist with the development of St. Lucia. We work in the engine room. People believe that foreign affairs just exists as a bunch of people who dress nice and as if they're in a fashion show. No, they have to dress in a particular way to receive dignitaries without a clothing allowance, and I'll be requesting that in the budget next time. They look good at their expense to make the country look good, to ensure that they project a positive image. And we are just concluding a strategic plan for the ministry, and we will be taking some memos to cabinet to ensure that we augment the protocol unit and other areas so that we are able to discharge our duties more effectively and efficiently. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has placed strong emphasis on several key areas. The redevelopment of Iwanora International Airport, where it must be said valuable time was lost under the former UWP administration, necessitating significant corrective action to bring the project back within proper scope and budget. 2, the expansion of road infrastructure and increased investment in energy and utilities, and 4, the modernization of national systems. Mr. Speaker, I was in opposition when this whole airport redevelopment thing was shifted by the river. I expressed concern at the time that it will constrain our ability to have a parallel taxiway, which we will need if we are going to prepare for increased passenger movements and increase air transport movements, we would need a parallel taxiway, because we do not have an opportunity for us to build a parallel runway. And we should not encourage a scenario where aeroplanes must cross the existing runway to go to a parallel taxiway on the southern side of the runway. That will not work. It will be inefficient, it will delay aeroplanes, and it's a dangerous development. Mr. Speaker, these are not merely domestic investments that I alluded to earlier. They are strategic investments in connectivity. For a small island developing state, connectivity is synonymous with competitiveness. From a civil aviation standpoint, the expansion and modernization of our airport infrastructure are essential to increasing airlift, supporting tourism growth, enhancing cargo and logistics capacity, and positioning St. Lucia as a more accessible and competitive destination.
Remember, you have 5 minutes left.
So when we are developing an airport, we must not only look at the terminal building, we must look at the air side that facilitates the safety of the passenger carrying aircraft. We must always focus on that. And so, Mr. Speaker, I encourage all to have a very deep conversation about the future infrastructure at Iwanora and how we should deal with it. Because I remember at the threshold of the 1990s, when we were about to embark on the expansion of Iwanora, the Air Traffic Controllers Association advised that we push the terminal building back so that we have the required clearance away from the runway when an aircraft is taxiing and another aircraft landing. No, they just expanded the existing terminal. And now it is too close, so they have to push it back. There was the original plan of putting it in the car park, which was the best place for it on solid ground. My learned friend across from Miku South took it and he gave it to the river. And then we came in after substantial investments in it. But we need to explore how we can make it work so that we can have a parallel taxiway and do what is required to accommodate future traffic growth. We must purchase the lands around the airport to protect the conical surfaces. We must proceed to protect the aerodrome. The only way that we can lengthen that runway is in a westward direction. And it means that the entire Kokodan area must be protected. And I'm saying that those roads that exist must be blocked by SLASPA with immediacy to prevent activity around there that will compromise the approach of the aeroplane. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister and Minister for Finance has indicated continued expansion in tourism, including the addition of over 500 hotel rooms by 2027. This is a significant development, but tourism growth does not occur in isolation. It requires air access, strategic partnerships, international marketing, and diplomatic engagement. As Minister responsible for civil aviation and external affairs, we will continue to strengthen bilateral air services agreements, expand partnerships with key source markets, support increased airlift into St. Lucia, and ensure that our aviation policy supports sustainable growth. And Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to say that we have in recent times employed a civil aviation expert with specific responsibility to deal with aviation security for us to ensure we address deficiencies in real time so that our border is further tightened, secure, and impregnable, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has outlined a clear commitment to renewable energy development, energy sector reform, climate resilience, and sustainable infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister for Finance announced a number of initiatives aimed at strengthening our climate resilience, which will enhance our ability to withstand external shocks, protect critical infrastructure, and safeguard the livelihoods of our people in the face of increasing climate-related risks. And Mr. Speaker, this is the direction we should go in terms of financing investments that will ensure we build resilience in the economy. That's the only way we can climb to a new level of development. And Mr. Speaker, since you signaled that I have only 10 minutes left, I will now proceed to the blue economy and trade expansion and just offer my reflections. The continued implementation of the blue economy project and support for agriculture, fisheries, and agro-processing are critical elements of this policy framework. These initiatives have direct implications for export development, food security, value-added production, and trade diversification. Mr. Speaker, through our trade policy, we will continue to seek opportunities to expand market access through negotiating new international trade agreements, strengthen regional and international trade relationships, and to position St. Lucia within emerging global value chains. The youth and creative industries. The Prime Minister again has emphasized expansion of the youth economy, support for the creative industries, and development of new economic opportunities. These sectors are inherently global, Mr. Speaker. They rely on digital platforms, international markets, cultural exchange, and diaspora engagement. And therefore, our external relations framework will support market access for creatives, international partnerships, cultural diplomacy, and promotion of St. Lucian talent globally. Diaspora engagement. While not always explicitly stated, many of the policies outlined in this budget have direct implications for the St. Lucian diaspora. Investment opportunities, tourism expansion, housing development, and national infrastructure all create avenues for diaspora participation. My ministry remains committed to deepening engagement with our diaspora communities, facilitating investment and contribution, and strengthening the bonds between St. Lucia and its nationals abroad. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister for Finance has made it clear that economic growth must be accompanied by 1, support for the vulnerable, 2, expansion of public assistance, and 3, investment in health and education, and an improvement in the quality of life. This is important not only domestically, Mr. Speaker, but internationally, because it demonstrates that St. Lucia is committed to inclusive development, social stability, and human-centered policy. Mr. Speaker, underlying all of these initiatives is a commitment to fiscal discipline, responsible expenditure, improved revenue performance, and sustainable debt management. This is critical because fiscal credibility at home translates into confidence from international partners, improved access to financing, stronger negotiating position, and enhanced investor confidence. Mr. Speaker, what emerges from the Prime Minister's presentation is a clear and coherent policy framework, one that is strategic, balanced, forward-looking, and grounded in results. And from the perspective of external affairs, international trade, civil aviation, and diaspora affairs, it is a framework that strengthens St. Lucia's position in the global economy. Mr. Speaker, these policies are not only shaping development within our borders, they are defining how St. Lucia engages with the world and how the world engages with St. Lucia. Mr. Speaker, as I prepare to commence descent and to effect a safe landing, permit me to address myself to matters of my constituency. Mr. Speaker, the strategy and plans of this administration shall continue to be anchored within the strategic development priorities of the country. Further, Mr. Speaker, those strategic priorities will always frame St. Lucia's internal development. So our external policy will always be an extension of domestic imperatives. And so it is in this context that 2026-2027 holds the possibility for us to realize practical projects that will help the constituency of Labrie-Auger to catch up with matters of development. For example, from an infrastructural standpoint, we can look forward to the following. And as I say look forward to the following, Mr. Speaker, I must remind this Honorable House that when the member from Miku South and Minister for Finance in the former administration came in, they've cancelled 33 projects that people had already signed for in Auger, at Black Bay, at Tom, Labri Village, Bewanger, Laho. Cancel them. And up to now, we are trying to grapple with this objective reality of ensuring that we implement it. And so, Mr. Speaker, at Auger, we can look forward to completion of the Black Bay Pom Auger St. Jude sidewalk project, completion of the upgrade of the Black Bay field, fencing, and stadium, completion of the CDP roads that I alluded to, approved by Dr. Kenny Anthony at Black Bay Pom and Auger, continued upgrade of the Auger Combined School and the Auger Multipurpose Facility near the Auger Catholic Church. Upon completion of the sidewalk project, hopefully we will be able to pave the Black Bay St. Jude's Main Road, the Debois Road, and Wavin Pont to Ola Bridge. Only 3 roads in Auger. We are not asking a lot because we understand the world situation. Mr. Speaker, the completion of these projects will allow us to consider the establishment of the Upper Auger playing field and multipurpose court. Further, it will clear the way to tackle the real road issues in this community. For example, Dare Lizzie. Again, during that time, they sold lands at Dare Lizzie and didn't do one road for the people there. A package probably between $15 and $20 million would be required for that intervention. I cannot ask the Prime Minister at this time. We want to complete what we have started, and we must find a strategy to deal with it. In the Labri Village, all I'm bent on is completion. The completion of the Lama, Monripo, CDP roads that were approved by the Dr. Kenny Anthony administration and stopped by the Alan Chastney administration. Phase 2 of the Labri Boardwalk project along the Labri beachfront, including washroom facilities at Rudy John Beach Park. Paving of the Labri Village main roads, very small project, and it could be done after Wasco has dealt with the pipe issues. Because when we pave our roads, we do not want Wasco to come and dig our roads. Completion of sidewalk and drainage works, which is 70% complete as we speak. Conclude the upgrade of Crossover Park, which is 80% complete as we speak. Conclude upgrade of the Labri Boys Primary School. It is 60% complete. And purchasing of lands opposite the Vellon John Administrative Building in preparation for the erection of the Labri Theatre and Conference Facility. Bands set in motion the CDP roads, which were already actioned by the former Prime Minister, Dr. Anthony Advalier. However, there are 2 other roads that require urgent attention, but I cannot impose again, Mr. Speaker, at this time because of the world situation. I'm only asking for what I know could be delivered. So I am going to postpone the Dudu
Remember,
road.
I'm not sure I can deliver any more time, though.
I need about 15 more minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I want to invoke Standing Order 3210 to allow the member for Labri an additional 15 minutes within which to complete his presentation.
Honourable members, the question is that Standing Order 3210 be invoked to suspend Standing Order 32.8 to allow the member for Labri an additional 15 minutes. And now put the question, as many as with opinion say aye. Aye. As many of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Please proceed, member.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I did indicate I was commencing descent to land, and I can guarantee you I will not take 15 minutes, and I'm just about wrapping up, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have discussed with the Prime Minister the possibility of erecting the multipurpose court and center at the junction of Bans and Laguas, just similar to the one at Bacatel, Mr. Speaker. Similar to this one, a similar concept, similar terrain, and I think we do have the blueprint for that particular intervention. And at the Lagwas, Lahore, Béwanger area, again, my priority is to complete what we have started. One CDP road at Béwanger, it was stopped. People had already signed a contract. One CDP road at Lahore. And if the bureaucratic processes are completed, we can witness the erection of a new school block at the Bans Lagwas Combined School to replace the termite-infested, uncontrolled wooden structure. It's an infested wooden structure, but the termites control that building as if, you know, you have to ask them for permission to enter the building. I'm hoping that we can conclude all the arrangements for that intervention and the completion of new designs for the construction of the Olibo Youth Complex. This year, we will not be able to undertake that particular facility, but we need to design it and prepare properly for its implementation. And in the Labrie village, we also need to continue the upgrade of that Labrie Boys School with lightning rapidity. So, Mr. Speaker, as I prepare to close, when we examine the policy framework before us in its entirety, what do we see? We see a government that understands the moment. We see a government that understands the challenges. And more importantly, we see a government that understands the future. This is not about managing decline. This is about shaping progress. This is about building an economy that is more resilient, more productive, more inclusive, and more competitive. This is about ensuring that growth is not only achieved, but shared. That opportunity is not only created, but accessible. And that development is not only promised, but delivered. Mr. Speaker, we are not merely responding to circumstances. We are defining direction. We are not merely allocating resources. We are building capacity. We are not merely governing. We are leading, Mr. Speaker, and we are leading vigorously. And that leadership is grounded in discipline, credibility, and results. Validated not only by this government, but by independent institutions, including the IMF and the ECCB. And most importantly, Mr. Speaker, by the experiences of the people of this country who have been touched by the generosity and professionalism of this government. Mr. Speaker, the policy direction before this House is clear. The evidence is strong, the foundation is strong, and the future is firmly within our grasp. Mr. Speaker, I give my full support to the policy framework outlined in the budget policy statement, and by extension, my full support to the Appropriation Act or Bill for 2026-2027. Mr. Speaker, may I say like the Spanish, la lucha continua, hasta la victoria siempre, venceremos. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I now yield the floor.
Prime Minister and Finance Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as I did in the last campaign season, I will continue in the same vein in my rebuttal and in my expressing my appreciation to my colleagues for the support of the appropriation bill. But, Mr. Speaker, I want to clarify a few points. I have in my hand, and remember the last time I brought it in this Parliament, I was criticized for waiving it, but it's laid in the House of Assembly now, and I will waive it again. Just to make a few points, Mr. Speaker, on the audit report, and in the room is a chartered accountant. The member for Sufra is a chartered accountant, and I give her permission to stand up on a point of order if I see anything in these statements that is misleading or is false. Mr. Speaker, audit reports have opinions, and auditors either give a clean report or they give a report that they express concerns. And a report of concerns is not considered a clean report. And there are people out there who are accountants, and they'll be listening to me, and if they are truthful, and if they're not moved by envy and greed, they will understand what I'm saying. Mr. Speaker, I speak to the independent auditor's report prepared by Grant Thornton to the Board of Directors of the Citizens by Investment Unit. And allow me to quote, Mr. Speaker. Report on the audit of the financial statements, page 35. Now, Mr. Speaker, this document is made up of two parts. It's the financial statements and the report from the Board of Directors. Two parts. The audit is not on, the audit doesn't express an opinion on the report, it expresses an opinion on the financial statements. Report on the audit of the financial statements. Opinion. I said, Mr. Speaker, there are two types of reports: a clean report or qualified reports. The qualified report comes in the opinion. Let me read the opinion, Mr. Speaker. We have audited the financial statements of the Citizenship by Investment Unit, the CIU and/or unit, which comprise the statement of financial position as at March 31st, 2025, and the statement of operations, statement of net assets, and statement of cash flows for the year then ended, and notes to the financial statements, including a summary of material accounting policies. First paragraph. Here is the opinion. In our opinion, the accompanying financial statements present fairly in all material respects the financial position of the unit as at March 31st, 2025, and its financial performance and its cash flows for the year then ended in accordance with IFRS accounting standards as issued by the International Accounting Standards Board, IASB. Paragraph 3. Basis of the opinion. So, Mr. Speaker, it says that in all material aspects, the financial position of the unit is presented fairly. Basis of the opinion. We conducted our audit in accordance with International Standards of Accounting, ISA. Our responsibility under these standards are further described in the auditor's responsibility for the audit of the financial statements section of our reports. So if you go in the back page, Mr. Speaker, you will see the auditor's responsibilities for the audit of the financial statements. And all the responsibilities are listed out there. I will not read them because it might take too much time, but if you want, my job is to speak the truth to the people of St. Lucia. If you allow me, I can read everything. Because, Mr. Speaker, a lot of these things are said, and people believe them, Mr. Speaker. So we go. We conducted our audit in accordance with international standards of ISAS. Our responsibilities under these standards are further described in the auditor's report for the audit or the financial statement section of our reports. We are independent of the unit in accordance with the ethical requirements that are relevant to our audit of the financial statements in the Eastern Caribbean, and we have fulfilled our other ethical responsibilities in accordance with these requirements. We believe that the audit evidence we have obtained is sufficient and appropriate to provide a basis of our opinion. Now, other information. Listen carefully. I said before, Mr. Speaker, this document was in two parts: the financial statements and the report. Now, let's go. Other information. Other information consists of the information including in the unit's 2025 annual report other than the financial statements. Other than the financial statements and our auditor's report thereon. So what is saying, Mr. Speaker, is the other information in the report, not in the financial statements. They are not auditing the report. They are auditing the financial statements. And the reason why is because they are saying that they are not expressing an opinion on the other information. The other information, Mr. Speaker, is what is in the report, not in the financial statement. Now, management is responsible for the other information. The unit's 2025 annual report is expected to be made available to us after the date of the auditor's report.
Exactly. You said before, they didn't get it before.
After the date of the auditor's report.
You said it.
Our opinion on the financial statements does not cover the other information and will not express any form of assurance, conclusion thereon. Very simple. But Mr. Speaker, these are the things that we say in St. Lucia. We publish, we damage people's reputation, and you must respond. Same thing, these are the things, Mr. Speaker. These are the things they say. That report says that the financial statements are based on the auditor's responsibility. The report is clean and fair. But the other information that may be contained in the report, now let me tell you what the other information may be, Mr. Speaker. The other information may be things like program costs, surplus, revenue performance in the report, not in the financial statements. And that's a fundamental difference.
It is not needed for the audit, the financial statements.
Mr. Speaker, but we say these things, Mr. Speaker, and we get away with these things, Mr. Speaker, and we sarcastically say that we want, that the Prime Minister speaks about unity, Mr. Speaker. Unity doesn't mean there must not be opposition or criticism. Unity means the truth. Unity means not going out of the country and spoil the country's good name. Unity means not involving innocent people. People who are innocent, people who know nothing about what's happening, and get them involved in things that will cause them to have, Mr. Speaker, a poor or bad.
My apologies.
That is unity.
Member of Miku South.
Mr. Speaker, I stand on a point of order. The member is misleading. No allegations of any impropriety was made.
Wait, he didn't say that.
Well, that's what he's been saying.
No, he said unity means certain things. He didn't say anything was said by you today to impute that.
Mr. Speaker, he's speaking about the statements that were made, my statements that were made, which had nothing to do to question any impropriety. My question to the Prime Minister was that they said that they had not received their report. The statement had been signed on November 20th, which was after the due date of the report, and said that they was going to be presented and they would provide a comment afterwards. No such comment has been made. Maybe there was a letter that they've sent and we've not seen it. I've not asked about the financial statements. I simply said, Mr. Speaker, what the statement says. They had not received the report and they were not going to pass any comment on it, and they were expecting to get the report, and once they get that, they will pass an opinion. I don't know if they received the report. I don't know if they've passed an opinion. Nothing. So but I've made no allegations about the financial statements, Mr. Speaker.
What's your point?
That clearly that the document which was supposed to be due in October, Mr. Speaker, right, is out of negligence of the CIP unit on this critical issue.
That what?
CIP is in the forefront of everybody's mind. Where's the money?
Which money?
The money for the sale of the passports. Where is it? Where is it? And I said that I showed, Mr. Speaker, that in the previous reports we used to put down the number of citizens. There's no such thing. Where they were born. No such report, which was required by the legislation, Mr. Speaker. I'm not making any allegations about the financial report. I'm simply saying what the accountants said. And I'm asking, has since then, was the report provided to them, and has the accountant given a letter with regards to that? That's all I've asked. I didn't make any other allegations, Mr. Speaker. So if that was what is interpreted, please take that, dismiss it from your mind. That's not what. An inconsistency was brought up. I'm asking for clarity on it, Mr. Speaker. Nothing more.
But what's inconsistency?
Proceed, Finance Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the auditors never audit other information.
They don't audit all annual reports.
They audit financial statements. But Mr. Speaker,
You see, you?
Listen to that.
You're real. That's why you over there, you know. 16-1.
Our opinion on the financial statements does not cover the other information and will not express any form of assurance conclusion thereon. But Mr. Speaker, let's move on. Let's move on.
Let me tell you, when is your convention? When is your convention?
Mr. Speaker,
when you lose this by-election they have in the 4 years.
Mr. Speaker,
I want you to stay there. I want you to stay.
Members, please allow the Finance Minister to wrap up.
Mr. Speaker, today we hear quotations about the IMF, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, do you know the IMF recommended that we should not remove VAT?
You lose elections, you lose...
And Mr. Speaker, I am making a prediction or a forecast that this economy began to find itself with fiscal difficulties when VAT was removed in the year that the government was power. And any person will tell you that the IMF that we heard being quoted for the whole afternoon, recommended to the government. In 2016, there was a mission from the ECCB, the IMF, I think from Katik, that came to St. Lucia, and they begged the Minister of Finance, do not reduce VAT. They begged him. Today, he's in a position now where the IMF is his mantra. But his first action was to reduce VAT, which did not cause a decrease in the prices of goods in this country. But difference, when we removed VAT, removed it on grocery items, the cost of goods went down to the people of St. Lucia. That is what is called...
Who owns the supermarket then?
That is what is called prudent foresight and economic vision. I'll come to the gas prices. Bring down the price of gas. Bring down the price of gas. We said that the micro effects of bringing down the price of gas would cause an increase in consumption, which would have gone probably to things that may not have been productive. We said no, we kept it. We kept it. The money went into the consolidated fund, and today the price of gas changed on Monday. And because of that buffer that we had created, we could leave the price of gas at $16 at least for the next 3 weeks. Mr. Speaker, at least for the next 3 weeks. Every country has increased the price of gas since the crisis in the Middle East. But, Mr. Speaker, these things, Mr. Speaker, there is a way of measuring these things, Mr. Speaker. There's a way of measuring these things. There's a way of measuring these things. So he goes, some falsities. GDP 85%. Nowhere in any document this says that. Information. We are the only government that has published a debt bulletin where every quarter you get the debt of the country. No, we are not hiding it. You heard, they borrowed $1 billion. Falsities, not true. The debt went up by 6.5%, which is $300 million. We said so. But let's talk about debt. Talk about debt. Let's talk about debt, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, after the COVID crisis, St. Lucia was the country that borrowed the most after COVID. You know why? Because the fundamentals of the economy was bad. We had no cash flow. We had no savings. In July, when I became Minister of Finance, I inherited $36 million in the Treasury and $164 million worth of payables. Today, we've paid every civil servant. Our payables today, our payables at the end of December was $20 million. Now it's $64 million. Before, NIC, government workers, the NIC was not paid. There were arrears of millions of dollars to the NIC. Money taken away, money government took from the workers and didn't pay it. Today, we not only paid the workers, we made them permanent. That is the record. That's the record. Then let's speak about expenses. Let's talk about expenses. Talking about expenses, Mr. Speaker, we took a deliberate decision that we would not let the workers of this country suffer in the interest of economic metrics. So what did we do? We increased the minimum wage. What did we do? We gave civil servants a certain % pay increase. What did we do? And this is how government works. Government doesn't work by talking. Government doesn't work by making statements of intent that never happen. Government works by action. What did we do? What did we do? NIC pensioners in this country. And Mr. Speaker, if you have the heart for the people, if your politics doesn't depend on show and bluff and fluff, if your politics is deeply rooted in a sense of commitment to the benefit of the people, Mr. Speaker, you feel the people's suffering and people's pain. One morning I woke up, and I called the chairman of the NIC. And I said to him, Chairman, what is the minimum pension in this country? He said to me, Prime Minister, I'd never been thought of that. He said, I'll call you back. He called me back and he said, St. Lucia has no minimum pension. There are some pensioners who get $195 a month. Some of them get $225 a month. But if you never feel that, you wouldn't know it. My father was a policeman, he was a pensioner. His pension was $364 a month. I felt that. So I can talk about it. But God helped me. He saved the cents. And I got what I got. So I come back to pensions. He said to me that there is no minimum pension. I don't think I'm a guru. I don't just go and say, move this, move that, move this building, do this, do that. I'm not a guru. I don't claim to be any big man of superior intellect or superior vision. I'm a humble politician that wants to improve the lives of the people of this country. That's what I am. He said to me that there is no minimum pension. Before I took a decision, I asked him to go to the actual people and ask them what shift in pensions that could happen, not to avoid a dip on the NIC. Because I knew that when there was the COVID crisis, the government at the time had dipped into the NIC, took the NIC's money, never paid them back, and created some disruption in the actual situation in the NIC. I was not doing that. Because the country had no savings. The country could have no COVID relief because it had no money. It had no savings. If there is an issue now in St. Lucia, my government can raise, without borrowing anything, at least $75 million. We have savings that we can spend at least $75 million. And I'm going to speak about the fiscal situation in this country, because we talk about contraction. We talk about the fiscal situation. So we went to the actual people, and he said that we could raise pensions to a certain level, and that would cause the NIC to move by a few days. I went to these men and women, and I said to them, comrades, we cannot allow people in this country to have to exist on $195 a month. And we decided to raise the pension, the minimum pension, to $500 a month. And Mr. Speaker, you know how many people benefited from that move? 4,300 people. And that is why we win elections. That's why we win elections. Because people came to every man and woman in this room and said to them, parliamentary rep, I remember that vividly. That's what keeps him in politics. That's what keeps him there. Not to travel and to get on and to go to dinners and that's not keeping his politics. I live the same place. Here's what happens. The person told me, Prime Minister, I am at home with my wife. I used to get $364 and my wife $326. Said to me, I had to defer some of my bills. Right now, I'm getting $1,000. I can pay all my bills. And when I go to the health center, I get my high blood pressure medication free. And when I want my blood test, etc., I can get it free because of what you've done at the UHC. That is what keeps us going. And you wonder why we win elections? We elect for that reason. Because we go to the soul of the people, we understand their needs, we speak the truth, and we make life better for them. That is why you win elections. That's why you win elections. That's why you win elections. And that's why, regardless of what you'll do or say in my constituency, I win all the time. Regardless of what you'll do, regardless of who you send, regardless of what you write, I will win, because the people understand that I care for them, and we have a mantra, and that's why we understand what putting people first means. We understand, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, a few misconceptions. What's that? Mr. Speaker wanted. A few misconceptions, Mr. Speaker. The House of Justice. Oh, we don't know. It's a rent we're paying. But the fundamental thing, Mr. Speaker, is when we pay rent to other people, the building never belongs to us. That is the fundamental difference. After we pay rent for 12 years, that building belongs to us and it's an asset of the people of St. Lucia. That's the difference. That's the difference. That's the difference. So, Mr. Speaker, that is a difference, Mr. Speaker. That's the difference. Difference, Mr. Speaker. We're going to talk about tourism in a while, Mr. Speaker, because, you know, I'd have to defend the Minister for Tourism. He is doing a good job. But I'll tell you something, Mr. Speaker. Let's complete some of the things. You know, I really want to clear, because you know, all these things are said, Mr. Speaker, and they just said, and people get away with them, and people quote them, Mr. Speaker. The PPP, there is no PPP arrangement. There is actually a law in the books of the country called the PPP legislation. It's a law. It's a law. It's passed in this honorable house. So there's a context under which we do PPPs. There's a law. You understand? But you give people the impression that PPP. I'll tell you something to speak further. And there's a document. This Wasco situation is a direct result of the maladministration of the United Workers' Party. A direct result. Because in 2016, there was a framework put together that caused Wasco to be on a sustainable path of development. But because people who believed they knew more than anybody else, and because there were people who believed that they would not benefit, they cancelled it. And Wasco continued to slide. And we spent $51 million to desilt a dam that was never desilted, 8% desiltment. No excuse for that. The Wasco situation, apart from the fact that we agree that the pipes were old, but it was a direct result of maladministration. That's why we are where we are today. But we are going to solve it. We're going to solve it. And how we'll solve it, Mr. Speaker? We'll solve it in a systematic manner. Very systematic. Very systematic. Very systematic. Very systematic. Because in the final analysis, we know that people need water. Water is life. And when push comes to shove, the people depend on us for water. And we can't get away. We can't get away because our people depend on us. So we started with Patience. Many times, Mr. Speaker, a constituency that supported one party for so many years. For decades, Mr. Speaker. Michael, decades. You mean to say, Mr. Speaker, that constituency had to be in a state, apart from losing it, where the water had to be in a state where we, as our first priority, and we talk about, I heard the speak about things for the country. I want to assure the people of Mico South, this government will not neglect them. This government will not neglect them. And I remember, unlike what was done before, even during COVID in my constituency, they were sharing packages, Mr. Speaker. And in my constituency, they ensured that nobody supported me, got any package. The World Bank was building a retaining wall in the Marshall River. And it's on record. First time the World Bank put something on record, they said on record, they called the person's name, said stop the construction. That's what we went through. Talking about when any major development in Mico was done by the St. Lucia Labour Party. Any major development, police station, fire station, schools. So it's not. Our DNA is not about victimizing constituencies. The people of Mico South will get their fair share of development of the country, whether they're represented by the opposition or not. That's not our style. That's not our style. That's not our style. So, Mr. Speaker, let's talk a little about the decline in tourism. Mr. Speaker, I am not dealing with the preliminary statistics, not dealing with it, and I do not interfere with the explicit Ministry of Finance when they give me figures. The figures I feel is what the people on the ground feel. That's the figures I feel. The figures I feel is when the same department says to me that unemployment was the lowest it has ever been in the history of St. Lucia. The figures that I feel is when NIC contributions increase. The figures that I feel is when hundreds of young people come to the youth economy and want to start a business because they see potential in the economy. The figures that I feel is when in community tourism, people are anxious, people are excited because they see a future. That's the figures I feel. The figures that I feel is when hundreds of people want to go into micro businesses because they see they can make a living. These are the figures that I feel. But let's get to the figures in tourism, Mr. Speaker. The reason was clear. There was a drop in rooms, so there's a drop in arrivals. I am not questioning these figures. I have no reason to question them, and whether I agree with them or not is irrelevant. Fact is, there are villages in this country that depend for a large support of the economy on the bed and breakfast concept in the shared accommodation. If you go to Labrie, you'll see it. If you go to Choiseul, you'll see it. If you go to Labrie, Choiseul, Supre, Airbnb, Mr. Speaker, the village, if you go to Labrie on Friday night, you'll believe you're in a tourism place, Mr. Speaker. That's the figures I feel. The question is, where these figures are reported, I don't know. Choiseul. So, Mr. Speaker, the whole concept of tourism is changing all the time. But what do we see? We see, Mr. Speaker, the largest number of tourism, of hotel rooms and tourism expansion being done in St. Lucia in the history of St. Lucia. That's what we see. That's what we see. So even if the people who invest in the hotel don't invest because they like Hile, they don't invest in the industry because they believe that they like us. They invest because they see potential. And they see potential because they see that St. Lucia has a plan, tourism has a plan, and there's a future in the investment, and they have an environment where they can create money. So what do? We have decided, Mr. Speaker, that we are going to make the whole business environment more conducive. We're going to make business decisions be taken easier so we can have an environment where people can invest. But we've done further. We've said to the business people that we want to ease you in terms of taxation. We said so. What did we do? We gave a tax and we wrote off, and these are the same people who talk about taxes. We wrote off all taxes due from the year 2000. All taxes due. No tax. Don't pay anything. We had an amnesty. We've changed the terms of the amnesty, and you said to the private sector, we want to work with you. We want to work with you. Even though you collected money that you have to give us. Because when the private sector collects VAT, they ought to give us back the VAT. That's our money, the people's money. If they keep it, they're breaking the law. They're breaking the law. Just like NIC, they're breaking the law. We said no. We are going to give you an amnesty on all the interest, all the penalties, all the fines that you owe up to December 2025. This is the most business-friendly decision taken by any government in this country. There is no government that has been so friendly to business like the government of the St. Lucia Labour Party. No government. We are the most business-friendly. We're not the ones who call businessmen in a conference room and shout out to them and derail them and disparage them. No, we spoke to them. The minister spoke to them and they said we have issues in ease of business, and we laid out a clear template as to how we're going to release release them from these problems. And I can assure you, when he reports next year, he will tell you there's a major change in the ease of doing business in this country. That's the mandate that the minister has, Mr. Speaker. That's how we do our business. That's how we do our business. What did we do, Mr. Speaker? We are saying that we are going to transform the agricultural sector. How are we going to transform it? We're going to transform it by, first of all, dealing with our food security. And again. Bananas. Listen, Mr. Speaker, you don't know what makes me stay in this job? When ordinary people speak to me. Not those on Facebook, or those on the radio that stay behind screens and attack me. No. Those who speak to me on the road, on the streets, these are the people who keep me going. We made a point about bananas. They were all over the place. Bananas and cassava. Oh my God. You swear I had, what do you call it in Patois? Cassé. Bois la Vierge. You swear I didn't let me speak. I said, you want to export your bananas to people, you don't want to eat it. You have to eat your bananas first. Yes. When you eat it, then you can export it. Oh my God. There was an ad telling people to eat, want to eat banana oil, banana this. Take a child and make it do that. Take a child and make it do that. Banana this, banana that. Instead of joy, and that's the unity we want. We don't ask you not to criticize us. Criticize us. That's the unity you want.
It'll be better when you criticize.
Exactly. We don't ask you. We don't ask you for any break. You're in opposition. You don't get government. You don't know break from you. We want you to say what is true. We don't know break. So what did we do? We kept, and I want to thank the men, women in this room, because remember, they said that government would mash up. He will fight with me. That one will overthrow me. King will come and create problems. Dr. Frederick, I won't be able to control him. I don't have to control nobody. Every minister knows what's expected of them. And when they cross the line, what happened. So we have no control. This is not the business of controlling people. These are men and women working with one motive, to improve the life of the people of St. Lucia. So it's not the business of controlling anybody. So what did we do? We said to the people of St. Lucia, let us begin to eat our bananas. And what happened? A number of businesses, a number of ideas, a number of recipes came out of bananas. And I'm very happy to tell you, Mr. Speaker, that with our one banana per child initiative, Mr. Speaker, we will do two things. We'll deal with the nutritional needs, and we'll create at least a legal foundation for banana farmers of this country, Mr. Speaker. That's what is happening. Mr. Speaker, we speak about community tourism, Mr. Speaker. And and the minister makes a point all the time. If the tourism industry must survive and thrive and do better, the people must be part of it. We make no apologies for that. No apologies. And in 1997, when we won the elections, we had a philosophical position that the benefits of tourism must accrue to as many people as possible, and we stand by that doctrine. We stand by it, and that's what community tourism is all about. So what are we doing? We are developing sites and attractions all over the country, Mr. Speaker. So what will happen, Mr. Speaker? The tourism dollar will be spread more equally around the country. That's what we're doing. So we have a plan. Same as the youth economy. When we started the youth economy, they were all over the place, that you ought to build what they call, it was real sad. The criticisms, Mr. Speaker, of the youth economy. The criticisms. They brought a young lady who had benefited to come to the region and say, Mr. Speaker, I've not sent one person in the youth economy for loan. One person. Not one. That's not how I operate. I operate on merit and meritocracy. Not one person. Because they have to get it by merit, Mr. Speaker. And the 2,500 young people who have got loans in the youth economy have got it on merit, Mr. Speaker. All of them. And we make no apologies for that. And these people are going to expand. And what are we doing in commerce? We are creating business incubators. We are having sandbox legislation so these people can go and expand. Because right now, because of the world situation, the cottage industry concept is dying. So the minister has agreed that we are going to deal with incubators so we can get people to be able to produce for export. That's what we're doing. That's what we're doing. That's what we're doing. So there is a plan in the development of this country. So don't laugh and gloat at preliminary figures about 0.6%. I'm not saying they're right. I'm not saying they're wrong. I'm saying they are the figures. But we know it's preliminary, and we're not fighting the people who presented the figures. But here's what we're doing, Mr. Speaker. What are we doing? We are creating an environment in the country, Mr. Speaker, where people for the first time will say that they own a piece of St. Lucia, Mr. Speaker. For the first time. That is the environment that we are creating, because not many people, their fathers or their mothers, could leave land and things for them. They're squatting the uncrowned lands. The uncrowned lands, we could have left them there and called them lazy and put bulldozers and move them. We didn't do that. We said to them, once you're on that land for more than 30 years, we are giving it to you free of charge. Free of charge, Mr. Speaker. That is a philosophical basis on which this party lies. That's the difference between us and them. We have a philosophy. We have an ideology. We live on something. We do not live for only economic metrics and economic statistics. We are in government to help people. We don't believe that you must get rich first and others and the poor will get rich after you. We don't believe in that. We believe in the fact that everyone must try to come up together. That's the difference between us. That's the difference. So we are giving these people their land. We are giving them their house. They'll be able to take a loan, fix their house, send their children to school, do something to improve their quality of life. That's what we're about. That's what we're about. So don't boast about 0.6% and believe the country is going nowhere. What are we doing, Mr. Speaker? Social empowerment, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we are saying to the people of this country that we want to give you a start. We want to give you an environment where we want to lift you from poverty. We don't believe that some people must get rich for you to stop being poor. We don't believe that. We believe that we must do it together, Mr. Speaker. And that is why we are spending, this year, we are spending $1.45 million more on social grants to help the people of this country. That's what we're doing. And we make no bones about it. So no 0.6 loss will make us stop spending this money on the people of St. Lucia. Never happen. So we're not hiding the fact that we are a government that sees about people. We are a government of George Charles. We are government of Julian Hunt. We are government of Kenny Anthony. All these people worked for the benefit of the people of this country. That is a history we have to follow. And if you followed John Compton's history, you'd have known at some point he was also a government that did the same thing. Not some people must get rich, and for the rest to get poor. No. So, Mr. Speaker, we are...
Minister for Finance, you have 15 minutes left.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I not need any more time. Thanks. Mr. Speaker, so where are we going, Mr. Speaker? What we are doing is we are trying to transform this economy in very trying times, Mr. Speaker. And I dare to say, during COVID, Mr. Speaker, the whole world stopped. The whole world stopped in COVID. The whole world stopped. COVID came to an end when we found a vaccine. There can be no vaccine to what's happening now. No vaccine, we don't know what's happening now. So what you're doing as a government is that we are taking precautionary measures. What you're doing as a government is that we are trying to tell the people of St. Lucia, let us try to influence the things that we can control. And that is why we have these simple things. Eat what you grow and grow what you eat. Very simple. Harvest water. Very simple things. Simple things that will learn a trade. If you have a skill, try to expand that skill. Control what you have. That's why we said to them, when the people give you visas to go to the country, do not overstay. We don't laugh and gloat when a country decides that they will take, that we need visas to enter. We don't laugh and gloat about it. We don't laugh. Right now we know that even though the king has land here, we can't go to the king country without a visa. That's nothing to laugh about. You don't gloat about it. You don't say, oh, CIP, CIP, CIP. You don't say that. That is the kind of cooperation we need. We don't need you not to criticize us. We want you to criticize us. But what we need you to criticize us with is constructively, and we don't want you to spoil this country's name abroad. That's what we don't want. So when you join with all kind of people and all kind of things about the government, about your ministers, and call us all kind of names and things, trying your best to burn the house to kill a rat. What benefit there is in St. Lucia if we lose our visa status? What benefit there is? Why must somebody be trying their best to cause us to lose our visa status? Why? Why? No reason for that, Mr. Speaker. Why must you be trying to cause us to have issues with our correspondent banking? Why? Mr. Speaker, this government will always work in the benefit of the people of St. Lucia. And that is why the private sector, we are saying, and we continue to say, we want the private sector to expand, we want them to make more money, we want them to make more profits, and we want them to pay their taxes. That's what we want. So we are a government that thinks about expansion, we think about economic growth, economic development, but we also want the vulnerable people in this country, we need them to rise and find a way to get out of their poverty. That's what we're about. That's what we're about. We talked about citizen security. And you know, Mr. Speaker, they gloat, homicide. They gloat. Good thing. Pierre, I pull the trigger. Pierre, yeah, Mr. Speaker, I did something. You know, no government has spent more, both in money and in time, on citizen security than the government of the St. Lucia area. No government is doing that. We fund the police. Of course, we fund some of them from CIP. We fund them from the Treasury. We don't fund them with things. What? We don't fund them with, you know, Mr. Speaker, all these show things, nothing of substance, all this show business, barbecue, fashion show, men have their hair plait and they're walking like, we don't do it. I mean, dinners to fund the police. Nah, we're not a government of show and pappy show. We don't do that, Mr. Speaker. We fund the police from the resources that we have. That's what we do. And I tell you something also. The minister, another thing, Mr. Speaker, when we created the Minister of Disabilities, pappy show laughed at us. I mean, they came and they said, I don't know what does he do? What does he do, Mr. Speaker? You want to tell me, you are so, a political party can be so shallow that you don't understand the benefits of having a minister in charge of people with disabilities? I mean, so what do? In a political campaign, you criticize. You say, the Prime Minister autistic. If I'm autistic and I can beat you twice, much as if I was autistic. If I was not autistic, I mean, give and take. I mean, so, but at this time, Mr. Speaker, when any of these men and women, if any of these men and women, Mr. Speaker, say anything of that nature, and they can tell you, I pull them up and say to them, do not say that. They can tell you that. Even I say, guys, do not say that, Mr. Speaker. But anything the opposition says is encouraged by the leadership. They never say that is not right. Don't say it. They encourage it, hoping that if you can pull out the worst in people, that you'll benefit, Mr. Speaker. But the people of St. Lucia are more sensible. The people of St. Lucia are more discerning, Mr. Speaker. The people of St. Lucia know very well who is for them and who is not for them. And I want to thank them for that discernment. Because when people had prepared lists of people to victimize, you want to tell me you want to prepare a list of police constables to victimize constables? You have a list of constables to victimize this one, that one, a long list. When you want to attack journalists, little journalists that barely making 5 cents, you want to attack them. Continue to attack them. Nobody says do not do that, Mr. Speaker, but the people, and that is a difference, and that is why you see they will continue to attack us, because the people are on our side. And anytime and I'll tell you something, if you want to prove how the people are on our side, Mr. Speaker, let me get vexed and call another walk of progress. If you want to see how the people of St. Lucia support us, let me get vexed and call another walk of progress. I can put in the streets of Castries, I and the Labour Party can put in the streets of Castries anytime 12,000 people. Anytime. Because the people understand what we're doing. They understand what we're doing, Mr. Speaker. They understand. So I'm not perturbed by all these. Mr. Speaker, every day, Pierre, every day. That doesn't perturb me, Mr. Speaker, because I'm in touch with the people and I have the support of these men, Mr. Speaker. And I thank them for that. Mr. Speaker, so many things have been said about us. They said we will not be able to pay our salaries. We won't be able to borrow money. The economy would collapse, Mr. Speaker. The economy of St. Lucia now, in terms of its fiscal position, is at its strongest, one of the strongest times now in this crisis. Now, we paid our salaries before we paid our salaries every day, Mr. Speaker. We do not owe any statutory body. We do not owe utilities. Can't say my utilities. Mr. Speaker, do you know we pay Wasco ahead of time? Do you know? It's the first time that a government pays flow every month. In 2021, and long before that, 2019, before there was COVID, 2018, before there was COVID, you owe flow millions of dollars. 2018, there was no COVID then. That you owed flow. Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to tell the people of St. Lucia, we understand that there is a world crisis. We ask them for the understanding. And we speak about unity in a sense that you say to the people of St. Lucia, we are in this together. We want to develop this country in a holistic fashion. A little for the businessman, a little for the private sector, a little for the vulnerable, a little for the poor, a little for the underprivileged, and a little for the underserved, Mr. Speaker. Because we understand that people that are underserved. We know that. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, we are spending so much money in improving the infrastructure for the underserved. That's the difference between us and them. Because we don't believe in, I heard a thing about construction of roads, Mr. Speaker. Of course we construct roads, but you know what you do? We construct footpaths for people. We make people feel better in every constituency, Mr. Speaker, including Microsoft. We've built footpaths. And you might laugh at it and say, footpaths, footpaths. You know what? The footpaths are to make people, the underserved, make them feel better. And we're proud of it. And we continue, Mr. Speaker. We're going to build roads too. And we get a story about...
Remember, you have 5 minutes left.
The Moshi to Grocery High, Mr. Speaker. And you know, the member for Cassius North, I don't know why he hasn't opened his library. There was never any plan when that road was constructed. There was no plan.
The plan was flowers.
When we spoke about it, Mr. Speaker, and somebody was called to prepare a plan after the fact. But you know, we're not in this halika saying, because we have a country to run. So we get involved in this halika, but we can halika say too, you know. You understand? There was never planned, and that road never was costing $15 million. How could you know how much it costed if you never had a plan? Where was the bill of quantities for the Hiranoro International Airport? How can you construct the biggest, the most expensive piece of real estate in the country without a bill of quantities, and you want me to fall in that? Never.
Not a bus shelter, an airport.
Not a bus shelter, an airport. You build an airport on bill as you go, Omosola or Tipezila. Medesala, Tiesala. That's how you build an airport. An airport. And you want me to follow that? You want me to follow that? Build an airport without a bill of quantities? Billions of dollars without a bill of quantities, Mr. Speaker? And I just want me to follow that? And these are the facts. These are the facts that the people of St. Lucia understood. That's why they did what they did on 1st of December. But I'll tell you about the airports. And unless people understand that they made errors, people understand that the approach they used was wrong, the results are going to be worse the next time. Because a friend of mine used to say, once a philosopher, twice a pervert. You reach the pervert stage now. Once a philosopher, twice a pervert. That's what a friend of mine used to say. All of us know him very well. So right now, once the philosophy worked, twice the pervert, you're the pervert stage. That didn't work either. The third time, I don't know what it's going to be. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to end by telling the people of St. Lucia that we understand that we are living some of the most difficult times. We understand that there are fears, there are uncertainties, and we understand that. What we're saying to them is this government will always be on their side. We'll always be on their side. We will always see about the ways and means to improve the lives of all the people of St. Lucia. All the people. What are we doing for all the people? First-time landowners. Somebody said to me, Mr. Speaker, that young people say that they have nothing to claim for tax. So they take all the money and buy things on Shein. They have They say, Mr. Speaker, that young people, when they leave work, when they get the first job, and the young graduates, they have nothing to claim for tax, nothing. So they complain that they figure they are being discriminated against. You know what we did? We said, if you buy a piece of land, we'll give you 50% interest rebate so you can claim for your tax apart from the $40,000. That's how we behave. That's how we behave. The people, the private sector was complaining that the interest on overdue taxes was too high. It was 7.5%. We said, we understand, we bring it down to 6%. That's how we behave. That's the difference. We listen to the people. We do not think we know everything. I never set myself up as any fellow that I know vision person and wise person. I'm a regular, ordinary person who was given a chance, who Because of the goodwill of my parents and the people of St. Lucia, I got educated and I'm where I am today. And I'll always be grateful to them. I'll never be arrogant or pompous, nor will I ever believe that I'm better than anybody else, nor will I ever be moved by jealousy, envy, and greed. I took my time. I was in this politics for years. I was in the opposition. Go against Kenny. I'm a coward. I'm a fuck. I'm a this and that. You heard all these cries. Be a coward. But I tell you something, Mr. Speaker. I waited my time. The people waited with me. And today, I want to thank the people of St. Lucia. I want to thank them. Because this job is a temporary job. It's a temporary job. And unless you understand, it's a temporary job. And unless you behave in this job like it's temporary, you'll always end up being bitter, being envious, being annoyed, and wanting to burn the house to kill a rat. It's a temporary job. I want to thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the men and women in this room. I want to thank the people who support me, the people in my constituency. They are abused. What I vote for Pierre for? What Pierre do for Marchand? Every year the same thing. But say for that, you get 4 votes in the box. Every year. What Pierre do for Marchand? What Pierre do for Marchand? Every year, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, the people of Marchand and Cashies, they know what I do for them. And they will always, and no matter what you try, the people of Cashews East, I love them and they love me. And regardless of how you insult them, regardless of how you say they this and they that, remember you said people should go and demonstrate. When we bought jazz, Mr. Speaker, you know there's jazz at Giselle March. Is that true? Yeah. There's jazz on the 40th. Jazz on the 40th. Remember when we first brought jazz into Marchand in 2016 when they changed? You know what they said? If you want to demonstrate, go and demonstrate in Marchand. The people never forget that, you know. And that's why when you all quote me, you can never say what I say. But when I quote you, I can quote you exactly what you say. Because you said it. Go and demonstrate in Marchand. Go and demonstrate in Marchand. You see, Mr. Speaker? And the people in Marchand end up at jazz. And, you know, Mr. Speaker? Thank you, Minister. Jazz in Marchand on the 30th of April. And I want everybody to come and enjoy it, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I thank you very much. I thank my staff. I thank everyone who has worked with me, Mr. Speaker. Sometimes I push them a lot, Mr. Speaker. I push these men and women. I'm going to push them more, warn them early, that we have a lot of work to do, Mr. Speaker. Because we have a mission to accomplish. We have a mission. Our mission is to make St. Lucia the best place to live and work in the region. That's our mission. And all these men and women, inside there, that's our mission, Mr. Speaker. So, I'm very grateful. I'm thankful. I'm grateful. And I know St. Lucia will do well. I know that we have the confidence. I know we have the resilience. I know we have the faith. I know we have the confidence. I know we have the trust of the people of St. Lucia. St. Lucia will survive. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, the question is that the Appropriation 2026-2027 bill be read a second time. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
To provide for the services of the State of St. Lucia for the year ending on the 31st day of March, 2027.
Clause 2.
Appropriation of $2,188,765,900 for the services of the State of St. Lucia for the year 2026-2027.
Clause 2 stands part of the bill. Aye. Schedule.
Estimates 2026-2027.
Schedule stands part of the bill. Aye. Clause 1.
Short title.
Clause 1 stands part of the bill. Aye. Honorable members, the question is that the committee rises and the bill be reported. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Honorable members, I beg to report that the Appropriation 2026-2027 bill went through committee stage without amendments. Minister for Finance.
Speaker, I move that the report of the committee be accepted and the bill be read a third time and passed.
Honorable members, the question is that the report of the committee be adopted and that the Appropriation 2026-2027 bill be read a third time and passed. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Be it enacted by the King's Most Excellent Majesty, by and with the advice and consent of the House of Assembly and the Senate of St. Lucia, and by the authority of the same as follows. This Act may be cited as the Appropriation Act 2026-2027, appropriation of $2,188,765,900 for the services of the State of St. Lucia for the year 2026-2027.
Leader of Government Business.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House stands adjourned sine die.
Honorable members, just before I put the question, I want to thank members, and you would have noticed, I'm sure, that over the past 2 weeks, the meetings held over the past 2 weeks, there has been a greater level of promptitude by members coming to the Parliament, and I want to thank you for that. There are still 1 or 2 areas which I'm very concerned about, and I will be holding meetings with the Leader of Government Business and the Leader of the Opposition to rectify those shortcomings. Among them, I can tell you now, as I do not believe it is proper to remain away from the chamber, make your presentation, and leave. We have to. This is not directed at anybody. In fact, at the moment, I can say without any fear of contradiction, both sides do it. And it is not something I appreciate, and I think we have to rectify that. So, Leader of Government Business, I will be calling upon you. Leader of the Opposition, I'll be calling upon you, so that we can remedy that. This is the highest court of the land. This is not a kindergarten school. Having said that, honorable members, the question is that this House stand adjourned sine die. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many of the contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Adjourned.
Thank you. Thank you so very much, everyone who has been part of this live broadcast from the Parliament of St. Lucia, the lower house, as we call it, the House of Assembly, which comprises elected members, as for this week, and especially for the last 2 days, yesterday, Thursday, the 23rd, and today, Friday, the 24th, for 2 days of debate on the 2026-2027 Appropriation Bill, which now, after it has gone through the upper house, which I don't think there will be a debate because, as far as I know, the Senate does not debate money bills, but as to whether the policy one is regarded as that.
There is.
So there will be a debate if it is not considered a money bill. But nevertheless, it still has to go for the Senate, and even when there's no debate, there is what you call an affirmative resolution, and then it has to go to the Governor General for assent. And I do not know if that one also includes a minister responsible, which will be the Prime Minister, setting a commencement date for when the legislation goes into and that has, all of this has to be gazetted, published in the official gazette. So that's giving you a little bit of, the little fringes of it all. But you know what is, yes, what is remarkable, Michael, is that every single member of this House of Assembly spoke, contributed, every one of them. There was no one who sat it out. What many people have described as the cat and mouse game that has taken place here, it did not take place this time, at least not with the consequence of any 1 or 2 or 3 people not speaking. We saw every single member, Honorable Ernest Hill, the Deputy Prime Minister, Honorable Albert Baptist, the Foreign Minister and MP for Labre, Honorable Richard Frederick, and Opposition Leader Alan Chastity, which are the ones who have kind of been at the center of a little tussle, that they all made their contributions. And I think this is good for the various constituencies, for the public, for St. Lucians in general, that they could hear from all the ministers and MPs weighing in and making their contributions to the appropriation bill.
Oui, certains savent, tout le même Parlement parler, et comme on a dit avant, je ne pas de attendre, je commencé à tenir un petit problème mais il est intéressant pour voir que tout le même Parlement, après le Premier ministre fait présentation, ça c'est mardi, tous ces membres Parlement qui ont responsabilité pour ça, nous avons créé une constitution par ouest, ils pour parler à ce manière budget qui est affecté et bien par ouest si ça y a besoin si c'est pont chemin n'importe bagaille à ce qui manière bien programme pour yo en disant en partie ça qui n'est qu'à ministre qui a aussi parlé à ce programme et puis yo qui a plus de détails à ce ça premier ministre a présenté c'est ministre yo qui par exemple si c'est ministre qui est responsable pour chemin et il a bail détail et puis il va parler à ce petit plus avec chaque différents ministres qui c'est agriculture éducation tout le monde comme Shelton dit tous ces membres parlement parler aujourd'hui et il partait yon côté qui n'est trop aller casser tout bagaille passé bien adam respectable et qui partait c'est aller casser ça là et nous bien contents pour manier il partait comme nous déjà avant en situation comme ça alors nous bien contents il a gardé après ça c'est comme Shelton dit nous c'est il faut aller c'est Sénat là il faut discuter avec moi qui semaine prochaine c'est Sénat là qui est jeune pour discuter avec après ça il va aller au gouverneur général là qui a signé et puis il a ça veut dire il a passé à une loi avec bagaille qui marche normal
il a publié dans la gazette officielle là.
Exactement
c'était un bon honneur et un plaisir Michael pour travailler pour moi c'est la première fois que j'ai fait annoncement broadcast en Parlement pour j'ai à 6 ans de place là côté normalement où et puis les autres cases so moi je voulais remercier vous et puis directeur service information en cette Brunet Saint-Thomas qui combiné pour bon chance pour ça fait just a quick recap of the people who spoke today on day 2. There was Honorable Jeremiah Norbert of Miku North and the Minister for Crime Prevention, followed by Honorable Stevenson King, the Minister responsible for the public service, responsible for information, meaning he's the Minister now responsible for NTN, GIS, and also for transport. We heard from Honorable Lisa Jawai, the Minister for Agriculture, Sustainable Development, and the MP for Cashville Southeast. We also heard from Minister Wayne Girard, is the Minister responsible for Economic Development and the MP for Ancillary and Canneries. After which we heard from Honorable Alan Chasney, the Leader of the Opposition, followed by Honorable Richard Frederick, the Minister for Housing, Local Government, Urban Renewal, and MP for Central Castries. And we heard from Honorable Alva Baptist, the Minister of External Affairs, Civil Aviation, and he is also the MP for Labrie. And then we had the wrapping up, what we call the rebuttal from Prime Minister Philip JP, and that pretty much brought the day's end, and not just the day, but the whole 2 days of debate, an entire week, we can say, the spread over 3 days, Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday. And so we had it. As Speaker Claudius Francis noted, there was a general punctuality, and I too observed that there was a good management of the time, that over 2 days things were well spaced out, well spread out. And look at the time of the evening, and it's things already closed up, and it has gone on. So the time was managed very well, and I think the MPs generally conducted themselves in a manner that made things flow. Thank you, Michael.
Merci Shelton. Moi aussi, car oui, merci pour tes compagnons là. Avec nous avons aussi changé Virgil en baptisant venir puis nous, puisqu'il y a une tristesse, et puis nous avons fait la force quoi pour Virgil Leonti. Aussi, nous avons oui, merci, c'est mon qui a écouté nous, qui a pas seulement sur NTN, mais aussi à sous fréquence 60, non, c'est 97.3, ça c'est 97.3 FM, ça c'est Saint-Lucia FM, ou ça moun qui a sous machine yo, et ben la caillou qui pas de télévision, ça coûte à sous radio. Alors nous avons dit merci un pile avec aussi tout le monde qui suit le débat, pas seulement Saint-Lucie, mais en diaspora, ça veut dire Saint-Lucien qui écoutait à tous ces différents pays, côté Saint-Lucien en la terre. Nous avons dit merci un pile, avec nous avons souhaité une bonne soirée, un nom, ça veut dire un nom Shelton, et puis c'est les autres, c'est travail GIS NTN, nous avons dit merci un pile, et continuer à regarder station télévision NTN pour plus d'informations à ce qui a passé en gouvernement Saint-Lucie. Merci et une bonne soirée.